Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Got Teleported to Star vs. the Forces of Evil. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1, 2 Foreign Exchange Students. Marco walks towards his house with a shocked expression. He can't believe a crazy girl goes to his school, not to mention she has a strange magical power. This girl only makes rainbows and creatures with a wand. At least I only see her at school. Marco sighed to himself until his parents' laughter reached his ear as soon as he opened the door and looked at them, only to be stunned once again after seeing a familiar face. It was none other than the crazy girl, known as Star Butterfly. "Oh, Marco!" Raphael smiled at his son. "Come meet the new exchange student who'll be living with us." What? Marco stammered. "What?" Star grinned. "I had no idea these were your parents. I just assumed everyone on Earth had the last name Diaz. Wouldn't it be nice to have Star's cheerful, upbeat energy in the house?" Angie smiled brightly. "We could have gotten that from a litter of puppies," Marco muttered, drawing a gasp from Star. Star squeaked between gasps. "Love pups." She suddenly summoned a litter of pups from her wand, and the pups suddenly shot lasers from their eyes. The father stares at them in shock for a moment before they scoop the pups up with excited squeals, cooing at their cute faces. "What the hell?" Marco dropped his jaw at his parents before shooting a glare at Star as soon as a puppy burned a hole in a family photo, where it used to be. "Marco, why don't you show Star her new room?" Angie smiled at them, snuggling the puppies in her arms. Her son lets out a deep sigh as he shows Star the way, and her husband turns to her with a wide smile. "Who would have thought we'd have not one, but two exchange students today?" Raphael petted a puppy's head with a barking laugh, and his wife nodded happily. "Wait, what?" Marco's head snapped towards them, his eyes wide. "Anyone else staying with us? Ooh, we should have a sleepover." Star jumped up madly, and the boy hoped it wasn't another crazy person with magic. "Shit, I'm lost." A blonde teenager, dressed in an orange shirt and blue jeans with black sneakers, looked around. It was already getting dark, and he hadn't found anyone who could give him directions. "Maybe I shouldn't have stopped at this ramen stand or that other one or the next one." He looked at a piece of paper in his hand, a directionless address. "Hurry up, wild man!" A voice catches his attention, and he notices two teenagers walking down the street. He decides to call out to them, hoping they know this place. "Excuse me, guys." He lightly jogged over to them as they both turned to him curiously before a girl looked him up and down with a love-struck expression. "Can you help me?" "Oh, of course." The teenager nodded. Do you know this address?" The blonde boy shows him the newspaper. "I've been trying to find this place for a while. That's my address." She looked at him with a quick blink. "Oh, really?" The blonde boy blinked before giving him a smile. "That's kind of a coincidence. I mean, what's the chance I'd run into someone who lives in this place in a big city? Yeah, I'm Marco and that." Marco was about to introduce his new friend, but Star jumped between them with a beaming smile. "Hi, I'm Star Butterfly, a magical princess from another dimension." Star bounced from side to side on her feet. "What's your name, Hada, she stammered, not noticing a small slap across Marco's face for revealing her royal status to a complete stranger. "My name is Naruto." The blonde teen chuckled lightly as he patted Marco on the shoulder, and then shook Marco's hand. "Nice to meet you both." "Same," Marco replied as Naruto picked up his luggage. "Come on, follow me." They take a few steps before they both realize the girl isn't following them, simply standing in the same spot with a dazed expression. Star, I'm not washing this shoulder again," Star whispered dreamily, and Marco gave her a sweat drop. "Oh great, she's boy crazy." It took about 30 minutes to walk to the Diaz house and another 10 minutes to introduce himself to Marco's parents, thanking them for letting him stay with them. At this moment, Marco was showing Naruto around the house and a guest room he would be staying in. "So, what's the deal with this big turret cast coming out of the side of your house?" Naruto raised an eyebrow as he placed his luggage on his bed. "It's a long story." Marco rubbed his neck, unsure if he could tell this guy about magic. Naruto was about to say something, but Star suddenly poked her head into the room with a wide smile. "Hey, your room is right next to mine," Star said. "That's awesome." She looked around her room while tapping her chin. "But I think your room needs to liven up a little more." "Well, I don't mind." Naruto looked at the blank gray walls and dingy furniture. They remind me a bit of my home in the UK. Are you British? Marco blinked rapidly, assuming he lived in an Asian country. Yeah, I'm mixed. He chuckled. My mom is Japanese-British and… Oh, you like orange, don't you? Star interrupted, waving her wand around. Yes, it's my favorite color. Naruto replied. Get it! Star turned to face the wall with her wand in the air and Marco quickly realized her plan. No, Star, no, no, no! Marco waved his hands furiously in a cold sweat, but it was too late. Orange paint explosion! Star screamed and the guest room exploded in an orange puff before clearing to reveal orange walls and floor and ceiling and furniture, and bed and Marco. Naruto stared at the orange room for a moment, and Marco coughed up an orange mouthful. Star is actually a magical princess from another dimension, and she can use magic. Marco muttered, wondering if the orange paint could be cleaned with water because it really needs it. Please don't be scared. Oh, thanks, Star. Naruto turned to her with a wide smile. I love it. Star's response was a shy laugh. Wait, she just used magic and you're not scared by it? Marco chimed in. Not to mention we just told you about different dimensions. Well, I'm a little surprised. Naruto cupped his chin with a hum before shrugging. But I already know about other dimensions thanks to my father. He smiled at the gaping teenage boy. He's from another dimension. I don't know everything anymore. Marco slowly leaves the room, stunned. First, a magical princess, then a boy who already knows another dimension. What's next? A floating pony head? Is he okay? Naruto turned to Star with his head tilted and she simply shrugged. Chapter 2. Madness is now normal. One night at the Diaz house, Marco was doing something special to welcome Star and Naruto and take their minds off the whole dimension reveal. Are you sure you don't need help? Naruto asked, Star bouncing in her seat next to him. It's been a day since he arrived, and the Diaz family really makes the exchange students feel very welcoming, like they're part of their family. Nah, I'm fine. Marco rolls his head on his shoulders. Feast your eyes on this. He turned around completely to reveal a plate of nachos with melted cheese. It was a pretty big pile, almost the size of a head. Marco's super awesome nachos! Star sings loudly while clapping with a smile before grabbing a nacho to try and Naruto taking some. What's it like? The blonde boy asked. Oh, so tasty and sticky! She moaned happily. I've never had a triangular food before. Oh, don't they have chips in your dimension? Naruto asked and Marco hears a knock before he goes out to open the door. Yeah, but not this kind. Star waves another chip, shaking her head, and suddenly, they both hear Marco scream. Marco, what's wrong? Naruto yelled as they walked out the front door to see a Latino boy passed out on the floor and… Oh my god! Star gasped happily at the sight of the floating blue unicorn head with a pink mane. It has a pink heart tattoo on its neck, star pupils, and sparkles and glitter under its collar. Flying Princess Pony Head! Oh, hello, B-Fly! Pony Head bobs sideways before the bubbly teen grabs the floating head in a hug, spinning around with giggles. Girl, we're going out tonight, she said as soon as they broke apart. Are you ready to make some bad decisions? Let me wake up, Marco. She jabbed her thumb at the fallen boy as Naruto bent down to stroke Marco's cheek a few times. Oh, isn't he a dead person? Pony raised an eyebrow at Marco and then her gaze shifted to Naruto. And who's the hexy stud? I'll call Dib first, he's mine. Star quickly whispered with a light giggle. Oh, poop! The floating head pouted. Not dead, Marco spoke softly. He said he's not dead. Naruto stood up before raising his hand to Pony. Hello, my name is Naruto. Nice to meet you. How aren't you going crazy? The Latino boy on the ground muttered. My dad's from another dimension, remember? The blonde boy grabs him by the armpits. Pony Head, meet my best friends Marco and Naruto. Star raised Marco's arm. It crossed her mind that Naruto had already introduced himself to Pony. Your best friends? Pony Head narrowed her eyes and Star blinked a few times before realizing something. Oh, no. Princess Muni waved her hands, shaking her head. On Earth. You're my best friend on Muni. Marco, Naruto, this is the pony I've been telling you about. You never mentioned her to us until now. Naruto's sweat dropped, wisely keeping his mouth shut. I hate your face. Pony snorted at Marco point blank. Besides, you're ugly. He suddenly laughed. Just kidding. That's a joke. The floating princess turns to Naruto. For you, I like your face and I'd like to laugh. Hey, hey. Star stepped between them with a gesture. You said something about dating. She wasn't going to let Pony sink her teeth into Naruto. No way was she going to let Pony take her away. Oh yeah! Pony makes a quick movement. Girl, Dearde! Yes, Naruto, Marco! Star excitedly jumped in front of them with her fists clenched. Let's go. Were you invited? Naruto blinked as Marco stumbled to his feet. Are you sure? With her? Marco pointed at the floating head nervously. Okay, well, I was going to, but I was going to. Princess Muni gave them a puppy dog look with a pout. Ugh? Okay, well, sure, if it's okay with your friend here. The blonde boy scratched his head. I'm totally fine with you coming. Pony purred in her direction. My 3 best friends are going to be best friends. Star pulls everyone into a massive hug with an excited squeal. Sweet! Pony approached with a wide grin. Let's go! Her cheeks puffed out before her tongue stuck out to reveal a pair of gem-studded scissors. The blonde princess gasps in complete amazement. Dimensional scissors? Jealous! The pony head winks at her and then stabs the scissors through the air, slicing to create a portal. Wait, we're going to another dimension. Marco gulped, only to be interrupted when Star grabbed both boys' wrists. Let's go! He dragged them through the portal, and if they looked back, they would have seen Pony looking around suspiciously as he flew in. Not long after, 3 masked figures emerged from another portal and scanned their surroundings while the smaller figure knelt down to test the remaining glows. Glitter! The masked man said hoarsely. She was here. Both girls laughed as they fell from the sky onto a cloud couch, and Marco crashed onto a hard tile floor. He was about to get up, but Naruto accidentally landed on his back, forcing his face to meet the ground again. Oh, sorry, Marco! Naruto quickly jumped off the groaning teen and helped him up. Oh, okay. Marco groaned in pain before looking around in confusion. Several strange creatures were dancing to the music of a robot DJ. Where are we? The bounce room. Star responded with a jump. My favorite place to relax? Just stay away from the edge. Why? Naruto asked with a blink as Marco and he turned their heads over their shoulders to see said edge, and below it was a field of spikes with a... Please tell me it's an accessory. He stared at a skeleton with wide eyes as Marco hugged his side with a scream. No, it isn't. Pony laughed. And don't feel bad for this guy. He was the biggest jerk you've ever met. Dude! Star suddenly pulled both kids away from the edge and into a booth. Photo booth, photo booth. Let's go! She pushes everyone inside and then steps in, inserting a gold star coin. Pose time! The group quickly strikes their poses as the camera flashes a few times. The kids manage to sit out of Duckface photo, and after the 5th photo, she takes the strips out of the booth with a wide smile. Who? Now, she turned to Marco and Ponyhead. Just you two. A souvenir from the night my best friends became best friends. Yay! Wait, what about me? Naruto pointed at himself. You and I are going to dance while they take it and then we switch. Star grabs his hand and then they leave the booth, entering the dance floor. Come on. Show me what you got, I have to warn you. He chuckled at her hyperactive personality. I'm not a good dancer. Pfft, who cares? She bumped his hip with hers. It doesn't matter as long as we have Fuoin, right? Naruto nodded with another laugh. He started doing a chicken dance, and it made her giggle. Wow, that's a totally silly dance. Star laughed heartily. Yeah, I warned you I'm not a good dancer. He laughed too as they danced to the beat. So, the skeleton thing, it's really just an accessory, right? I don't know. She shrugged as she made the robot move. It's always been there for a long time. Some said it was there at the opening. I really hope it's an accessory. Naruto sweated profusely before deciding to take his mind off this skeleton. Tell me about this dimension. Is it part of your homeworld or? No, it's a different dimension. Star shook her head. Mine is Muni and it's amazing. I'll tell you what, when we get the chance, I'll take you to Muni and show you around. I'll like it. He smiled. I've never been in another dimension before. Really? The blinking princess tilts her head. But you said your father is from another dimension. Yes, he is. Naruto said as they left the dance floor for a short break. But I never get the chance to visit any dimensions and I don't know what dimension he came from, which is good because I don't want to see him again. Again? Star blinked. You mean he's leaving? In a way, she said with a small frown. When my mom passed away when I was 11, he was barely around because he ran a business in another dimension, and I started seeing him less and less. Now all I know is that he's still alive because he only sends me allowances. Oh, I'm sorry about your mom and He scratched his cheek awkwardly, not knowing what to say about it. Thank you? Naruto patted him on the shoulder with a light squeeze. But I should apologize for throwing something heavy at you when we should be having some fun. No, that's great. Star waved her hands with a wide smile. I'm glad you said that. At least I'm not asking you something awkward like I ask, how's your family, and you'll say, hey, B-Fly and Stud. Pony suddenly appeared at their sides. Dance with me. Girl, they're playing our song, and Stud? The blonde boy raised an eyebrow at the strange nickname before Star once again dragged him onto the dance floor, and they danced together. Marco approached them nervously. Pissed? Marco whispered hurriedly. Naruto, Star, I need to talk to. Star took Marco from his hands and then turned around with a laugh. Yeah, Star, Pony had threatened to. The Latino boy yelled, only to move out of the way with his flying head and trip over Naruto, almost falling. Are you okay, Marco? Naruto asked him. No, Pony had just tried to push me down. Marco yelled. Oh no. Star dismissed him with a nod. He gets a little wild when he dances. She pointed to said head as the Pony Princess rode the teenage elf's back like a wild horse. Oh yeah! Pony cried. Oh, you like that? You know you do. You love it. She's a party girl, huh? Naruto laughed lightly. Well, she threatened to poke me in the photo booth too. Marco raised his hands and Star gaped at him for a few moments. The blonde boy just blinked owlishly. Yeah, Star coughed. She can be possessive. She looked over her shoulder at the flying head. Pony head! Let's go to the Amethyst Arcade. Marco and Naruto will have more fun there. No! Pony yelled. Way! Girl! I'm getting my dance! Onward! No sooner had she said it than she noticed 3 masked men jumping out of a portal in the distance. Yeah, you're right, Star! Pony quickly joined the group and then pushed them through another portal. You'll like the arcade better. Let's go! She's getting hot for you, Marco. Star song. Holy pixels! Marco stared at the sight in front of him with wide eyes and drooling, the group standing in the middle of a cavernous crystalline place, surrounded by a maze of video game booths. God, how many games are there? Naruto looked around in awe. So many video games? The Latino teenager whispered in pure amazement, his body trembling. Yeah, I knew you'd like it here. Ponyhead snorted with one eye. This place is full of squares. Several square creatures groaned. Look! Star pointed at a certain booth. Lance Revolution. That's perfect. She pointed at both Pony and Marco. Guys, go play. She jumped up with a hand beckoning. Naruto, let's beat up Alley Fighter over there. Lance Revolution? Alley Fighter? Naruto followed her. That sounds like a scam until they did it first, and these games that I know are scams. He rubbed his head deeply before brushing it while Star put some coins in the booth. At least the control of this arcade is similar to Earth's, is it? The blonde princess asked, selecting a blue-skinned beast-like man with a red spike. Yes. He nodded, choosing a woman in a black soldier's uniform with a yellow headband. The joystick and buttons are the same apart from the fact that they're made of glass. Are you ready for a butt squeal? Star smiled widely as soon as the screen counted down. Yes. Naruto smiled back and they both quickly pressed buttons as their fighters fought each other, both barely noticing Marco and Ponyhead fighting each other with spears. They barely noticed that there were 3 masked men in the area. Hey you! One of the masked men pointed at a square creature. Square. He held up a picture of Ponyhead. Have you seen this head? The creature grunted confusedly. Don't lie to me, little man. Oh shit! Ponyhead heard the masked man's voice. Dropping the spear and the game booth declared Marco the winner. Ha! Marco smirked. Who's the idiot now? Still you! The flying head flew off and Marco was about to say something, but a square with glasses got in front of him. I think I'm next. The square shifted nervously. But with less abusive trash talk, please. Hey Star, I'm bored. Ponyhead found Star and Naruto a few rows away. I know this other club, so let's bounce. She spat out her scissors. Sounds good. Star shot him a finger with a wide smile. Let's go find Marco. Oh, no, 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 no. The floating head shook its head as it tried to think of something. He kept going. Yeah, he wanted to save us a good spot in the mosh pit. Yeah, that's the course of events. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, classic Marco. The blonde princess laughed with a greeting. Always putting friends first. Ponyhead creates a portal. Let's go, Naruto! She jumped and Naruto scratched his head for a moment before shrugging, jumping, and the fidgety head appeared. Here! A bulky, whale-like creature pushes 4 bottles across the bar towards Naruto. The group ends up in an underwater club and he decides to get some drinks for his friends. Thank you? Naruto picks them up and then searches for his friends in the crowd. What? He nearly jumped at a familiar scream and looked to his right to see Star glare at Ponyhead. The blonde boy wonders why she seems mad at his friend as she approaches them. How could you do that to my best friend? Best friend? Pony gasped. Last time I checked, the best friend was me. I can have 3 best friends. Star held up 3 fingers. Unless one of them is a liar who throws away his friends. Wait, who's getting rid of who? Naruto blinked a few times as soon as he stood next to her before his eyes widened in realization. No, yes. The blonde princess raised her hands. Marco is still in Amethyst Arcade. Does that earth turd mean that much to you? Pony murmured. It's the best shit I've ever seen. Star said. The floating head turned around with a sigh. It's okay. I hope Marco doesn't find out Star calls him turd. Naruto can't help but sweat drop. A little worried for his friend. At least he's in a safe place. It's not like someone is holding him against his will. For the last time. One of the masked men shone a bright lamp in Marco's face as said boy was tied to a chair. Where is she? I'm telling you! Marco shouted. I don't know. You're not talking, are you? The masked man growled. What if I do this? He flicked the lamp on and off, repeating, Stop! The Latino teenager cried, his eyes filling with tears. That's really annoying! Behind them, a portal appears and the group emerges. There it is! Star saw Marco before she gasped at her predicament, and then pulled out her wand crystal dagger. Wait, B-Fly! Ponyhead stopped her friend's action. It's too dangerous, kiddo, hold out your hand. Star reached out, and Ponyhead spit out her scissors into her hand. Your dimensional scissors? The blonde princess looked at her fellow princess. I won't need them where I'm going. Pony replied. But Ponyhead, said Star, but the floating head flew away. Pony whinnied loudly to get the masked men's attention and ran away as soon as the masked group chased them. Star, go after them, Naruto said as he ran towards Marco. I'll untie him. It's okay, Naruto. Princess Muni ran away. Naruto, where were you? Marco asked as Naruto quickly untied the knot. Ponyhead tricked us into leaving you, and we were in another dimension, so we came back for you. He released his friend. I'm sorry, it's okay, you and Star aren't doing this on purpose. Marco rubbed the sore spots on his wrists. Come on, we have to find the girls and back them up. Naruto ran in the direction of the thunderous noises with Marco in tow, and they managed to find the group in no time. Almost at the same time Star found them. Back off, damn it! Star jumped between the masked group and Ponyhead with Marco and Naruto, holding her wand towards the bad guys. Don't worry, Ponyhead! Marco shouted over his shoulder. We've got your back. He paused. Your head. It's been a while since I've cracked some heads. Naruto snapped his fists, and Ponyhead stood up with a grin, preparing to fight the masked men until a booming voice spoke loudly. Time to call it quits, Cupcake. A giant floating unicorn head with a crown and blue mane appears in front of them. That's... Star blinked as Ponyhead gulped with wide eyes. King Ponyhead, are you related? Naruto asked Ponyhead, staring at the giant neighing head, and Marco simply dropped his jaw in pure shock. That's her dad. Princess Muni answered instead. Hi, Daddy. Ponyhead looked down guiltily. Hello, Princess. King Pony said stoically. What's he doing here? Star whispered to her floating best friend. Oh, B-Fly, that's the end of the line for me. The floating head turned to her with a sad sigh. But at least I had one last night of fun with you, kiddo. One last night? The blonde princess asked worriedly. Before what? Before this? Ponyhead sobbed. I'm going to St. O's. Isn't St. Olga's reform school for wayward princesses? Star's hands flew to her cheeks with a gasp. Oh, that's right. The floating head groaned. I did it to myself. I'm heading for the slammer. It's reform school, cupcake, not jail. King Pony said expressionlessly before tilting his head in bewilderment. Though it does look a lot like jail. Oh, Pony head! Star clasped her hands, her eyes beaming. You knew you'd be sent to St. Olga's, but you still came back to save Marco. Oh, well, you know. Ponyhead smirked. It's hard to say, but he's your other best friend. Okay, I said it. Oh, come here. Star hugged her best friend tighter with a squeal. Hugs! She pulled Marco and Naruto into a group hug. All right, princess. A masked man suddenly nudges Ponyhead with his snout. It's time to go. Goodbye, Pony! The princess snorted as the masked men dragged Ponyhead toward a portal. I'm going to miss you. Thanks for the night, Pony. Naruto shouted, patting Star's shoulders in an attempt to get her going again. Hey, Ponyhead? Marco called out to get the princess's attention. Good luck in Princess Jail. Thanks, Earth too. Ponyhead caught herself. I mean, thanks, Marco. But don't worry about me. No jail can hold me for long. She bounces with a squeal as the masked men force her through the portal. Hoo 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 hoo, children, King Pony floated with an annoyed sigh. You have them, and then I wish they weren't around. The portal immediately closed. Hooray! Star clapped. My best friends are better, yeah. Marco shifted his weight with a small smile. I wouldn't go that far. He realized something before grabbing his hair with a yell. Hey! We're trapped in another dimension. Oh no, we're not. Star sticks out her tongue as she shows him the scissors. Bleh! Whoa! Marco whistled. Now we can go wherever we want. He waved his scissors with a wide smile. Anywhere in the universe. Is there a ramen dimension? Naruto asked the princess with a hopeful look. All-you-can-eat free ramen? Not that I know of. Star shrugged as he pouted childishly. I have to find ramen. She found the pout so cute. I know the place. Marco said, amused by Naruto's reaction. The trio sits in Marco's living room, watching TV while eating nachos. Naruto is playing with a laser puppy. Does it have a name? Naruto munched on his nachos, the puppy playfully biting his hand. No, we received them yesterday. Marco replied. Do you mind if I name her? He asked. Sure. The Latino teenager nodded. Impressive. Naruto held up the puppy with a wide grin. Your name now is Orangey McRamen. I love it. Star smiled cheesily. Oh no. I mark with my palm at the name. Anything but this name. Too bad, Marco. It's 2 against 1. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. Bleh. Ugh. The Latino teen rubbed his forehead as his blonde friends laughed together. Today is officially the first day for Naruto as he follows Marco and Star to high school, Echo Creek Academy, and memorizes their class schedule and room number. Once I get them down, I'll find somewhere to pull pranks. He chuckled with a wicked grin. It's been a while since he pulled some pranks. I like red. I like hoodies. Marco was explaining why he has a lot of red hoodies as Star flicked her magic wand up and down. So I bought a dozen of them. Hey, it's that magical girl. A muscular blonde teenager pointed out as a large group of students walked past the trio, waving at Star. Hey, new friends! Star greeted everyone cheerfully. Hi! Everyone is so cool here, Marco. Makes me wish my parents had kicked me out of the castle years ago. She glances at Naruto as the blonde boy was quietly planning his prank inside his head. Well, it's a good thing they did it now because I would have never met McDreamly Hottie. Marco rolls his eyes at her comment. Oh, you haven't even met the coolest guys. Marco smiled, his chest puffed out. Are they your friends? Naruto asked. Yeah. The Latino teen nodded as he turned the corner to see a skinny teen with glasses and a chubby teen with orange hair standing by the lockers. There they are. The one with glasses is Alfonso and the other one is Ferguson. Quick, here she comes! Alfonso yelled to Ferguson as a tall, dark-haired girl walked by and the chubby boy quickly pulled up his shirt to expose his stomach with a face drawn on it, making the girl look disgusted. Hey, hey! Ferguson juggled his guts to make it look like his gaunt face was speaking. Are those books? Where are you going with those books? Do you like reading? The girl quickly slapped Ferguson and then punched him in the stomach before she walked away with a nasty huff. Oh dear! The skinny teenager looked at his friend with concern. Well, they seem to be nice and interesting. Naruto let out a drop of sweat. They're usually cooler. Marco muttered under his breath. I need to fix Ferguson. Star raises her wand, only for the Latino teen to push her down. No! She muttered, not wanting anything to happen to her friends, even if it's done with good intentions. She still doesn't trust this magic wand thing. The princess was about to say something, but the trio heard wheels rolling as she got closer and looked to their left to see a blonde skater girl with a teal streak perform a kick flip on her skateboard. Jackie Lynn Thomas! Marco gasped with a flash of love. Hey, Star Butterfly! Jackie greeted the blonde girl as she skated next to them. Hi, Jackie! Star greeted cheerfully. You're pretty popular, huh? Naruto smiled at his blonde companion with a covered eyebrow. What can I say? The princess shrugged smugly. All like me, and I can't blame them. He chuckled. We barely met, and I already like you because you're so funny and adorable. He means it as a friend, but his comment makes her blush hard with a schoolgirl giggle. Right, Marco? Naruto waited for his friend to say something, but there was no response. Marco? Both blondes turned to see Marco staring dreamily at the empty space in front of them. Oh! Star recognized that look. I need to fix you. W what? Marco turned on his heels with a quick blink. Oh, come on! She pulled out her wand with her eyes closed and a wide smile. I'm almost as good at matchmaking as I am at magic. As soon as she finished her sentence, her wand accidentally shot a wide pink beam into Marco's face and dissolved to reveal his burned face, curly bald head, and a strand of hair on fire. I am fine. The Latino teen coughed out some smoke with a few twitches and Naruto licked his thumb, then put out the fire, while Star laughed shyly. That's Naruto, another exchange student from the UK. A troll-like teacher introduced Naruto with a grunt. Go sit over there in this corner. She poked her index finger at an empty seat in the front row next to a muscular teenager Naruto spotted earlier. Miss Skolnick, this desk is… The muscular teenager slowly raises his hand. Shut up, Justin! Skolnick growled as the teen's hand quickly dropped. I don't care, let me guess. Naruto took a seat as he whispered to Justin. Is this desk already taken? Yes. Justin nodded before a teenage girl with dark blue hair and an olive green beanie leaned forward behind them. No, this guy moved out the other day, remember? The teenager said. Right. The muscular blonde snaps his fingers in realization. Sorry, man, I keep forgetting about that. That's great. Naruto dismissed him. My name is Justin. He introduced himself. And I'm Jana, said the girl behind Naruto. Nice to meet you both. The blonde teen replied. No point in giving them his name since they already knew it, thanks to their grumpy teacher. Look, 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 look! Star gestured towards her desk, a large drawing of a butterfly on the surface with her name, and some drawings. It's my name! It's my name! With a star inside a butterfly and 2 hearts. And a spider. Skolnick suddenly slammed a paper on the princess's desk with an annoyed expression, and then passed the papers to the rest of his students. As you can see, class, most of you have done a pathetic job. Skolnick slammed another paper onto Naruto's desk and he picked it up curiously to see a complete test paper with a big red F on it. Who's Tony? Naruto whispered to Justin. This guy I was telling you about. He whispered nervously. The blonde teenager crumbles it into a ball, and then throws it in the trash. I got an F for fantastic. Star smiled. That's an F for failing. Marco corrected her. Huh! The princess tilted her head with a blink. What? The Latin student looked at her strangely. Don't you have any Muni exams? So, what grade did you get? Star tried to change the subject with shifty eyes. Only the best grade you can get. Marco held up his test paper. A plus with a smiley face. Oh. The princess whistled. I want the best one too. She jumps up from her desk and then walks up to her teacher at the chalkboard, despite Marco's attempts to stop her. Oh, Miss Skolnick! She sings as the grumbling teacher turns around with ground-up chalk while most of the nervous students look on. Hey, Skulzy! Can you do me a little favor and turn my F into an A? Are you whining about a lousy grade? Skolnick roared in Star's face. I finally got a guy with a boat, and he dropped me off at the dock. The port? Star blinked in confusion. The dock isn't the important part. The teacher threw up her hands in annoyance as the princess began nibbling on her wand. Guess I'm doomed to dry land. I got it! The princess's eyes lit up as a faint wail erupted in her head. I'll cast a spell on you to get you the perfect boy, and you can give me a perfect grade. What? Skolnick said. Magnet Man. Star twirled her wand as it glowed brightly. Wait! The teacher waved her hands, her eyes wide. Love Storm! She fired a green blast at her teacher, transforming her into a hideous green troll, and the class gasped. Star, what did you do? Marco ran to Star's side. I think I turned her into a troll. Star gulped. Star Butterfly rules! Justin raised his fist, and his fellow students cheered together as Naruto chuckled at the sight. I'm horrible! Skolnick shouted, hopping from one foot to the other. Quick, change it! The Latino student hissed. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Star channels the magic into her wand with a nervous laugh. Okay, yeah, lighting shift back. She disappeared with Marco and Skolnick, causing the students to gasp in amazement and shock. So, is it free time now? Naruto calmly turned his head towards the students, wondering where his friends and teacher were teleporting to. Free time! Justin raised his fist again, and the students cheered loudly, no one noticing that Naruto had just snuck out with a mischievous laugh. He has 1 hour before the next period, and he's going to use this opportunity to set up as many prank traps as he can. Naruto whistles a cheerful tune as he walks down the sidewalk. His first day turned out to be pretty good, aside from the troll incident, and he makes a couple of new friends while pulling a few successful pranks. He laughed as he remembered several screaming teachers running around with cream pies in their faces, scratching their bodies madly because the pies were laced with spicy powder. And no one thought it was me the whole time. Naruto chuckled as he arrived at the Diaz house, just in time to see Skolnick burst through Star's castle loft and pin her to the ground tied to a chair. The troll teacher quickly got to her feet and ran across the yard before Marco suddenly tackled her, and Star jumped on top of them. You didn't change it back? Naruto walked over to the pile with his hands in his pockets. Naruto? Marco looked at him. Where have you been? We need you. I was at school. The blonde boy looked at him strangely with a raised eyebrow. What, you both just left, remember? Oh no, the Latino teen's eyes widened in horror. My perfect attendance record. Wow, good work, Marco. Star smiled and then looked at Naruto with a cheerful greeting. Naruto, how was school? It was good. Naruto replied. Wow, good work, Marco. A mocking voice said, and everyone turned toward the fountain to see. Who's the little Kappa boy? The blonde boy pointed to a smaller Kappa creature wearing a green robe with a skull and carrying a crocodile-shaped staff. The creature was surrounded by a bunch of monster-like creatures. Hey! The smaller creature looked at him with a stomp. Don't call me small, Ludo! Star jumped out of the pile with narrowed eyes. What are you doing here? Catching you at your most distracted moment. Ludo squeezed her hand with a smile. What? Star crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. I've been way more distracted than this. I don't know. The Kappa said. You seem pretty distracted. No, not really, she replied. Oh, well. Ludo looked down and then looked forward with his finger pointing past Star. What's that over there? What? Star looked away. Where? Catch her! The Kappa yelled and its henchmen launched themselves with battle cries. Marco and Star screamed and something flew past them. The bearded monster barely had time to react when a thrusting knee met its nose with a loud crunch, and the monster stumbled backward with a painful groan before its chin was hit by an uppercut. What the? Ludo gasped as this stranger attacked one of his henchmen in the blink of an eye. Woo, Naruto! Princess Muni cheered. I don't know you can fight. Hey, I'm British, and I once went to a tough Catholic school for a year. Naruto flicked his wrists with a few pops as he gave his friends a grin over his shoulder. Are you a Christian? Marco gets off the troll with a blink. No, Omnist, he replied before turning to the monsters. Anyway, let's take out those casters. Tosser? One of the monsters looked around with questioning eyes. No one here throws anything. Tosser is British slang for a stupid person. Naruto smiled. Hey, are you calling us stupid? Another monster squealed, and before they knew it, Star chanted a spell with a twist. Dagger Crystal Heart Attack! Her wand fired a barrage of crystal hearts at the monstrous group, and the creatures screamed in pain as the hearts stabbed into their bodies. Feel the love! I'm obliged to warn you. Marco faced off against a bear-like creature, a chicken-like creature, and a giant, overweight man with 3 eyes before tying a white band around his head. I'm a green belt. With a stripe. The trio of monsters put on a fake scare before laughing together, but it cost them as Marco snatched a rake with a twist, knocking the bear creature off its feet and smashing it into the three-eyed man's face. He was about to gloat, but the chicken-like creature snuck up on him and pecked at his back continuously. Ow! Hey! Ow! Ow! He kicked at the creature's beak, stunning it for a moment, and knocking the Latino teen onto his back. Ha! You're not as tough as you look, idiot! Naruto rams a fist-sized rock into the bearded monster's face. W because you're attacking me with a rock! The bearded monster shouted with a bleeding nose and a black eye. Aren't you supposed to be a good guy? I am. The blonde teen threw the rock at the wailing monster's face before launching a kick into his foe's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. But not all good guys play fair. He jumped, then jumped again with an elbow to. Oh good! Ludo watched in horror as this blonde psycho attacked his henchman's groin with a loud crunch. Vile. Rainbow Blast! Star's attack passes over the Kappa's head and hits a gray minotaur, sending it flying towards Skulnik with a crash. Narwa Blast! Narwa Blast! The princess noticed Skulnik and the minotaur looking charmingly at each other. A lobster monster tried to attack her from behind, only to be met with one of its common attack spells. Narwa Blast! Stop! Stop! The wide-eyed bearded monster tried to get away from the blonde fighter. Someone help me! A hammer fist slammed into his head, knocking him unconscious in the process, and Naruto turned around while looking around with his fists raised. Who's next? Naruto yelled before his eyes met the giraffe monster, and said creature froze upon eye contact while Marco continued to fight the chicken. Come here, idiot! No! The giraffe barely took 5 steps before the fighter tackled him from behind. Save my balls! The blonde boy barely notices that Marco was forced to take on everyone because Star was trying to match Skulnik and the Minotaur. Star! Naruto! Marco ran in a circle, chasing the monsters. Catch him! Catch him! Ludo yelled at his thugs before pointing at Naruto bending the giraffe's neck at an impossible angle, shouting. And for the love of the monster god, someone save the giraffe! Hey guys! Star chimed in. I think you forgot something. She held up her wand as it glowed yellow, causing the monsters to stop their chase and Naruto to jump off the crying giraffe. Take the wand! The Kappa roared. Thermonuclear butterfly explosion! The princess announced loudly. Not again! Ludo, his henchman, and Marco shouted before a loud explosion covered the entire courtyard in rainbow lights and butterflies, then everything went white for a moment. After the explosion died down, Star blinked a few times to regain her vision and looked around to see unconscious monsters and several small fires. Whoa-ho-ho-ho-ho! Star laughed in surprise. Damn, that's one of the strongest spells you get! Naruto approached her side with an impressive whistle, looking unscathed. Actually, it's not my strongest spell. The princess placed her arms behind her back with a crooked smile, leaning closer to him. Damn! He whistled again before looking around. Tell me, where's Mar? He saw Marco sitting between 2 monsters, completely covered in soot and butterflies as he whimpered softly. Oh, never mind. Gigi, get up. Ludo managed to recover as he shook the unconscious bearded monster. Get up! I told you I wasn't going to get distracted, Star said smugly before looking at the fallen creature curiously. Wait, did I just kill that guy? No, I'm pretty sure this psycho killed him. The Kappa pointed his staff at Naruto before hearing the bearded creature groan weakly. Oh, never mind, he's alive. Fine, fine. He suddenly kicked the creature in the head. Stupid cushion. He took out a purple scissor and then slashed a portal in the air. Get up, rods! The monsters weakly get up on shaky legs and then walk through the portal, one of them dragging the bearded monster across the courtyard by its legs. Ooh, you're so muscular. The trio of teenagers turns to see Skulnik flirting with the Minotaur. Bleh. Marco choked. Oh. Star squealed, her fist clenched and her heels bouncing. Isn't it lovely? Naruto laughed softly. So, the princess jumped to the new couple. Now that I've got you hooked, how about that, eh? Honey, please! Skulnik dismissed it. I'd give you an A+ if I were still a teacher. She squeezed the monster's arm. I'm setting sail with Captain Triceps here. The Minotaur babbled excitedly. What about my? Star gasped as the pair stepped through the portal. Try to study. The troll replied just before the portal closed and the princess groaned dejectedly. Wah-wah. Marco imitated a trombone, earning an annoyed look from Star. Don't look so low. Naruto patted him on the back with a light laugh. But Maya. Star complained with a pout. The math thing is so hard and I don't want to SD. I can teach you math if you want, he said. One-on-one? She looked at him with puppy eyes. Sure, if you want. Naruto nodded. Let's study. Star bounced on her feet. I thought you didn't like me, the Latina teen said before the princess slowly raised her wand towards him. Oh, would you please check the time? She said quickly as she walked away. I need to take a shower and feed the puppies. Anyway, it was nice of you to put Skolnick with someone else. The blonde teen walked toward the house with Star. Yes, I'm the best at matchmaking, like I said. She flashed him her crooked smile. Yeah, maybe you can set me up with someone someday. Naruto chuckled. Oh, you're single? Star stuttered, almost tripping over her foot, but kept her balance. I am. He nodded. I transferred to different schools a lot, so I never get the chance to date anyone. That's great. The princess burst out before quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Is it? Naruto blinked before leaning closer with a smile. Do you already have someone in mind? Me. Star thought with her hand still over her mouth. No, I have to go to my room and change out of my dirty clothes. She quickly ran upstairs. Fine. He scratched his head in confusion before walking into the living room with a soft laugh. The next day, the class listens to Star's explanation for their teacher's absence. So anyway, to sum it up, Skolnick ran off with this strange bull man to another dimension, and now he's gone forever. Star swung her wand in one hand, one leg swinging. Star Butterfly rules! Justin clapped before the students crowded around Star. Wow, Star, that's so cool, kiddo! Jackie smiled. Thank you. The princess smiled broadly, but really, she suddenly pulled Marco into the middle of the group, facing Jackie. It's Marco who deserves all the credit. Really? The smiling skater popped a cork on her eyebrow. That's amazing! Here it goes again. Naruto chuckled. Playing matchmaking with Marco and this Jackie girl. A bright light appears above the teacher's desk and everyone looks up in time to see Skolnick fall out of a portal and crash through his desk. Miss Skolnick? Marco gasped with the students. He dumped me. Skolnick slowly stood up, gritting his teeth. I don't know. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. Welcome back, Skulzers, Star said, and something triggered inside the troll. Get ready for the worst pop test of your lives. The roaring troll turned around pointing his finger, and the students groaned before they all looked at Marco. Naruto flinched at the sight as they all sat down, but he didn't feel bad because Marco seems to be happy about it for some reason. Justin, is it going to be bad? Naruto whispered to his seatmate. The pop quiz? Only when she's in a bad mood. Justin groaned, and before everyone knew it, Marco's face exploded in a flash of lightning, and then they turned to look at his face, now with butterfly wings and flaming antennae. Oops! Star stood up to put out the fire. It turned out her wand was working again. Poor guy. The mixed-race student shook his head. Maybe one day I'll buy Marco a helmet that covers his face. I'm glad Star was able to change your face. Naruto looked at Marco as the students sat down on the benches on the soccer field. Me too, Naruto, me too. Marco sighed tiredly before looking at a certain face. But I feel bad for Skolnick. Said troll was eating straight from the drumstick bucket. Star couldn't transform her back and it might be permanent. Yeah, me too. He nodded, and a green beach ball bounced over his head before Star batted it around with glee. My first pep rally! Star gasped, hands on her cheeks. I'm so excited! When are you not excited? The Latino teen deadpanned, and his mixed-race friend laughed in amusement. Shh! The princess silenced them as soon as the director took center stage with the microphone. And now Brittany Wong, who became head cheerleader on her own and not because her father made a generous donation to the school. Principal Skeeve said, pointing to an Asian cheerleader as the spirit committee that carried her like a queen. What a great way to confess to taking bribes. Naruto was sweating, and a few students around him laughed after hearing him. Brittany rudely took the microphone from the principal before turning to the audience with a bubbly smile. Make some noise if you love the awesome possums, she said, and the students cheered. I love possums. Star gasped happily, her eyes sparkling. They carry their babies on their backs. You know he's talking about our football team, right? Marco sighed. American football. Naruto corrected him softly, earning another sigh from his friend. We're going to face the Warriors. He continued with a shudder. Warriors? The Muni student blinked. Our rivals from Silver Hill Prep. Alfonso spoke alongside the group. Every year, your team kills our guys. Marco, it's going to be a bloodbath. Skolnick tore the meat off his chicken leg. Basically, we have the worst team, huh? Naruto said. Yeah, Justin alone is the best player on the entire team. The skinny teenager sighed sadly. That's terrible. Star gasped in horror. We must do something. Well, you could join the Spirits Committee. Marco hummed. Those kids are relentless when it comes to supporting the team. He pointed to a random kid performing a leg split while holding pennants and shouting madly. Relentless? Really? Naruto looked at him blankly. I've seen more ruthless than that. What a great idea! Star shot to her feet. We'd better go grab some supplies. As funny as it sounds, you can go without me. The Latino teenager waved her off. I'm going with you. Naruto stood up, dusting off his buttocks. Someone has to support you, okay? The smiling princess ran across the bench, only to stop and ask her troll master a question. Pissed, hey Skullsy. What's your favorite weapon? War axes. The troll breaks into another chicken leg and Star clicks her teeth with a wink before running off. What did you ask him? Naruto asked the princess as they reached the ground floor, walking towards a building. What's your favorite weapon? And she said tomahawks. Star replied. Oh, what's your favorite weapon, by the way? Brass knuckles. He replied. There's nothing like getting up close and personal with your opponents and slamming iron into their flesh. Kunai is my other favorite weapon, but it's quite illegal and dangerous because you can kill or gouge someone's eyes out with it. It doesn't occur to him that brass knuckles are also illegal and dangerous. Oh, brass knuckles. She whistled. Do you have one? Yeah, 3 sets. Naruto smiled. I even named them. The red set is Kurama because it has a picture of a fox and comes with spikes. The blue one with iron orbs is Rasengan. And Hokage is the 3rd set that comes in fire color. Oh, you better show me those when we go home after that. Star let out a surprised whistle before turning to him. You have them with you, right? I brought Rasengan with me, and it's in my room, she said. The others are in the UK. They stop in front of a trophy case in the hallway, and the princess looks inside for photos of former players. So many brave young people. He sighed sadly as he placed his hand on the glass. So many tragic losses. Excuse me for what? Naruto blinked a few times as the princess drew a sad face on the glass. Star, what are you doing? Suddenly, Marco rolled on the floor sideways and slowly stood up with his back to them. Oh, Marco! Star said softly, causing the Latino teen to fall over, flailing his arms and yelling loudly. How can we prevent another tragic loss for our team? She helped him up. Star, I think you should. The mixed teen was about to say something but, well, if I knew anything about football, I'd use the element of surprise. Marco dusted himself off. What? Naruto looked at him. Of course. Star nodded sagely, and this time, the mixed-race teen looked at her intently. Spritzem! The Latino teen shouted. Bring out the kitty cat offense, yes? The princess nibbled on her wand. Maybe even throw a couple of big bombs. Marco opened his arms wide. Bombs! Star's eyes lit up with a lively gait. Yeah, I have to go tell that to the Spirit Committee. Bye. She ran again. Balls! Naruto rubbed his forehead with a sigh as he followed after Star. Should I come clean or just let it play out? They arrive at the gym and Star kicks it open with a loud bang, attracting the attention of the cheerleaders. Naruto actually winced when he saw one of the cheerleaders fall to the floor with a loud thud, and he swore he heard some bones snapping. What? Brittany sat up and watched Star walk past her to grab a pom-pom from a black cheerleader. Do these explode? Star questioned the black cheerleader, and the cheerleader barely had a chance to answer as the princess pulled the handle with her teeth and then threw it, harmlessly hitting a random boy in the face. Maybe we can light them on fire. She took another pom-pom from the black girl, holding a glow stick in her other hand, as the black teen slowly walked away from her. Star, Naruto tried to say something to her but, are we a little in the middle of something? Brittany raises her hand with her arms crossed, and Naruto just raises his hands. Are you the leader? The princess looked him up and down. What's the plan? Brittany let out a short laugh. This year we have a secret weapon. She snapped her fingers before 2 cheerleaders joined her in shaking their butts. We're going to distract them with our booty-shaking dance moves. You know nothing about combat? Star blushed at the sight with trembling fists. No warrior will be distracted by Chantal's lute. What? A brunette cheerleader with a short hairstyle gasped over her shoulders with her pupils shrunken. I might not agree with you, it's working. Naruto commented. I'm quite distracted. Making Chantal laugh with a slight blush, Star unknowingly narrowed her eyes at him as she struggled to keep her jealousy down before taking a deep breath. Luckily for you, my mother assigned the royal guards as my babysitters. She laughed at the memory of a rude guard teaching her how to rip out a teddy bear's neck. I know on planet Mu and I or wherever you're from, it may be okay to be stupid, but no pesky magical aliens will question my leadership. Brittany twisted her cheeks with her fingers, earning a glare from the princess. She tossed her hair with a flick. You're officially excluded from the Spirit Committee, so you're forbidding her from joining because she's a foreigner? The mixed-race teen narrowed his eyes at the cheerleader's head in disapproval. Wow, no, I've banned her because she questions my leadership. The Asian host quickly clarifies after realizing how badly she's doing it. Fine. Star stomped away. Looks like it's all on me. Wait, Star. Naruto followed his friend. I have to tell you. Okay, thanks for coming. Brittany shouted through her megaphone, unknowingly interrupting Naruto. Never come back. Oh, for the love of ramen kami. The mixed-race teen threw up his hands in fury before a heavy exhalation escaped his lip. You know what? I'm just going to let this play out and enjoy the fireworks. Naruto sits with the crowd on the benches while the cheerleaders perform their butt shake dance, and he's eating a bowl of ramen, sitting on their laps. Dude, are you eating noodles at the football game? Naruto looked over to see a familiar face from a few of his classes. Yes, I am, he said. Jana, right? Yes. Jana plopped down next to him. I have to ask, did you bring it from Marco's house or buy it here? Noodles are an unlikely food you'd see at a football game, the first one, Naruto said. It's ramen. This sport is American football, not real soccer. Oh good. Jana swings her arms sideways. You Brits call football soccer over there. You Yanks are the only ones who call it football. The blonde teen took a sip of his noodles with one eye. Why you Yanks decide to call this sport football? It's beyond us. I mean, you just carry it and throw it, barely using your legs until it's a kick. Actually, I sometimes wonder, but who cares? The beanie girl shrugged. I'm just here for a bloodbath. I bet some guys will get broken bones, splattering blood everywhere. Oh, I have a good feeling there's going to be a lot of bloodshed tonight. Naruto looked at the field as the players prepared and saw Star on the sideline in war armor with a mace, talking to Marco. Yeah, total bloodshed, damn hell. I'll trust your instincts. Jana laughed. Anyway, how are you liking America so far? I've only been here for about 3 or 4 days, but so far it's been interesting, enjoyable, and fun, he replied. Especially on Star's part. Strange danger! Strange danger! Both Naruto and Jana look over to the side to see a few warrior players carrying Ferguson, dressed in a possum costume, as he blew his whistle over and over again. Should we do something about it? He gestured toward the screaming pet. No, it'll be fine. Naruto dismissed it. The only people we should be worried about are those guys on the field. The referee blows his whistle and the warrior team kicks the ball into the air, then charges forward only to trigger a landmine with an explosion. The ball landed in Justin's hands, but he dropped it with a blood-curdling scream, scattering with his fellow players, and the crowd cleared as more explosions erupted. A warrior player gets sucked into a blue vortex with a scream, and a screaming male cheerleader flies through the air off another landmine. Only 2 people stayed in their seats were Jana and Naruto, the latter calmly eating his ramen and the former staring at the chaos with a dumbfounded expression. Awesome! Jana smiled widely. That's the best game I've ever seen. The referee ran with a whistle before tripping over a wire, and the end zone split to release many creatures, from giant squirrels to 3-eyed fire cats. I admit I didn't see that one coming. Naruto whistled as he set his empty bowl aside. I have to give it to Star. It's barely been a day and she's got the whole field shot. Imagine what it would be like if she was cracking some jokes with me. Do you like pranks? The beanie-wearing girl eats popcorn as she watches Marco and Star run into the field to fight the creatures while dodging some traps. Woo! Go, Marco, go! Oh, big time! The blonde teen nodded as a magical bird lifted a warrior into the air, who shouted, Come on, Star! Show this squirrel a thing or two! Said girl was destroying giant squirrels, transforming them back into normal squirrels. Naruto, do something! Marco shouted, waving his arms, barely dodging the flying creature's claws. I'm rooting for you guys! Naruto shouted, and Jana laughed at Marco's annoyed expression. You're an idiot! Jana snickered before offering him a bag. Popcorn? Yes, please. He took a handful of popcorn and then chewed some. Oh, Brittany's in the field. He pointed at said girl. Out of my way! Brittany pushed her fellow cheerleaders aside as she ran across the exploding field. I'm too pretty to die. The ground beneath her burst open as a giant snake tossed her around and then caught the teenager in its mouth. Wow, first kill! The girl in the beanie cheered for the snake. Fixing Hurricane Heart! Star smashes the giant snake into thousands of worms and Brittany falls through the air on her butt, shuddering with the snake's saliva all over her. Ah, boo! Jana sat down with a pout and her arms crossed. Nuclear hurricane for heart cure! The princess waves her wand and the wide blast of magic turns all the magical creatures back to normal, causing them to scatter, but the explosives were off for a good amount of time until it died down. Star slowly looks around at the destruction. Oh, I really messed up. You mean we really messed up? Marco approached her with a sigh. I should have been looking out for you. Let's get out of here! The warrior player shouted before his team fled the field. Hey, they just lost it! Justin pointed at the fleeing team. We won! Everyone cheered, lifting Star, Marco, and Ferguson into the air. I don't think it counts anyway. Naruto chuckled before a magical bird swooped down to lift Marco into the air, the screaming teen kicking his legs as the creature carried him away. I hope he's okay. Me too, but you have to admit. Jana smiled. That is the best show ever. I agree, girl, I agree. He chuckled. A few days later, Star skips down the hallway with a sing-song voice. La 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 la. She passed a certain room before slowly backing up to look inside, and Marco was standing in front of a wooden plank, wearing a karate gi with a green belt. He took a deep breath and then sliced the wood in half with a battle cry. Whoa! Star enters her room as the Latino teen backs away from the split wood. You hate wood too? Yeah, smash that wood. Wood is the worst. He throws a few punches with a grunt. No, I'm practicing for my upcoming Tang Soo Do tournament. Marco stood with his palms together in a bow shape. Oh. The princess blinked before hearing Naruto's voice behind them. Hey, I heard something broke. Naruto poked his head out. What's going on? Marco is practicing for his hand-chopping tournament. Star slashing her hands around. Hiya! It's the Tang Soo Do tournament. The Latino teen corrected her with a deadpan expression. You see, martial arts is all about honor and discipline. He performed a few karate moves. That's why I'm going to kick Jeremy Bimbaum's ass. Who? The blonde boy tilted his head. Jeremy Bimbaum? Princess Muni tapped her cheek. Isn't that the talking bear who used to rummage through my parents' trash? I think he's talking about a different Jeremy. Naruto said. Are you sure? Star hummed. He's an idiot at my dojo who's only good because his rich parents buy him fancy equipment and private lessons. Marco grumbled. But on Saturday, he's going to try this. Stacking 3 wooden planks. Hi Y8. There was a loud clicking sound, followed by a scream. Mrs. Diaz, Marco needs to go to the hospital. Naruto peeked his head out of Marco's room as the Latino teen curled up into a ball with a groan. I think he broke his hand. This is a nightmare. Marco moaned in despair as he lay in his bed with his arm in a cast, various drawings and writings visible on it. If I can't fight Jeremy, he'll say I lost it, and he'll never let me live it down. Relax, Marco, he'll be cured by Saturday. Naruto draws a picture of a bowl of ramen with a fox in it. If not, then there's always next time. Naruto, a broken bone takes weeks to heal, not a few days. The Latino teen groaned. Oh, right. The blonde boy scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh. I sometimes forget that not all humans heal faster than I do. That earns a strange look from Marco. Pigtails? Star was in her own world as she changed her hairstyle with her magic wand. Pigtails? 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 A suggestion came to the injured teen's mind after seeing it. Wait a minute! Marco sat up. You have a wand! You could fix my hand. The princess turned her head towards them with a mess of hot tails. You know that kind of spell isn't really in my comfort zone. Oh, but if you want, I can give you a pretty kinky set of pigtails. Pigtails? The moaning Latino teen collapses onto his bed. Bad luck there. Naruto patted him on the knee before standing up as Star was about to say something after she realized an important detail. But the blonde boy turned to her. Hey, do you want to go to a fast food restaurant with me? My treat. Yes. Star bounced around him and they left the whining Latino teen behind. Oh, which one do you think suits me? She switches between two hairstyles. Ponytail? Ponytail? I think you look good with a ponytail, he replied as they walked outside. But the ponytail is good too, it makes you look prettier. Ponytail it is. The blushing princess switches back to her pigtails before clearing her throat. So, which fast food restaurant are we going to? McDonald's, Naruto replied. They have the best fries and I'm in the mood for some McNuggets. Oh, I've never been to McDonald's. Star smiled before dropping it with her head tilted. What's McNuggets? I love McNuggets. The princess devoured the mountain of McNuggets and fries with starry eyes, enjoying the taste for the first time. And the fries? She moaned in pure pleasure when Naruto laughed at her reaction. The fries. Oh. A random woman looks at them blankly and then turns to the collector with her thumb extended over her shoulder. I'm having what she's having. I told you they're the best. Naruto popped some chips into his mouth and the princess nodded quickly. Hey, where are the fries? Star scanned their trays for said food. Those are chips. He gestured toward the chips. Naruto, they're potato chips. The princess tilted her head in confusion before cupping her chin. Or are they really potato chips? I forget I'm not in the UK. Naruto slapped his forehead in realization. Back home, we call them chips. Sorry. Okay, Naruto, I understand. Star smiled. Sometimes I accidentally name an object on Earth with different words. It's very strange because we're speaking the same language and, however, it's like speaking a different language when it comes to Yankees or Earthlings in your case. He nodded. Yeah, you got me. The giggling princess nodded in response. He totally finishes my sentence. Eek, one of the best boyfriend materials, It's a wonder she contains herself as a very hyperactive person. Oh, right. I just remember something. Star clasped her hands together. I can heal Marco with a heal bone spell by looking up in the magical instruction book that comes with the wand. Do you have an instruction book and does it come with the wand? Naruto took a sip of his soda with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Star's head tilted. Whenever the wand's previous owner mastered a spell, they'd write it down in the book, but it'll take me ages to find it because it's a completely disorganized mess. That sucks. The blonde boy shook his head pityingly. Maybe you should add some tabs or rearrange it when you get a chance. Ugh, sounds like a waste of time if you asked me. Star collapsed onto the table with a groan. Anyway, do you think Marco will be happy if we fix his bone? Maybe yes, but I don't think we should do it this time. Naruto hummed as the princess blinked. You didn't say healing spells aren't in your comfort zone, did you? She nodded. And I bet you've never tried a healing spell once before? Another nod. Then it would be kind of a bad idea to heal him on the first try. What if you accidentally turn his arm into something else? Like an inside-out arm or a monstrous tentacle that's hell-bent on taking over its host and devouring souls. You should wait and practice a few healing spells before trying it on a person, if you so wish. Yes, you're absolutely right. The princess shuddered at the thought of the inside-out arm. Almost all of my first-time spells never work to any great extent, although they do make some amazing explosives and a lot of fire. The blondes laughed together, enjoying the food and chatting. And he'll humiliate me every day. Marco groaned as the trio carried their lunch trays into the cafeteria the next day, the Latino student doing his best to balance his tray with one hand. Every day. Then he'll gloat about how, I like you better when you don't complain so much. Star sighed, even her friendly nature unable to tolerate endless complaining. Wah, he gasped as if something offended him. I don't complain much. He looked at his friend with concern. Right, Naruto? A little. Naruto coughed into his fist. If it bothers you that much, why don't you go ask your sensei to arrange a match against this Jeremy guy once you're fully recovered? Honestly, you don't really need a tournament to face your rival. But Marco's head fell with another groan. The magical girl opens her mouth until they hear some commotion up ahead. Hey kid! A big, bulky, dirty teenager smiled wickedly at a short, chubby teenager as the students turned toward his loud voice. I have a joke for you. What is the most important meal of the day? WW what? The short teen asked nervously, and the dirty teen knocked his tray out of his hands, food spilling all over the floor with a loud crash. It's breakfast! The bully laughed loudly and the students gasped, not wanting to get involved, while Naruto frowned with some other students. TTT, that's a good idea, Lars. The chubby student nervously laughed with his fingers and bent down to pick up his tray before the bully suddenly shoved a squirt of pink frosting down his face, forcing his body to hit the ground. The bully laughed at his victim until a voice stopped his laughter. Leave it, idiot! The bully turns around to look at Naruto. What did you call me, you? He growled before Naruto grabbed him by the neck and then slammed his forehead against the bully's nose hard, forcing the bulky teen to kneel with a painful grunt. This one was to push him down. Naruto glared at the bully, still holding his neck up. If I ever catch you bullying him or anyone else again, I'll beat you blue in the face. Do you understand me, bastard? Nobody hits La. The thug grabbed him by the wrists with a snarl, only to receive another hard headbutt from Naruto. I said, do you understand me? The dazzling blonde approaches the bully nose to nose. Aoki! The bulky student growled before Naruto's forehead hit his face several times until he cried out with tears streaming down his face. Oh, okay. I understand. Leave him alone. Stop hitting me, you mean it? Now why don't you run away, asshole? Naruto pushed the bully and Lars ran off with a whimper. Mummy! Lars cried and the blonde snorted before turning to the chubby teen, who had been sitting on the floor the entire time. Hey, are you okay? He offered his hand to the little boy and helped him up. Why, yes. The short boy nodded in amazement. Here. Naruto handed her some napkins from a nearby table. You still have some frosting on your face. Thank you. The plump boy gave him a dramatic bow. I, sir, am in your debt. No need, it was the right thing to do. The blonde chuckled before Ferguson suddenly appeared at her side. You're a hero! Ferguson cheered and Naruto found himself surrounded by students, cheering and praising him for standing up for this chubby boy. It's about time someone showed Lars a thing or two. Marco can't help but smile. It always gives you a good feeling when a bully gets what he deserves. What a hero! Star sighed dreamily, her arms dangling, and the Latino teen just shook his head at the magical girl. It was nice of you to give Francis some of your lunch, Marco told Naruto as the trio walked towards their classroom once the bell rang to announce the end of lunch. I can't let this poor guy starve to death in his classes, the blonde boy replied. Yes, the Latino teen said before looking around. I think you need to be more careful because what if Lars decides to get revenge on you first? Let him come and get him. Star smirked. Naruto can easily take care of him any day. If he needs some backup, I'll kill this idiot with a Narwa blast. No need. Naruto waved his hand with a light laugh. I'm pretty sure Lars will think twice before getting some revenge. I made sure of that. Wait, you were gone for a few minutes during lunch break. Marco stopped in his tracks with wide eyes. Naruto, what did you do? The blonde just smiled maliciously. Lars lies on the ground with trembling legs and foaming mouth, with an ear of corn near him. Late at night, Star chews on her wand doubtfully while looking at a large, thick book and barely hears a knock on her door. Star, dinner's ready. Marco peeks his head in before noticing the book on the desk. What's that? Magic instruction book. Star answered distractedly. Oh, okay. The Latino teen nodded calmly before his head snapped up with his mouth agape. Wait, you have a magic instruction book with you all the time? Yes. The magical princess shrugged, and the boy gaped at her. But I don't want to open it, and then deal with Glossaric while I try to find the bone healing spell. What are you waiting for? Marco only hears the last part as he snaps out of his dazed state. The grinning boy quickly opens the book with a snap only to look at a tiny, skinny, floating blue-skinned man with a beard, a purplish gem on his forehead, and dirty yellow robes. They stare at each other for who knows how long. Nope. Not wanting to deal with possible insanity, Marco slams the book shut and then pushes Star out of his room. Dinner time. The audience applauded at Sensei's woodcut demonstration in a dojo, and his friends sat in the back, either watching the demonstration or looking around. I thought you wouldn't want to come here after being forced to leave because of your arm, Naruto said to Marco. Well, I was going to stay home until I figured something out, Marco said. What if someone with a low-level belt kicks Jeremy's ass? If that happens, then he can't humiliate me for it. Let me introduce our first competitor, Jeremy Bimbom. Sensei announced loudly after the end of the demonstration as he pointed to a tall figure in a blue robe, 2 stewards attending to him. The figure pushes past his stewards and then removes his robe with a battle cry. Hiya! Jeremy raised his red gloves in the air, revealing himself to be a little boy on a stool. Is that Jeremy? Star gaped at a boy in a strange way. How old is he? Naruto looked strangely at the stage as the sensei introduced another karate student. He can't be more than 8 years old. We love you, son! A wealthy woman shouted to Jeremy, her husband holding a sign of support. This creep. Marco gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowed. I hope he loses a lot this round and loses a few teeth. Both blondes look at each other strangely and raise their eyebrows. Start! Sensei announced, and the Latino teenager supported Jeremy's opponent, while his friends tried to grasp the fact that Marco's enemy was just an 8-year-old boy. The match ended with Jeremy winning, much to Marco's disappointment. Ha! Jeremy raised his fists in a gloating tone. I win! On your pimply face, Ralph! A pair of golden brass knuckles slipped from his gloves and landed on the ground with a metallic clang before the sensei picked them up. Brass knuckles? Sensei frowned. Really? No! The boy blew. They're gold. You have brought shame and dishonor to this great and noble sport. The sensei pointed a finger at the boy. It's a sad day for mall dojos everywhere. Yes! Marco stood up with a cheer, gaining everyone's attention. That means you lose, Jeremy. Yes, yes, yes. Ha, you lose. You lose. Ludas. Big loser, ha 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 ha. Jeremy stared at him for a brief moment before he stormed off with a huff as the teenager continued to laugh his head off. Again, both blondes looked at each other strangely before Naruto looked at the teen who was cheering him on. Marco, you're having some problems. Great timing. Star nodded, but it fell on deaf ears. 2 weeks passed in no time, and Naruto walked down the stairs with Star trailing behind him. I hate alarms. Naruto yawned tiredly. He'd forgotten to turn off his alarm last night since it was the weekend. Not me. I always wake up before my alarm. Star smiled with a small yawn. I never understand you morning people. He grumbled softly, and they reached the top step before the Diaz family jumped on them with party hats. Happy 27th day on Earth, Star! Diaz exclaimed as the pups howled at his feet. Happy 27th day in America, Naruto! A party? Princess Muni squealed. For us? I can't believe it, can't you? Marco said. We've done this every day since you two arrived. If I didn't know any better, I'd think it was one of your American traditions. Naruto yawned again. Do we still have cup ramen? I can't believe you eat noodles every day. The Latino teen turned to him as his father cut a slice of cake with the bouncing princess. It's not healthy. Pfft, it's healthy, he replied. It comes with vegetables, meats, and all the nutrients you need. You don't see me calling you out on your pastries. The Queen of the French died from pastry back in the day, Marie Antoinette? Marco covered his eyebrow with his raised index finger. She didn't die from cake, she died from the French Revolution. Well, the cake played a part in his death. Naruto grumbled, and the teen raised his hands with a slight roll of his eyes, knowing how grumpy he is in the morning before the bell rings. Ah, thank God. The Latino teen walks to the door and opens it to see a teenager wearing a large set of camping gear and a colorful hat. Hello? The teenager opened his arms with a wide smile. It's me, Gustav. No way. Marco smiled broadly, and then they performed a long, secret handshake. Normally, anyone would ask who this person was, but Naruto wasn't one of those normal people because he just walked into the kitchen to get his cup of noodles. Ramen comes first before everything else in the morning. Bucking 3 minutes. The mustachioed blonde stared intently at the boiling cup until it was ready. She picked it up, immediately took a sip of the noodles, and returned to the living room as Gustav led the Diaz family into the kitchen. Come, Diaz, and I'll cook you my meatballs. The guest laughed out loud. Who is he? Naruto asked Star, who was looking at the wall of photos. Gustav, an exchange student from last year. Star muttered, slightly depressed. From Scandal, I thought we were the only foreign exchange students from Diaz. Scandal? He blinked in confusion. Oh, Scandinavia. Well, No wonder they've hosted exchange students before because of these photos, and I'm told they're the best host family. He tilted his head with a pause. Actually, they're the only host family in this town. Oh, the Muni girl decides to join the Diaz family to try some meatballs and hear Gustav's story. So, the princess munched on a meatball with Naruto sitting next to her while Marco chewed loudly. You're from Scandal, right? Where is that? How much do you know about Europe? Gustav's eyes narrowed gloomily. I know it's a place, Star replied. I'm pretty sure because Naruto is from Europe too. She looked at Naruto. Right. He nodded. Seriously, what country? The Scandinavian was sweating for some reason. United Kingdom, Naruto replied. England to be exact. Oh, well then. Gustav blew out a breath as he stirred the meatballs in a bowl. I come from the country of Scandinavia. It's a land where Vikings teach gymnastics classes and everyone has a pet penguin, even if you don't like penguins. Oh, too bad, here's your penguin. What the? The blonde boy raised an eyebrow at the Scandinavian as he slowly ate his ramen. Scandinavia doesn't have penguins, nor is it legal to keep one as a pet for many reasons. There's something off about this kid, but he has it. He didn't push it since he barely knows him. As long as he doesn't do anything bad to Diaz, I'll let him get away. He looked up again to see Gustav feeding the family meatballs with a strange method, like kicking the balls like they were hacky sacks, and shared a weirded out expression with Star. And they say I'm weird, he said to himself quietly. The next day, both Naruto and Star walked down the stairs as the blonde boy complains about the damn alarm again and entered the living room. Surprise! The Diaz family attacks them again. Star clasped her hands near her right cheek. A party for happy second day of your visit, Gustav, Raphael announced. Oh, Diaz family! Gustav walked in behind the blonde duo. You're so full of sympathy, Gustav. The Diaz family chanted as said teen joined them in a group hug, and Naruto took a good look at the annoying magical girl before entering the kitchen to make his cup of ramen. When he returned, Star looked even more annoyed with her arms crossed as she sat on the couch, looking at Gustav suspiciously, and the laughing Scandinavian force-feeding Angie with a threatening glare, pointing at the magical girl. Did I miss something? Naruto sat down with her. Naruto! Star jumped slightly at his voice as her head whipped around to him with a whisper. Listen! I found something strange and tried to tell Marco, but he won't listen. I think there's something off about Gustav, and I found Scandinavian language books and tapes in his bag. Isn't it strange that someone would have these things if they know how to speak their own language? Really? The blonde boy blinked at her a few times as he took a sip of broth. Well, I actually thought it was a little suspicious since yesterday. Really? The magical girl's eyes lit up. Yeah, penguins don't live in Scandinavia unless it's in zoos, Naruto said. Also, I'm not sure if it's legal for someone to have one as a pet in this country. I'm not calling him out on it because he seems harmless and the Diaz family loves him so much. We have to do something. Star leaps to her feet with her fists clenched and then runs up the stairs before Naruto can finish. I guess I'll use some ninja skills to sneak around and rummage, the blonde boy muttered to himself. After I finish my third cup, Naruto quietly snuck into Gustav's temporary room as the Scandinavian headed to the garage, and the first thing he rummaged through was Gustav's large backpack. He usually doesn't do that until it's a prank, but Star seems to freak out if she doesn't get the truth, and he bet she'd do something crazier than usual. Why do I have an image of her chasing Gustav with an axe while laughing menacingly? Naruto shook it out of his head before focusing on his task. Marco walks over to Star's door before opening it. Star. We're about to. Star suddenly pushes Marco inside and pins him against the wall. What? The Latino teen noticed pictures of Gustav on the opposite wall with red threads all over them and the magical girl looking crazier with sparkly hair. What's going on? I've been up for days spying on Gustav, and I'm so close to finding out what he's up to. Star said crazier at a rapid pace. What? Marco blinked like an owlish eye. Their stories don't add up, Marco. The princess gestured to the wall of photos. Penguins? Icebergs? Polar bears? What the heck is a polar bear? And it's making phone calls, Marco. Phone calls! It's up to something terrible. Marco, are you there? Naruto entered Star's room. Your friends are ready too. He trailed off as he saw Star by the wall of photos. How can you do all that in 4 hours and look like that? Star has lost her mind. Marco muttered with wide eyes before looking at the crazed girl. But if you find her, my parents and I won't be back until tomorrow morning. Gustav and I are going to camp at Isolation Point, where no one can hear you scream with joy. He slowly walked away from the crazed girl and left his room. Good luck, Naruto. Don't worry, Marco, I'll get her out of this when you guys get home. Naruto called out with a lazy wave as Star turned to face the wall. Have fun at camp. Gustav isn't taking you guys to a camping picnic. Star yelled, her hands pulling at her hair as the blonde boy jumped at her shout, simultaneously wondering where the word picnic came from. You're the picnic. She heard the car engine start. Wait. She was about to run away but, wow, Star, it's okay. Naruto grabbed her shoulders. They're not in any danger like you thought. But Gustav. The magical princess stammered with bloodshot eyes. He's a pathological liar, he said. I did a little digging in his backpack and found out his real name is Charlie Booth. He's from a place called Bakersfield. What? Star blinked, her mouth opening and closing. I'll explain. Naruto gently released her. After you wash up and drink some green tea I made earlier. Girl, you need it badly. He left the room with a slight nod and a whistle. Wah-wah-wah. The princess uttered. Can't help it. Star blinked as Naruto explained what a pathological liar meant. And Mr. and Mrs. D know about it? He simply told her that he asked the host's father after finding out Gustav's true background in a subtle way. Yeah, only Marco and the kids don't know the truth. The blonde boy handed her a cup. They said they've known since day one because they've visited Scandinavia before, but they're playing with her to make her feel better. Oh, the princess calmly sipped her cup before blinking. Wow, it's good. She looked at him. Green tea, right? Right. Naruto confirmed before leaning on the table with his arms crossed. Now that you know the truth, do you feel better? A little. Star traced the rim of her cup with her index finger. I don't like the fact that Dee likes Gustav more. Is Haim jealous because she doesn't get all the attention? He joked. Me jealous? The princess gasped audibly. I'd never the nerve. She turned her nose up childishly with her arms crossed. I'm not jealous. I was worried about Dee's safety. She blushed embarrassingly as Naruto laughed at her before looking at him questioningly. Naruto, what is that? It means princess in Japanese. Naruto poured some tea into her cup. By the way, I can speak a little Japanese. Oh right, you said your mother is Japanese-British. Star recalled the mouthful. Anyway, but it doesn't explain why Gustav Charles gets phone calls. Wait, he has an axe and why is he crazy about meatballs? I heard him calling someone about the meatballs, so I think he was trying to buy some meats. Naruto hummed. Mr. Diaz asked him to take the axe because they're going to chop some logs for the campfire. He scratched his head. And why he's crazy about meatballs, I don't know, maybe he just loves meatballs that much. Wait, what about him measuring Mr. D while he's sleeping? The Muni girl muttered. He was doing something weird with D's arm. Oh, that's easy. Naruto said expressionlessly with a shudder. He has an arm fetish then again. I'm never going through his backpack again. You. Star can't imagine how bad it is. But if it scares Naruto, then it's really worse than she thought. Now, with that out of the way. He sips his tea. We have the house to ourselves for one night. What do you want to do? Home for us? The magical girl blinked slowly until she blushed slightly when she realized she would be alone with her crush for the entire night. I don't know. She twirled a few strands of her hair shyly. Yeah, I have some good ideas to keep us entertained. Naruto smiled. Shoot it. Star actively yelled at the TV and a shot was fired inside the TV before she quickly stood up and then raised her fists in celebration. Yeez! Wow, if you like this old action movie, I'd hate to see how you react to today's action movie. Naruto looked at the girl cheering with a giggle, munching popcorn from a large bowl, perched on a cushion between them. They were both in their sleepwear, Star in her regular blue nightgown with socks, and Naruto in an orange t-shirt and black pajama pants. Is it old? The princess drops into her seat with a blink as she points to the movie Lethal Weapon 2, the end credits rolling. Yes, it's from 1989. He replied. A lot has changed since then. Wow, cool! Star picks up a piece of popcorn with a wide smile. What's the next movie we're going to see? Let me see. Naruto looked at the DVD cases scattered all over the low table. We only watched horror, action, sci-fi. Oh, Iron Giant? He held said movie up. Looks good. She looked at the cover. Put it in. The blonde boy slides it into the DVD player, and then the movie starts. I'm starting to love movie night. I never had one until now. Don't you have movies on Muni? He asked curiously. No, we only have theater, and it's only during the day. Star shook her head. They're a bit lame aside from the mime girl. She's a genius. How she made something out of nothing, I'll never know. She nibbled on her wand. Perhaps I should ask her to teach me her magic? I guess it's not magic. Naruto chuckled softly. I see. It seems your homeworld is a bit behind in technology, compared to here. The humming princess agreed with him, her eyes glued to the movie immediately. Wait, is it okay for us to stay up late? Star suddenly asked. Isn't school tomorrow? Yeah, that's fine because tomorrow is a school holiday. He replied before giving her an amused look. That was a bit out of character for you there. You don't usually worry about school and lessons. Oh, I don't like classes, but I like our new friends, she said. I only see them at school most of the time. Oh, if you want to hang out with them, why don't you try texting them to see if they're up for it? Naruto said. Text? Star blinked slowly. Oh, right, you don't have a phone. He almost slapped his forehead at his mistake. Tell you what, since we both have mutual friends, you can borrow my phone to text guys if someone you know isn't on my contract. Let me know so I can add this friend for you. Really, will you let me use this rectangle? The magical girl has seen many people walking around with a smartphone, but she's never had the chance to use it or see it up close. Yeah, I don't mind since it's not my normal phone and my real phone is in the UK because I get a bit forgetful. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. At least I'll save a lot of pounds this way, I hope. Thanks, Naruto. Star threw herself at Naruto in a bear hug. You're welcome. He patted her back with a light laugh, and the bubbly girl snuggled into his chest with a squeal. A few minutes passed, and Naruto looked down at the princess as she continued to hug him with her eyes closed and a wide smile. Her arms slowly reached out to Star as if she were going to hug her, then hovered a few inches over her before pulling away. Star. How long are you going to hold me? The princess's eyes widened with an embarrassed blush before she quickly returned to her seat. Sorry, Naruto, I got a little too excited, she said quickly with a shy laugh. When are you not excited? Naruto chuckled, doing his best to hide his blush, and they put on a few more movies for the rest of the night, and then say their goodbyes before entering their own rooms. The next day, the Diaz family returned safely and Gustav left a few hours later, much to Star's delight. Chapter 3. Something's up with Star. I'm glad Star got you out of your funk after your bad day. Naruto brushed his teeth in the bathroom with his friends. Yeah. Marco combed his hair. And don't remind me of that. I hope Jackie doesn't hate me for breaking her board. Ugh, I don't think you have anything to worry about because she doesn't seem like someone who holds a grudge and it was an accident. The blonde boy patted him on the shoulder and the Latino teen was about to say something, but his hair suddenly became messed up with a forceful blow, courtesy of Star's floating magic brush and hairbrush. The magical girl adjusts the angle of her wand to control the tools with her bitten lower lip. Hey, you know the rules. Marco stomped his foot and glared at her in annoyance. Keep your stuff on your side of the counter. He grabs a minivac, turns it on, and then vacuums up a few items on his side. Is it so hard to be a little organized? I'm organized. Star pointed to a few messy reeds on her side. My mess is here and... She tapped her chin once. Well, that's my system. Naruto, support me! The Latino teen turned to the Asian British teen. Tell Star his system isn't organized. Everyone has their own system. Naruto put his toothbrush in a small case and Marco was about to say something, but the trio heard Star's wand crackle loudly, and then go off. Huh! Star blinked as her hair care tools fell to the floor with a clatter before examining her wand. What's wrong with this thing? She scratched her chin. You better look under the hood. She opened the gem-like compartment to reveal an exhausted mini-unicorn on a treadmill as the sound of music died away. Oh no! She quickly closed it, and then flipped her wand over to see the half-empty power gauge before looking around the counter. Have you seen my charger? I know it's around here somewhere. Where did you see him last? Marco asked before ducking under some objects, as Star threw them over his shoulders. Star moaned. Where is that stupid thing? What does it look like? Naruto asked, scanning the counter. It's a heart-shaped blue gem with an eyelash underneath. She makes a shape like her changing pad with her hands. That's why you have to get organized. Marco opened his cabinet to reveal his neatly organized items. See? With my system, nothing gets lost. Nothing is out of place. He paused with a raised eyebrow. Wait, your wand needs a charger? A magical item? A charger? And does it have a read? Like an iPhone or iPad? What's iPad? Star quickly shook her head. Marco! This is serious. She pointed at the indicator. You have to recharge the wands with magical energy. If it reaches the skull, he's dead forever. Her face now has a river of puppy dog eyes tears as the hearts on her cheeks transformed into skulls. Can't you just buy another charger? The Latino teen asked. Of course. The princess's panting cheeks now hold light bulbs before they turn into hearts. They sell them at Quest Buy. Quest Buy. The two boys exchanged confused glances before Naruto turned to her. I assume it's a store in another dimension, right? Star's response was to cut a portal with her dimensional scissors. Yeah, I'm right. Let's go! Star grabbed Naruto and then dragged him inside, Marco also following because Naruto grabbed his wrist out of reflex. The trio crossed and landed on a green floor before both boys looked around. It was a huge maze-like store with the tallest shelves everywhere. Welcome to Quest Buy! He introduced the store with his arm outstretched. Attention, Quest Buy shoppers! The PA announced. We have a red ticket special. 25% off all things murder. There was a loud bang. OW! Whoa, Marco uttered in shock. Does this place accept all kinds of currencies? Naruto asked curiously. Yes. A sloth-like humanoid in a worker's uniform walked past him. Thank you. The blonde teenager shouted. Sample? A fish-like server approached them with a tray of two unpleasant jars. What is it? Naruto asked the fish creature, rubbing his chin with his hand. Seriously, how can you accept everything so easily as if it were part of everyday life? The Latino teen raised his hands at Naruto's unflappable nature. My father is from, he said. Forget it. Marco pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. We have to hurry. Star chimed in after seeing that her meter now had 2 bars. Talk to the creepy salesman later, Naruto. Hey, the fishman said, offended. Sorry. Star yelled as she dragged the kids away from the fishman, and Marco looked at the labels on the items. Gnome repellent? Marco read them aloud. Extra strong ghost heads? How do you find anything in this place? It just looks messy. The princess wiggled her fingers creepily. Legend says the founders of Quest Buy had an ancient cryptic system of symbols they used to organize the store. Some have gone mad trying to decipher it. On cue, a goblin cackled madly, catching the trio's attention for a moment. I finally got it. The goblin touched the legend guide with a creak. Household items are like this. He turned around and ran to the opposite wall with a loud bang, slowly sliding down with a painful groan. If there's a system here, I'll use it to find the best route to the cargo compartment. Marco pointed at himself with his thumb. Luckily for you, I know my way around pretty well, if I do say so myself. Star put her hands on her hips with a smug smile before glancing to her left. I think I said too many me's. Since you two have it covered, do you mind if I take a look? Naruto pointed over his shoulder in a different direction. If I come across this charger, I'll text you. Good idea, we should split up to cover more ground. The Latino teen nodded before pulling out his phone. But I don't think our phones work in filled bars greet him. Another dimension it works, and I'm not going to question how or why. See you in a few. Naruto walked away laughing. But, Star watched the blonde's back as she walked further away before her shoulders slumped. I was hoping he'd come with me instead. I want to show him a bunch of the cool stuff Quest Buy gets. Star, do you know I'm still here? Marco rolled his eyes and shook his head as they walked together. But then again, you tend to have tunnel vision lately when it comes to your boyfriend. BB boyfriend? The blushing princess stammered. And no, he's one of my best friends, just a best friend. Riothite. The Latino teen chuckled, and if they looked back, they would have seen Ludo and his monsters. With Naruto, he's sandwiched between two sections that would give a certain guy a wet dream. Whoever decides to put ramen with over 1,000 favors next to the prank supplies is a bucking genius. Naruto whispered, his body shaking. And to make it perfect, everything in this area was on sale, meaning he could buy a bundle if he wanted. But, geez, I don't have a cart, I can't carry them all in one trip either. In a pinch, aren't you? A lazy salesman approaches him with a small scroll. May I interest you in buying a sealing scroll? Sealing scroll? The blonde raised an eyebrow curiously. As it's called, you can seal any object of any size in this scroll, and you can remove it by touching a rune. The vendor holds out the scroll to show her a drawing of the rune. The sealing scroll is enchanted with magical runes, which allow the scroll to have its own dimensional space, completely separate from other dimensions. It's very useful if you want to store perishable foods or freshly baked goods because they will be suspended in time. Whoa! Naruto's eyes lit up at the last part. That means no more waiting 3 minutes for his ramen. Wait, do I need magic to use it or? Oh, you don't have to worry about that because it's automated magic. The vendor replied. All you need to do is place an object over a black rune and then touch it to seal it. It works the same way if you want to highlight something by touching the colored rune. If you want to create some additional runes, you can do so with this set. He takes out a set containing a brush, ink, and a beginner's rune book. Before you say anything, these seals can draw magical energy from their surroundings, even if you don't have a magical source. How many are there? He asked. And can I get a large sealing scroll with existing runes? What's your currency? The sloth smiled. It was about time someone bought these things because no one was interested in buying these old junk. Big boy diaper blast! Star tossed a large box of diapers at Ludo's henchman, and Marco followed her actions. Why do they have to run into this Kappa and monsters today when she needs to get the damn charger? Only if the layout of the place wasn't so confusing for the princess. Wow, sweet! Naruto tested the orange gloves, a large swirling orb hovering above his palm. I'm so convinced of that. He stored it in the scroll before rounding the corner and finding himself in a charging section. Would you look at that? He looked at the chargers before scratching his head. Shit! Does Star's wand accept all types of chargers or just one? He thinks about Star's description of her steed. Blue heart-shaped gem. He muttered to himself, watching a lazy worker as he pushed boxes onto a forklift. Excuse me, I'm looking for a charger for my friend. It's a small blue heart-shaped gem with a tab. Oh, would you look at that? The sloth opened the top box to reveal the packs of said charger. I was going to store them. Here. She tossed him one of the chargers. Anything else, sir? No thanks. Naruto smiled at his luck as the sloth returned to her work, and before he knew it, Marco and Star were running into the area. We did it! Marco cheered with Star as they looked at the wall-to-wall chargers. There are so many chargers! Star looked around hastily. We'll never find the right one in time. There you two are. The blonde boy shouted to get their attention, approaching them. Naruto? The Latino teen blinked rapidly. How did you get here? Weren't you on the first floor? I'm wandering around and there was a staircase near here. Naruto pointed at the staircase in the distance. Naruto, we have to find the charger before Ludo and his monsters arrive. The princess looked over her shoulders at the booby-trapped hallway. I've got you covered. Naruto held up the wand charger. I asked one of the workers where it was and it turns out he has a box of these on him. Yes, that's it. Star snatched it, ripping it in the process, and then inserted it into her wand. Huh, that's lucky. Marco blinked owlishly. They'd been searching for him while dodging monsters and a few traps, and Naruto finds him just by asking a worker. The mini unicorn pops out of the wand's gem with a healthy whinny before closing as the wand glows brightly and the princess giggles excitedly. There she is! Ludo ran in with his thugs. Fantastic outbeam! Star turned around and then fired an output beam at the screaming monsters, and the trio was pushed back by Star's spell. At the same time, she accidentally made a huge mess due to the size of her blast. Are you going to pay for that charger, ma'am? A random employee saw Star flying backward with 2 children. Nah. The princess pointed at the Kappa. My archenemy will cover for him. He owes me some. Oh, here's the list I sealed in my new scroll. Naruto quickly passed a sheet of paper to the clerk. Put it on this card at the bottom. Okay. The employee turned back to the monsters and Marco decided to point something out. Do you realize we could walk? He looked at Star. I know. Star smiled widely. Back in Diaz's bathroom, the trio stepped out of the doorway and stood up. We're back. Marco sighed in relief. You see, Star, it pays to get organized. If you heard me, close it. Star looked at something with Naruto. On Earth, it's rude to tell someone to shut it. The Latino teen frowned. Yeah, that's rude to Muni too. He pointed at a floating mini-vac. Luki. It's possessed. I'm going to touch it. Oh crap, it's haunted? Naruto quickly threw himself flatly into the opposite wall. Marco, call a priest, monk, anyone who can get rid of this ghost. Really? Marco looked at him strangely. All it takes is one ghost to scare you, because I can't hit a ghost, he replied. How can you beat someone you can't touch? And don't get me started on weird ghostly powers. The Latino boy turned to see Star touching the mini-vac. Great, she's touching it. He opened it, only to pause for a moment before picking up a familiar object from inside. Just my charger. Star shrugged as both boys sighed before gasping together. My charger! Whoops! Marco rubbed his neck sheepishly. I must have accidentally vacuumed it up when I was cleaning. Sorry. I guess you have two now. That's great. She waved it off with a smile. It was an accident, and she knows Marco didn't do it on purpose. I can have one here and one in my room. She looked at Naruto's scroll. Ooh, what's that? Oh, it's called a ceiling scroll. A salesman at Quest Buy showed it to me and then I stuffed a bunch of stuff inside. Naruto said as both blondes walked out of the bathroom and Marco was about to follow them, but slipped on a sword and then hit the floor on his back with a grunt. Star, Marco sighed tiredly. He needed to clean up his mess often, and where did this sword come from? 3 days later, Naruto stuffed a gift card inside a card and then put it in an envelope before hearing his bedroom door open with a bang and looked up to see Marco. Hey, is it almost time? Naruto greeted. Yes. Marco took a step back as Naruto left his orange room and then they approached Star's room before he opened the door with a knock. Star, we're about to celebrate my parents' anniversary. Let's go. Oh no! Star jumped out of her chair, eyes wide. I didn't get them anything, don't worry about it. The Latino teenager brushed it off. My gift can be from both of us, or I can add your name to this card. The blonde boy waved his card slightly. But I want to give you something just from me, because Mr. D and Mrs. D are really cool. Star crossed her arms behind her back. Cold? Marco uttered with a blank look. Cool. He walked slowly down the hallway with his blonde friends in tow. Cool, really? That's right, they're great. Naruto said. Mr. D plays some bad music and Mrs. D is very creative with her arts. And, my dad cool? The Latino teen mumbled in a daze until the trio entered the living room, where both adults were flirting with each other on the couch. He cleared his throat loudly to get their attention. Oh, hello, kids! Raphael greeted the teenagers with a wide smile. Happy anniversary, guys! Marco presents them with a blue-striped gift, and his smiling father takes it. The father opens it, and they look inside. Wow, Marco! Angie slowly takes out 2 fanny packs from the box. More. Her smile seems to be a little strained. Fan packs! Okay, I know you guys aren't believers. The Latino boy raised his hands and then pulled up his hoodie to reveal a blue fanny pack before unzipping it. But these are way cooler than last year's. They have everything you need, like a dilemma whistle, a non-drowsy antihistamine, and a space blanket made for 2. He pulls out a large blue blanket with a teddy bear and a rocket on it, and the impressed dad changes his mind about his gift. Oh yes, you know how much we love traveling and seeing the sights. Marco's father chuckled. Oh, Marco, you've put a lot of thought into this. The mother looked at her son. Gifts are a great way to show how much you really care about someone. I didn't think it was possible to love you more than I do now. Happy anniversary, D. Naruto handed the card to Raphael before scratching his head. Sorry, I can't get you anything more than that since I didn't find out about your anniversary until 2 days ago. Okay, Naruto. Angie waved him off with a smile as they read the card, and the gift cards cost $25 each. It's the thought that counts. Thanks, Naruto. Thanks for the card and the gift card. Raphael smiled, and deep down, Star looked so distressed about the whole thing until the first thing that came to mind. Star suddenly placed her hands on the Diaz couple's shoulders. And I'm giving you a trip to Muni. Let's go to Muni. Both adults gasped excitedly. We can use our new fanny packs. Marco waved his fanny pack with a smile, an action that drew an odd look from Naruto, and Raphael jumped up and down with Star and Angie in a group hug. We're leaving now, right? Raphael said. Now? Angie asked. I want to leave right now. Her husband was hot on her heels like a hyperactive kid in a candy store. Can we go right now? His wife looked at Star excitedly. It's not every day you get to visit a different dimension. Welcome to Muni. Star gestured to their surroundings as the group stood in front of a closing portal, the adults dressing up in tourist clothes and taking pictures everywhere. Funny, that's a little different from what she told me. Naruto looked around. The place looked so gloomy and there were a few poor but gloomy people wandering around. Is this where you grew up? Angie asked the blonde princess. No ho ho. Star waved her hands before pointing at a castle in the distance. Ooh, the woman turned to her. Oh. The princess shook her head. Higher. They tilted their heads back to see a large castle further away, on a white cloud. Oh, higher! Star sang out, and they finally looked up with tear-filled eyes to see a huge, luxurious castle on top of a mountain, surrounded by pink clouds. Raphael and Angie whistled in amazement. Marco's jaw dropped with wide eyes, and Naruto just blinked. Damn, that's bigger than Windsor Castle. The mustachioed blonde commented. Let's go there. Angie smiled. You don't want to see that boring, cheesy, touristy stuff. Star laughed, waving her hands. What you want is the true Muni experience. She gestured to the gloomy people walking around the group and some shabby stalls. Oh, hello, little one. Diaz's mother waved to a small boy near them, and the boy looked up with a hiss as he gnawed at a dead horned rat before it ran away with a crazed scream. Oh, he laughed nervously as the group looked on in bewilderment. Yum yum yum. Star coughed nervously into her fist before pointing at the stalls. Oh, look, an open-air market. Diaz's father and son approached the stalls to take a closer look, and Naruto walks beside Star. Star, we're not really in Muni, are we? Naruto whispered calmly. Technically, we're in Muni territory. The princess continued smiling to keep the Diaz family from knowing. So it turns out this place is... He glanced around. A slum? No, it's a, bandit village. She kept smiling. Oh, but there's nothing to worry about. Star greeted with a smile as a merchant showed himself to Diaz to show off his wares, which is a collective of wind chimes and chickens for some reason. Everyone here is pretty harmless because they're mostly thieves and a few perverts. You'll never buck my hick! A naked, overweight man ran after the blonde duo while holding a chicken over his head, laughing madly, and a few bandits chased him down the alley. Fortunately, the blondes and Diaz didn't hear or witness this event. Naruto muttered. Was it on purpose to avoid your parents, or an accident because you can't control these scissors well enough? What if I say both? The smiling princess whispered back. Besides, they don't know I have my own dimensional scissors because I'm not supposed to have one. Understood. The blonde boy nodded. So are you going to tell Diaz about it, or? It'll be our little secret because they're enjoying my gift and I don't want to ruin it. Star said, and they start walking with Diaz until she notices someone in the alley. Someone she was hoping not to run into today, and it's her father. Father? She quickly pushed past the group passing by in the alley before her dad noticed. See, come on, I want to show you a mo. The first thing she saw was an eerie forest entrance. The natural beauty of Muni, that sounds exciting. Mrs. Diaz squealed. We love nature, Mr. Diaz said with a smile before the two took several photos of the forest entrance. Was this bearded man in fancy clothes your dad? Naruto asked Star after witnessing everything. Yes, she murmured. I see. He hummed. It was quite a coincidence. You do realize Marco could figure this out at some point? Yeah, I was hoping he wouldn't. Star drawled. Forest of Certain Death? Marco gasped at the slatted sign before looking at the princess suspiciously. Oh, don't read too much into the name. Star hurried into the woods, and the married couple followed her. Naruto. Come on, Marco, we'd better get a move on. Naruto quickly entered with the Latino teen in tow and caught up with the group as Marco slowed down to take another strange look at his eerie surroundings. So it's very important to keep moving forward. Princess Muni pointed at a random tree. There's a bleeding willow. Why is it called that? Naruto asked curiously as Diaz, minus his son, whistled in fascination. I don't know. Star shrugged as the group walked deeper and Marco looked at the bleeding willow to see that it was actually bleeding. Oh, phoo! Marco jumped as a centipede-like monster slithered past him. There's a carnivorous flower here. Princess Muni pointed at some plants, the group barely noticing that Marco was busy dodging some dangerous wild animals. "Are you guys seeing any of this?" The Latino teen dove to the ground to avoid a swarm of giant, baboon-faced bees. "Look at it!" Raphael took a picture of a wildflower with his wife as a giant stomped behind them. "We can't take our eyes off her!" Both Raphael and Angie sang together as they walked down the path. "Best anniversary ever! Best anniversary ever! Best anniversary ever!" "Wait!" Star chased them through something with her protruding teeth. Naruto was right behind her. "Oh yeah?" Marco stopped in front of a mysterious object and tossed some gum at it, causing its teeth to snap shut. "Hey guys, did you see what I just did with that gum?" He turned around with a gloat, only to stare into empty space as the voices seemed distant. "Of course not." He remained expressionless before quickly catching up with the group, only to run into some obstacles. "I'm starting to see why this place is called the Forest of Certain Death," Naruto told Star as they tried to keep up with the Diazes, almost running into some dangers, but the wildlife seems to be harmless to the group for some reason. "Wait!" Star yelled to her host father. "Come back!" She suddenly tripped over a branch and almost hit the ground if Naruto's arm hadn't grabbed her waist firmly. Thanks, Naruto," she warned her eyes to Diaz as they approached a porcupine creature. "It's okay. You can stop being so cool now." The adults only took a few shots of the squealing creature as it poked its own eyes out of the flashlight before Star let out a sigh of relief. "They're still alive. These clues are fresh." The princess spun around with a gasp as soon as she heard her father's voice, and in the distance, the bearded king was kneeling in front of a clue. "Pegasus feathers!" Star quickly pulls Naruto with her, ducking behind a large truck of dead trees. "He's chasing me! Get out of bail then!" Naruto whispered to her, and the anxious princess nodded quickly. "Nothing makes you feel more like a man than going to the bathroom in the woods." Marco walked past, only to be pulled behind the log. "We have to go," Star hissed softly. "It's not safe here." "Look!" She pointed to her father in the distance. "My dad's there. This way." King Butterfly pointed to the right. "Let's go find your parents and go home." The princess left the scene with a soft clap and a smile. "Okay, Mr. and Mrs. D, that concludes the tour. I hope you enjoyed your..." She notices the aforementioned people were missing. "Mr. and Mrs. D? Where did they go?" Marco looked around in alarm before looking at his only friend. "Don't look at me," Naruto said worriedly. "I didn't notice you guys leaving. Look." Star noticed the footprints. Footprints! The teens follow the trail to a skull-shaped cave and carefully sneak around, spotting few things. "Look!" The Latino teen stared at the objects, which turned out to belong to his parents. "They're their things!" He looked around the cavern. "But where are they?" A hot breeze hit the group and Star ignited her wand. Before they knew it, the glowing wand awakened a hydra creature from its slumber, as it confronted the gasping teens with its 6 serpentine heads, and they all gave the trio a savage roar. "Let's get out of here!" "No!" Star yelled as she heard muffled screams from inside the creature's stomach. "That thing ate your parents!" One of the hydra's heads lunges towards one of the teens. "Look out!" She pushed Marco out of the way and the head nearly swallowed her, but a swirling orb slammed into her side, throwing her head into the hard ceiling with a loud smash. "Are you okay, Star?" Naruto landed with his orange gloves on. "Yes, thank you." Star nodded with a small smile. "Naruto, what was that orb?" Marco asked, dodging the hydra's second thrust and then bringing his heel down on its neck. "It's a spinning ball of magical energy," the blonde boy explained as he jumped onto a head he was pushing while Star cast one of her magic spells at another head. "Those gloves are enchanted with rune sealing and can draw in the energy around us and contain it all in an orb. It's called Swirling Orb Gloves, but I call it a Rasengan because it's an awesome name." "I agreed." The Latino teen nodded before ducking under the 5th head and immediately throwing an uppercut. "Way better than Swirling Orb Gloves. Super Rainbow Dolphin Slam." Star slammed another head before looking over her shoulder at the boys as she kept an eye on the creature. "Guys, do you have any idea how to deal with this big fella?" "I have a couple of ideas, but both result in a cave-in and a pile of splattered bodies." Naruto jumped onto another head and then brought it down with his Rasengan. "I don't know," Marco shouted as he rummaged through his fanny pack. "I practically used everything in Forest of Certain Death." All I have is a fire blanket and a miniature book of knots. He held up a very small book. Cute! The laughing princess stepped out of the way of the charging Hydra. Wait, did you say knots? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Naruto smiled and the princess smiled back. What? The Latino teen stared at them for a moment until he realized something. Oh, I bet you can't catch me. Star runs to the other side, waving her arms. Hey, don't you want to take a bite of this juicy ass? Naruto mocked the creature with his butt from behind. Over here! Marco called to the creature with wild waves, and the creature's head split as the teens planned. It becomes a deadly cat-and-mouse chase as the teens evade the attacking heads, the Hydra unwittingly entangling its own necks with every turn as it focused on devouring the teens, and by the time it realized their plan, it was too late as it began to suffocate. It was a moment before the creature dropped to its knees with a harsh stranglehold. Woohoo! Star cheered her victory before the teens suddenly heard a trumpet shout above them and looked up to see something that shocked the princess. It was her father standing on a cliff, holding a spear and wearing nothing but a loincloth with a bone sticking out of his beard. The king jumped off the cliff and then charged toward the creature, only to stop in his tracks when he saw his daughter with 2 children. Star? King Butterfly blinked like an owl, as if someone had caught him with his hand in a cookie jar. His daughter also looked at him in puzzlement. My parents are still inside that thing. Marco pointed at the dead creature, snapping them out of their shock, and the king tore an opening in the creature's stomach with his spear. Several civilians crawled out happily, cheering for their freedom, and the teen looked around for any trace of his parents. Aren't they here? He signaled to the king and his friends. Quickly, to the large intestine before they're fully digested. Naruto was about to help, but heard something behind a rock pillar and looked back. Marco, I found. Naruto turned to see the boy digging into his guts with a disgusting gag and was about to speak out loud, but 2 familiar voices got in front of him. There's nothing like a steam bath after a long day of exploring. Raphael's voice laughed. Oh, you said it. Enji's laughing voice agreed, and the group quickly ran around the pillar to see Marco's father in a hot spring. Mom! Marco's eyes lit up with relief. Dad, you're alive! Star smiled. And you're only using the fanny packs. Marco paled as soon as he noticed his boxers lying on the floor, feeling grateful for the vapors covering his father's parts. Ah, King Butterfly! Diaz's father noticed the king with the teenagers. Do you fancy a dip? As attractive as this may sound, I need a minute with my daughter. King Butterfly cleared his throat before dragging Star a little further away from the group. I guess she's under arrest. Marco told Naruto, looking at the father-daughter duo. It's more like you're both arrested. Naruto replied when Star asked her father about his appearance, and why he was hunting monsters. Now I know where he got this side from. He said as the boys listened to the king explain why he was hunting monsters because he found royalty so boring and tiring. Yes. Marco laughed lightly as they approached the giggling father-daughter pair. Are you going to tell Mom you saw me? Star asked her father. I didn't see you and you didn't see me. The king raised his hands with a smile. But just this once. They shared a hug. Hugs? He let go as he turned to the teens. Goodbye, Diaz, and who are you, by the way? My name is Naruto. The mustachioed blonde answered with a raised hand. I'm staying with Diaz and Star as an exchange student. He's from the UK. Star wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm with a wide smile. And he's also one of my best friends, the best friend. Ah, well. The king hummed lightly before leaving with his servants, and Marco turned to her. It's great that they've bonded and been able to see that side of their father. He said, Yes. Star smiled before Naruto suddenly covered his eyes with his hands, closing them in the process. Naruto, why are you? Marco raised an eyebrow at Naruto before Raphael walked into view and the poor Latino teen's eyes widened in pure horror. Oh my God, what happened? Star asked curiously. Let's just say he saw something that couldn't go unnoticed. The blonde boy replied. I wish I hadn't seen that side of my dad. The Latino teen gouged out his eyes. Where the heck is bleach when you need it? It's early morning when Marco walks down the stairs and into the kitchen to make himself breakfast as he turns on the light. Good morning, Marco! The said teen shouted with his arms swinging, almost tripping over his own feet. But he managed to keep his balance, and his gaze fell on Naruto sitting at the table with a cup of noodles. Naruto seems to be half asleep, wearing an orange tank top and blue shorts, which seemed to be worn while he's sleeping. And then Naruto, did you wake up early? Marco panted heavily with his hands on his knees. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Naruto yawned with a scratch. Stupid school day. Whoever decides to create a school should burn in hell along with this idiot who has a brilliant idea to start school in the damn early morning. At least he's not cursing like he was the other day. The Latino teen shook his head slightly until he noticed a unique necklace around Naruto's neck. That necklace is cool. Where did you get it? He studied the necklace's appearance. It had a ruby in a flat spiral with a small emerald gem in the center. It's a family heirloom, the blonde replied. It's been passed down from mother to eldest daughter through many generations. The reason I have it now is because I'm the only daughter, and it's a memento from my mom. She yawned again. I'll hold on to it until I marry a girl or have a daughter, so when you and Star get together, you'll give her this necklace? Marco said with a slight mocking tone. Yeah, Naruto paused for a few moments before looking at him. Wait, Star and I? He snorted lightly. Dude, she's my friend. She's not interested in me and you know it. Not in. The Latino teen gave him an amused look, several memories coming to mind. Hey guys, what do you want to do today? Star asked the boys. I'm thinking of staying home and watching some martial arts movies, Marco suggested. I'll make those nachos you guys love. Sounds interesting. Naruto tilted his head back with a hum. But I was thinking about going out to the theater and watching a few movies and then going to the mall to play a little prank. He coughed loudly into his fist. I mean window shopping. Yeah, window shopping. Naruto, mall security warned you not to do that again after the whole jelly and ice cream incident. The Latino teen remained expressionless. Let's go with Naruto's plan. The smiling princess suddenly jumped on Naruto's back, causing him to raise his thighs. I want to watch a lot of movies. What kind of movie do you want to watch first? Naruto pulled her out with Marco following them. Romance, Star said dreamily into the back of her crush's head before quickly covering it up with a few coughs. Comedy. I want to watch rom-com because I heard this word from some guys at school and I'm curious what it's like. Marco rolled his eyes at her cover-up excuse. I got you. The blonde nodded. It's a romantic comedy movie. Naruto and Marco were working on their homework in the living room, arguing over some problems and how to solve them. Naruto, I'm bored. Star suddenly appeared between the boys as she looked at him with a pout. Can we go outside? You can teach me how to do this funny prank. You know the one with the scales and sticky tar? Sure, after I finish that. Naruto hasn't looked up from his homework with a light laugh. She asked him out on a date? Marco raised an eyebrow at the blonde duo before shrugging, and there were a few times when Star asked Naruto what he thought of her outfit and never asked Marco or his parents about it. Wow, and here I thought it was so bad. Marco muttered to himself, and his blonde friend gave him a puzzled look before eating his ramen again with a small shrug. Ugh, history sucks. Naruto left the history classroom with a stretch. It's the only class he doesn't share with his two closest friends. He glanced at his smartphone to check the time. 10 minutes until next period. The blonde headed to his locker to switch out his textbooks until he noticed two long lines on either side of the lockers. What's with the line? He asked the nearest student. The most important social event of the year, the muscular student said with some trepidation. Brittany Wong's birthday party. He pointed to the sky, and Naruto followed the direction to see an airship displaying said teenager's party, with no losers allowed. If you get her invitation, you're in. If you don't, you're not cool and you'll be branded a loser. Seriously? Naruto raised an eyebrow with a slight frown. That's kind of stupid. Honestly, he doesn't see any point in labeling and separating people into different circles, even if one person does it on a whim. An exciting chatterbox up ahead catches his attention, and he sees Brittany snobbishly passing out invitation cards to people. No. Brittany ignored a few disappointing students before handing an invitation to an excited cheerleader. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes, she stopped in front of Naruto with a paused lip and her hands on her hips. Well, you're popular, yes. She rudely threw the invitation at him. Is it okay if I bring someone? Naruto looked at the card in disgust. She gave him this invitation for a superficial reason. 2 max. The snobbish teenager sneered. It's not like he's going to bring weird people like this stupid Star. Well, I'd better ask the guys and see if they're interesting. He muttered to himself as he walked down the hall to find his friends, and it didn't take him long to spot one of them. Hey Star! Hey Naruto! Star looked at him with her wand covering her mouth. Have you heard about Brittany's party? Yes, I received your invitation. Naruto scratched his head with a sigh. Lucky me! The pouting princess gasped. I'm not getting one from her, but I'll go to her party just as soon as I figure out how to get in. Oh, you want to go? The blonde boy hummed before looking at his card. I'll cover you on this one because Brittany said I can bring 1 or 2 with me. I want to go. Yes. Star suddenly hugged him with joy. Let's go find Marco and go. She tilted her head. When is it again? Tonight. Naruto laughed lightly at her excitement. The sun had set and Naruto was waiting outside on the sidewalk until he heard footsteps running behind him and looked over to see Star, in a pink party dress, running hyperactively with Marco in tow. This is so weird that Brittany invited us to her birthday. Marco pulls his hand out of Star's grasp with a groan and rubs it. This girl has an iron grip. Well, she invited me and I decided to bring you 2 as my +2. Naruto said as the Latino teen nodded understandingly. To be honest, it won't be a party without my best friends. The party bus! Star gasped loudly, jumping on her heels. Party truck? Marco's eyes widened as he watched the party bus approach. But I get carsick. It's not a car. The princess smiled. It's a bus. No, the motion sickness is UI. The Latino teen buried his head in his hands. Estrella, after that we're going to teach you about Earth. The bus pulls up to the curb, and then the door opens. I'm outside. Have fun on. Oh, there's Jackie. Naruto said, and the Latino teen's head snapped in the direction Naruto was pointing before the blonde suddenly shoved him inside and then entered the bus with the hyper princess. The bus immediately took off as soon as they got on. Off-key singing immediately assaulted their ears and they noticed Brittany singing karaoke in the back. The partygoers all covered their ears. The cheerleader flicks her hair as she turns around and the first face she sees is someone she detests. Oh, sweet! Star stared at a small hat on top of a cheerleader's head with a frown. A tiny, tiny hat. Cool. I can make those. She creates the same party hat on top of her headband with a cheerful smile. Star butterfly. Brittany dropped her microphone and crossed her arms. What are you doing here? Nothing yet. The Muni girl raised her hands. I just got here. I invited her and Marco. Naruto said, catching Brittany's eye as he gestured to Marco, who for some reason was doing some push-ups. After all, they're my 2 best. Let me sing you some birthday tunes with the sounds of my mouth. Star beatboxing process very bad. You, the frowning girl growled angrily before stomping on the bus driver. Driver, stop this bus immediately. Ma'am, I can't. The bus driver said flatly, his expression annoyed. We're in bumper-to-bumper traffic. You'll have to wait until the next exit. That's why I told my dad I wanted a party jet. Brittany snorted. I can't drive a jet. The driver muttered sarcastically. Okay. The spoiled girl turned to her guests with a clap. Now to my guests, who wants to see me open my presents? The guests fell silent. I'm waiting. She hissed softly. Yo yo yo! Immediately, the guests raised their hands. Funny, I hear American parties are wild. Naruto drawled. Guess I can't believe everything I see and hear on TV. Actually, most of it's true, but not this party because it sucks. Justin whispered. Don't tell Brittany I said that. The mustachioed teen pursed his lips as a gesture to keep it a secret. Since you're not enjoying it, why don't we get off at the next bus stop? Marco groaned, his hands on his churning stomach. We can't do that. Star stuck her head out, shaking her head. These people are miserable. They need us now. Star, you don't have to. The Latino teen said before the bus lurched, causing his motion sickness to return with a vengeance. URK, are you feeling okay? She asked him with concern. He has motion sickness. Naruto reminded her. He'll be okay, I think. Dee, don't worry. Marco grabbed the nearest seat with a groan as he sat down. I just need to sit here, look out the window, and never turn my head. Do that, dude. Star smirked. B-boy and I are getting this party started. She lightly shoved Marco as she jumped back with her arm around Naruto's arm, and the seat underneath Marco suddenly spun around. Whoa! The green-faced Latino guy yelled. Who the hell put a swivel chair on a bus? The swivel chair rolls to the right. Whoa! With bucking wheels? Seriously? Ew! Brittany lifted a purse before throwing it over her shoulders, hitting one of the guests in the face with a loud thud. It's not designer. Oh, hi everyone. Star suddenly appeared in front of everyone next to Brittany. I just want everyone to know that I can make little hats. She suddenly summons a laser puppy with her wand in a red flash before holding it by its torso. And dogs too. The puppy, howling cutely, shoots few lasers from its eyes. Check this out. The puppy created a light show that said, "Happy birthday, Brittany," with its eyes, and the guests exclaimed in awe, "I wish my dog could spell that well." Justin whistled. Humph. The spoiled girl snatched the puppy from Star's hands with her own hair, and the puppy flies in an arc until Naruto caught it before the dog fell to the ground. Wow, you hit a puppy? Naruto frowned at the indifferent cheerleader. Not good, so? Brittany scoffed. He's just a stupid mutt. Marco slammed his head into her a few moments later, his face green as she frowned. You better not throw up on my bus, Barfo Diaz. Ugh. This party is a train wreck. Hey, Brittany! The bubbly princess held her wand above her head. I know how to make your party more fun. The magic wand lit up. Gumball Sparkle Bounce House! The inside of the bus transformed into a bounce house, to the delight of the guests and Marco's horror. Not the damn bounce house on the bus! The gagged Latino teen. Walking on the moon! Justin cheered. Hey, Star, do you know what every party needs? Naruto called out to the magical girl. Hot tub? Star guessed with a smile. Hot tub! The blonde boy smiled back. To the ceiling! The bubbly girl pointed to the ceiling before turning to Brittany. Isn't it fun? I bucking hate you. Brittany grumbled under her breath, arms crossed, and in the blink of an eye the group, minus Marco, was on the roof while the guests chanted around the hot tub. Frothy, twinkling bubble ripple! Star summons a large clam-shaped hot tub. Star butterfly rules! Justin dived into the hot tub in his boxers, and several guests joined him in cheers. After a bit of partying on the rooftop, the blonde duo went down to check on Marco. Are you okay? Naruto asked the whiny Latino teen. Do I look bucking okay? Marco groaned weakly, his face turning a darker green. I was just asking. He raised his hands. God, you're pretty grumpy when you're sick. Oh, Marco. Star sits down on a couch. It's hard work making everyone happy. Can you make my tummy happy? The Latino teen moaned. I think you're doing a wonderful job so far. Naruto looked at Star. Everyone's been enjoying the party since we got here. Thanks, Naruto. Princess Muni smiled before the bus lurched to a stop, sending the trio flying to the ground and Brittany standing in front of them, approaching them with a wicked grin. Finally! The spoiled snob said maliciously. End of the line for the princess, the British guy, and the vomit boy. Now get off the bus. Oh, thank you. Marco ran to the exit and inhaled deeply. Fresh air. I can't believe he kicked us out. Star moaned softly. I thought I was doing better by making everyone happy. You were. Naruto patted him on the shoulder before an idea occurred to him. Say, who said the party's over? Huh! Both friends blinked at him, and the blonde boy poked his head inside with a smile. The guests immediately looked so dejected that Brittany shut down the hot tub party and forced them to listen to another bad song. Hey guys! He shouted when everyone's heads turned toward him. If you're interested, we're having a party at Marco's house right now and everyone's welcome. Naruto rules! Justin suddenly ran out with almost everyone. Star rules! Marco rules! Well, we're having a party at who? Marco's eyes widened. Shouldn't my father? They said yes. Naruto showed him the text on his phone and the Latino teen blinked owlishly. When did he text his parents, and how did he do it so imperceptibly? Come on, guys, follow us! Hey! Brittany stomped a shaking fist as her former guests followed the trio with cheers before crossing their arms with a frown. Oh, they're going to pay for that. Suddenly, a bucket of orange slime and rubber bugs fell headfirst, and the little girl ran in a circle with a blood-curdling scream. Ludo, I don't think the bus stops here. Buff Frog looked left and right at the street and his fellow monsters lingering with bored expressions. It's going to. Ludo raps the bottom of his cane against the curb. They'll be here and we'll take it. It's a perfect plan. He looked at the bus schedule. Let's see, it says it'll be here in 30 minutes? Ugh. What the monsters don't know is that the schedule wasn't for the party bus but for the city bus, and they'll realize it when the city bus pulls up and they're confronted by a confused driver and his passengers. The next day, Naruto whistled a cheerful tune as he put some of his things in his locker and held back his laughter when Brittany stomped past him, covered in honey, colorful feathers, and glitter paint all over her face. "Who did that to me?" Brittany yelled angrily, and the students laughed at that. "One of your works, huh?" The blonde looked back as Jana approached him with a light laugh. What caught Naruto's attention was that she had Star's magic book. "Yeah, I honestly don't like his attitude and how he treats my friends." Naruto chuckled before pointing at the thick book. "By the way, why do you have Star's book?" "Oh, Ferguson gave it to me after he won it from Star." Jana patted the book with a shy smile. "Wanna open it and do some crazy witch stuff? As much as I'd love to, I'll pass." The blonde chuckled as he pulled a large sack out of his locker. "You see, I'm going to fill the pool with candy." He pulled out another sack. "And a whole bunch of fish." "Fish?" The girl in the hat blinked, one eyebrow corked. Why not?" Naruto shrugged. "Well, have fun." Jana shook her head with a smile. "I'll find the girls and ask them to join me for some witchy stuff." She walked off with a wave. "Let's pull some pranks together next time with Marco." "Sure." The blonde chuckled, his bags over his shoulders, and walked toward the pool until he met Star and Marco on his way. "Hey guys." "Hey Naruto, Mom said you left early today." Marco greeted him. "Playing some pranks?" "Yes, you know me." Naruto smiled. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. I have to fill the pool with candy and fish." He walks past his friends and Star stares at the mustachioed blonde dreamily while Marco shakes his head at his two friends until he notices something about Star. "Star, do you have paint on you or something?" The Latino teen pointed to his forehead. "Right here." Star blinked before rubbing her forehead, feeling something on it and slowly rubbing it away. It was a purple heart, something that made her gasp. "Marco, this isn't paint," Star said alarmingly, a few hearts appearing on her face like pimples. "Well, looks like you've got a new heart," Marco commented before she suddenly dragged him into a janitor's closet. "Silence, Marco!" Princess Muni hissed as more hearts appeared. "This is serious. I think I'm going through puberty." "We'll look okay." The Latino teen coughed awkwardly. "There's nothing to fear. We have something similar here on Earth. Don't mistake this for your Earth stuff, Marco," she whispered hastily. "I'm from Muni. This is going to get really weird. You have to keep me away from Naruto and the boys. Wait a second." She looked at the nervous Latino teen. "You're a boy." Marco slowly backed away from her with a nervous laugh. "When you say things are going to get weird, do you mean the typical Star weird or, like, destroy the school weird?" "Destroy the school," she replied. "That's what I was worried about." The Latino teen sighed. "Let's then buck Naruto's brains out until he gives me his babies," Star said dreamily. Thanks for putting the image in my head." Marco deadpanned with a shudder. Let's take you home." He pushed her outside and they walked carefully through the crowd. "I'm so glad Naruto isn't here." "Buoys," Star moaned, and the Latino teen nervously looked over her shoulders. The princess later ended up hiding in the locker after her hand shot out a purple web and the boy had no choice but to run to find the magic book. "That's the best joke ever." Naruto laughed to himself as he watched the swim team leave and one swimmer was stuck in the middle of the candy pool. "Dude, is that a shark?" The trapped swimmer stared at the shark fin in circles, his eyes wide open. "In fact, how is it still alive in candy?" "Well, it's time to find the boys." The giggling blonde walked over until she saw Jana with her two friends while the beanie-wearing girl showed them the magic book on the floor. "Hey girls." "Hi." Both girls laughed. "Hey Naruto." Jana looked up from her book. "Are you done with your candy pool prank?" "Yeah, and it was a success." Naruto smirked. "I've got the swim team captain trapped in the pool. You should have seen his face." Do you have any pictures?" she asked. "Definitely." He nodded. "I'll send you the photo later." "Have you seen Star and Marco around?" "I don't know where your girlfriend is, but I saw Marco running early to Spanish class." Jana pointed in a random direction. "You too?" Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. "Why does everyone keep thinking there's something between us?" "She's my friend." "It's like saying there's something between Marco and Star." "No!" The beanie girl snorted. "Yeah, right. Star clearly has nothing on Marco, but..." She caught herself with a smile on her lip. Wait, oh, someone's clueless, huh? What are you talking about? He looked at her amused and became more confused when Jana's friends laughed together. It's so cute when they're so oblivious. The braided girl laughed. Totally. The giggling brunette nodded. If I wasn't on Team Naruto, I'd tap on that. Girls. Jana rolled her eyes at them playfully, and before they knew it, Marco suddenly slammed his hands down on the book. Give me that! He shouted. Let's get out of here! Both girls ran away, leaving Jana with the boys. I've been looking everywhere for this. Marco panted heavily. Well, now that you've found your little book, let's do some magic with it. Jana waggled her eyebrows at him. I don't need your help, Jana. The Latino teen narrowed his eyes at her. Thanks. What? The beanie girl put her arm around his shoulders. You'll need me soon, Marco, because I have the keys to your house. She shook a key ring in her hand before escaping with a laugh. Arg. Marco gritted his teeth in annoyance. I have to stay focused. So what's going on? Naruto asked. What do you need the book for? Did Star get into a situation or something? She's going by puberty. The teenager flipped through the book. Like puberty? The blonde blinked. Yeah, but it's different because, Marco paused. He can't tell her that Star, in her own words, wants to buck Naruto's brains out and have his babies. She's crazy about any guy who crosses her path and can shoot purple webs like Spider-Man, but in a creepy way. Oh, okay, how can we help her? Naruto scratched his head, trying to comprehend the new information. That's why I need the book. The Latino teen muttered. Puberty, this doesn't make any sense. Isn't there a glossary in this thing? Did someone say glossaric? A tiny blue-bearded man appears in the book. What? Marco nearly falls backward from the jump and Naruto blinks at the man's entrance. Because that's me. The man gestured to himself as purple text appeared around him, displaying his name. Sir Glossaric. Of terms. At your service, my lady. I'm not a milady. The Latino teen corrected him, and Glossaric looked at him for a moment. You could have fooled me. Glossaric sank into the book as it closed. Goodbye. No! Marco tried to open the book. This book isn't for the likes of you. Glossaric peered through the pages. Only magical princesses. What if we say it's for Star? Naruto asked. Star Butterfly. The blue man opened the book with a laugh as he lay on his side in the air. What's wrong with her? He says he thinks I'm very good. Marco replied. I don't usually make exceptions, but maybe we can work something out. Glossaric looked serious. Pudding. What? He blinked. I want pudding. The blue man said. High schools have excellent pudding. His voice rose to a high pitch. Pudding. I'll have some puddings. Naruto said and was about to head to the cafeteria, but Marco quickly stopped him. No, no, no! Marco shook his head. I'll get them. You stay here with the book. You am okay? The blonde blinked in bewilderment as his friend fled before looking at Glossaric. So you live in this book? Yes, for millennia since the first ruler wrote this book. The blue man replied. Ah, great, great. Naruto hummed. It could be quite interesting, living for many years and meeting many rulers and owners of this book. Yes. Glossaric looked at him silently. You look like someone I used to know in the past. Really? He raised an eyebrow. No. A drop of sweat appeared on Naruto's head. All right. Marco came back with a pudding cup. Here's your pudding. The blue man immediately opened his mouth wide. What are you doing? You have to feed me, of course. Glossaric looked at him like an idiot. Pudding doesn't eat itself. With some hesitation, Marco fed the little man with a grimace. He rubbed his chin with more grimaces as Naruto looked on in amusement. You've got it all stuck in your beard. So, the blue man chewed his thick pudding. You said Star's going through. He paused to burp. Puberty? How do we stop him? The Latino teen asked, giving him another spoonful of pudding. Well, I can't stop him. Glossaric shrugged. That's not an option. Marco looked nervously at Naruto as the blonde raised an eyebrow at him questioningly. Because, he whispered closer to the blue man. She said what? The blue man said with his mouth full. Oh, really? He looked at Naruto blankly. Well, you're screwed. What were you talking about? Naruto looked between Marco and Glossaric, wondering what the hell they were talking about. Anyway, you have nothing to worry about. Glossaric dismissed this. It'll all be over soon. He smeared the pudding all over his beard, Stars should be back to normal by, He glanced at his watch under his robe. 3:57 p.m. Or she won't. She doesn't want what? Marco repeated. Back to normal, said the floating man. That's it. There's nothing we can do? The Latino teen stuttered before his eyes widened in horror. If Star didn't turn back to normal, then he gave Naruto a good look. Fuck. He turns to the floating man, demanding something to stop this puberty. Fine, I'll find Star and see why. Naruto threw up his hands in fury before leaving to find the princess. After a few minutes of wandering, he came across a strange curtain of purple vines with purple hearts on them and ducked through it, then looked around the vine-infested hallway. This place looks dingy and scarier than London on a cold day, he muttered. Naruto, there you are! Marco pushed the vines aside as he made his way over. You shouldn't have. A hand reached out from behind the vines and grabbed his arm. Hey! A shaved-back teenager whispered frighteningly. You have to get us out of here. It turns out he's in a cage, made of lockers and vines, with several other children. Wait! Naruto pulls at the vines with all his might, but it's too hard as steel. No good. They hear some screams behind them, and the boys look back to see a purple-skinned girl with braided purple hair, 6 arms, wings, and heart-shaped eyes. She was holding a screaming boy by the neck. Is this it, Star? The Latina teen gasped, both recognizing her with hearts on their cheeks and her outfit. The mutated princess ripped the door off a locker and then threw the screaming boy out before shooting a web everywhere, trapping him in the process. Star, you need to get a grip! She called out to get their attention. You're scaring everyone! The transformed princess stared at him for a moment until she noticed Naruto out of the corner of her eye and turned slightly to look at him. Naruto! The star's lip curls into a smile. No, no, no! Marco grabbed one of her arms. I said stop! His action made the princess frown. Now she's angry. The whiny teen gulped before the princess shot a web at Marco, trapping him against a wall, and she turned to Naruto with a smile. Naruto! She whispered. Naruto, run! The Latino boy shouted, but Naruto looked worriedly at his friends. Don't worry! Marco yelled. I'll get out! Just run! Not wanting to hurt his friend, Naruto heard Marco's momentum as he took off in a zigzag pattern with Star chasing after him. Naruto! Star weaves through the pillars. Get out of there, Star! The mustachioed blonde spins to his right to evade the flying princess, and then slides under a table, rolling back onto his feet. I know you're in there. You can control yourself. Get out of there. Seriously, he has no idea what the hell is going on, other than the puberty thing and Star being boy crazy like all teenagers in puberty, if you think about it. The princess flew closer and was about to grab Naruto, but a tennis net suddenly rose into the air in front of the princess and caught her. The blonde looked over his shoulder to see Marco clutching the net as the princess thrashed wildly. Marco? Naruto gasped. How did you get out? Star's net wasn't thick enough. Marco grunted before his feet skidded across the field as Star flew forward with all her might. Shit! Naruto, you have to run! I can't hold her off long enough. Why is she so obsessed with me? Naruto ran down the hallway. You're a kid too, ask me later. The Latino teen shouted as they ran past Jana, who was feeding Glossaric some pudding. You're making things worse! Glossaric yelled at Marco before taking another bite of pudding. But... Marco looked at some trapped children before looking at his friends and making one of the hard decisions in his life. He let go of the trapped princess, and Star immediately zoomed faster towards Naruto, trapping him in her net, and then flying up as the Latino teen looked on. Whoa, whoa! Naruto looked down at the ground as he moved forward until he disappeared under the dark clouds and nervously looked into Star's heart-shaped eyes, the smiling girl holding him in a tight face-to-face hug. Please don't let me fall? He said lamely. Naruto. Star smiled widely as one of her hands placed itself behind Naruto's head, pulling her closer as their lips met in a kiss. Naruto's eyes widened to the size of saucers and his face flushed a deep pink as the princess pulled away with a smile before her eyes slowly closed. Before Naruto knew it, Star's body exploded into purple hearts, and she returned to normal as they fell together at high speed. Ooh, sky-thigh'd! The blonde looked at the incoming ground and then at the unconscious princess. Shit! She has to do something, and the best thing she can do is protect her friend from the impact. Naruto maneuvered their bodies around until he was underneath her and wrapped his arms around her. At least I can take the impact, thanks to that I hope. Her eyes squirted shut, bracing for the heavy impact, and she waited and waited, and waited, and waited. What the? Naruto opened his eyes to see that they were still falling at a slow pace. He looked back down at Star. She was still unconscious, but something new caught his eye, and it was two small pink wings sticking out of her back, flapping. That's new. They make it to the ground safely, and Naruto starts shaking Star awake. Oh, Star's eyes slowly open with a soft moan. Star, Naruto! Marco ran over to his friends and then hugged them in a group hug. You're back! Hey, where did we go? Star blinked confusedly, still out of it. What was the last thing you remember? Naruto asked with a slight blush. Let's see, The princess thinks deeply. I was hiding in a locker when the swim team came, and that was the last thing I remember. She looked at the boys. Did I do anything weird? I mean, when I was having my vile act. Well, you kind of trapped the boys in the lockers. Marco looked at the freed but confused boys. It seems he'll have to explain everything to them later. So you took Naruto to heaven. I did what? Star turned her head to Naruto with wide eyes. Yeah, but we're fine. Naruto quickly waved his hand. Nothing else is wrong. He felt his lip tingle from the kiss. Well, beside these wings on your back. What? The princess looked over her back to see her wings before letting out a squeal. Look, guys. I have my Mewbirdie wings. Does that mean you can fly? Marco asked as the Muni girl pulled her hair back into a ponytail. Let's try it. Star grabbed both boys' arms and then jumped in the air for a few moments before they crashed to the ground with painful grunts. Nope, my chin, the Latino boy whispered. It'll be over in a few minutes. Naruto groaned. No, it doesn't. Marco groaned. Several days after the Mewbirdie incident, the students continue as usual. However, Naruto didn't carry on as normal because the kiss was still fresh in his mind and he hadn't told anyone about it. He's been feeling a little weird and awkward around Star lately after that day, and he doesn't think anyone has noticed the small change. The only change everyone notices is that Marco is becoming overprotective lately after that day. He can recall a minor accident from another day. Naruto, dude, what are you doing? Marco enters Naruto's room with a light knock and said teen looks up from his paper on his desk. I'm practicing my D-level runic. Naruto draws a line on the paper. Level D? The Latino boy blinked. Are you saying there are more levels to He turns his hand to the paper. This rune sealing thing? Yes, there are 6 levels from E, the lowest, to S, the highest. The blonde explained. Each level has one to many different categories, depending on the rank. You get your basic sealing to the space-time rune. Right now I'm working on an explosive, but don't worry, it's a SM. Naruto, get out, get out! Marco suddenly threw his body onto the desk, pushing Naruto out of the way as the screaming blonde accidentally activated the runic sealing. Outside, Star skipped towards the door with a cheerful tune before the door was suddenly blown open by a powerful explosion as the princess jumped with a shriek and Naruto stumbled with soot all over his face. Marco, that was a smokescreen. Naruto coughed and trailed off as Marco collapsed outside his room onto the sooty floor and singed clothes. Until you made me activate an unfinished seal and turn it into a small explosive. Sorry, the Latino boy groaned, his face flat. Well, I'm sure she'll recover in a while. Naruto scratched his head until he noticed Star being dragged towards a gothic carriage with skeletal horses by a teenage boy. The teen dragging her has light purple skin, spiky matte dark pink hair, 3 red eyes, pointy ears, and 2 horns, and wears a tuxedo. No, 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 no. Star tried to free herself from the demon teen's grasp. You have to leave right now. Take your carriage, fire, and dead horse, and return to the underworld. Wait, I'm dead? The skeleton horse turned its head in shock. I'm dead? Hey, Star. Naruto trotted over as the girl looked with the demon. What's going on? Nothing, don't worry. Princess Muni pulled her hand out of his grasp with a furious glare. He's about to leave and he'll never come back, never. Oh, come on, Starship. The demon raised his hands before levitating her with his flames. It's the Blood Moon Ball. It only happens once every 667 years. He wrapped his arms around her waist and something stirred inside Naruto's chest, but he didn't act on it. We're done! Star pushed him away with a frown. Period. Who is he by the way, and what is the Blood Moon Ball? Naruto asked the princess curiously. Tom, the prince of the underworld. The princess snorted. The Blood Moon Ball is a special dance event, and I refuse to go with this idiot X. Wait. Tom raised his hands in waves. Star, wait. I'm a changed man, okay? I have a life coach, Brian. A plump man steps out of the carriage with a salute. Hey. Brian smiled. Me. Naruto waved back. He's amazing. The demon holds up a cute pink bunny. A happy bunny. And I've been anger-free for 53 days. He showed them a button on his shirt. See, 53? Star looked impressed. Don't you want to pet my bunny? Tom asked before looking at Naruto. Who are you, by the way? I'm Naruto, your friend. Naruto replied. He's my best friend. Star looked at the bunny. Well, he's adorable. I hope she's heading toward the bunny, not him. Tom thought jealously. So, Star, H-I-ya-ya. Marco leaped out of nowhere before slicing off Tom's right hand with his bare hand and crawling away alive. Back off, demon, Marco! The princess hissed at him in embarrassment as she grabbed his shoulder, and Naruto just facepalmed. Tom's head snaps up with an angry snarl as his eyes glow red and his teeth transform into fangs, much to everyone's shock, before Brian quickly forces him to walk in circles. But the creepy thing is that Tom's head spins 180 degrees, locking eyes with Marco with a feral growl. Walk and talk, Brian shouted. You better run, Star whispered nervously, and write a letter of apology. Naruto whispered, having to admit the spinning head is scaring him. Oh! Tom took a deep breath when his eyes stopped glowing. No, he exhaled. That's why I got my support system. I'm okay. I got my temper out. His dismembered hand levitates back into his sleeve with the bunny. Everything's. He exhaled again. Phew! Under control. He petted his bunny so hard that the fur stands on end. Marco, don't do karate. Star tugged on Marco's arm in a scolding tone. This is Tom, the demon ex-boyfriend Tom? Marco blinked rapidly. Nice to meet you, Marco. Tom shook the Latino teen's hand with his previously separated hand. What are you doing here? The Latino teenager asked. He wants to ask Star to a dance. Naruto looked at the princess. Blood Moon Ball, right? Right. She nodded. Like Naruto said, he wants to take me to the Blood Moon Ball. Star, never go with a predator to a second place. Marco whispered. Okay, how does one become a predator if he or she asks someone to dance? The mustachioed blonde was expressionless. Look, I can see you're angry. The demon handed the bunny to its life coach. You think I'm a total idiot. I get it. But I've changed. Remember, he gestured to Star's headband. I'm not the only one with horns. His little joke made Star smile slightly. Why didn't you tell me I was dead? The horse groaned. No pressure. Tom turned to Star while ignoring the horse. If you decide you want to go, just ring this bell. He took out a small black bell and gave it to her before stepping into his burning carriage, only to look outside. Oops! He laughed as he tossed a skull-shaped hammer to Star. Almost forgot about the little hammer. Hope to see you there. With that, the carriage vanishes into a burning portal below it, and the teens exchange glances with each other. You're making a big mistake, Star, Marco said suspiciously. Back me up, Naruto. It's her decision whether or not to go dancing. Naruto shrugged. She can take care of herself. Naruto! He raised his hands and said, I said back me up. Naruto! Star smiled widely at her blonde companion as she held up a dress before looking at Marco. Maybe, but it could be fun. Why don't you stay here, where it's always fun? Marco gestured to his large hat. Like guaranteed. Well, this is a different kind of fun, Star said over her shoulder as she pressed a button on her interdimensional mirror, transforming it into a 3-panel divider. Don't look, guys. I'm going to change. I just don't trust Tom, the Latino boy said as the children turned toward the wall. Maybe we should go with you. Us? Naruto uttered. Marco, you weren't invited. She rolled her eyes as she put on her dress. Besides, you have to trust me to do right by me. She accidentally hit herself in the face with her wand. Look at you like Naruto. Are you okay, Star? Are you okay? Both boys asked after hearing her scream. Yes, totally. Star shook her head in an attempt to get the sparkles out of her eyes. I just have to stop using magic on my face. All I'm saying is, guys like Tom never change. Marco sighed. That's true, but not all guys. Naruto hummed. I know some idiots who decide to change their ways after one yell at them. Well, Star put on her high heels with a grunt. There's only one way to find out. She pushed the divider aside. What do you think? The boys turn around and see her wearing an elegant pink dress with a short skirt, long white gloves, and thigh-high white high-heeled boots with her hair pulled back in a big bun. You look amazing, said the Latino teenager. Why, yeah, you look. Naruto felt like her appearance had taken his breath away. Beautiful. Oh, thank you, Naruto. Star blushed with a shy laugh before walking towards her balcony, her heart dancing with joy after hearing Naruto's compliment on her dress. She grabs the black bell and takes out the hammer. Don't go, Marco whispered worriedly. She's so gone. Naruto whispered. I'm totally leaving. Star whispered and hit the bell with a hammer. A deep gong can be heard before an elevator car with a red-winged demon appears from a column of fire. It smells like burnt toast. The princess sobbed as she jumped into the elevator car. Let's get this show on the road. What floor, mortal? The demon asked. I guess eventually. Star shrugged, unsure. Let us come with you. Marco tried to enter, but Star kicked him into Naruto's arms. Bye, guys. The Muni girl waved. See you after. Her voice turned eerie. Blood, moon and ball. Woohoo! The car vanished in a column of fire. Do you want some ramen? Naruto turned to his friend. I'm in the mood for miso. He waited for Marco to say something. I'll be back in a moment. We'll have our own blood moon ball in Star's dorm, where it's always fun. Marco munched his nachos as Mexican music played in the background. I can understand the first part, but why are we hanging out in Star's room? Naruto took a sip of his ramen. Isn't that kind of an invasion of privacy? Blood moon tonight. A creepy voice whispered. What the? The blonde looked around with Marco, trying to figure out where the voice was coming from. Was it from Star's interdimensional mirror? She hoped it was the mirror, the lover's moon. The eerie voice whispered again, and this time, it came from a portrait of an old sea captain. Okay, I'm out of here. Naruto tried to run out of what seemed like a disturbing room, but Marco held his arm tightly as he looked at the bell and hammer on the floor. Let's save Star, Marco said. Ma, the blonde hissed, but the Latino teen rang the bell and then shoved it toward the newly arrived elevator car before jumping in. Marco! The car vanishes in a pillar of fire. Star lets out a furious sigh as she walks over to a bowl of bubbly punch to get a drink. She really thought Tom had changed, but he kept getting mad at everything even when she refused to bathe in unicorn blood. But that wasn't the worst part. Tom was still yelling at anyone who asked her to dance and acting just as possessive as before. Plus the party seems to be so boring and lifeless literally. She glanced around to see if there was anything interesting going on until she did a double take when she spotted someone among the partygoers. It was Naruto, and he was taking a swig of punch with an exhausted expression. He wears an orange tuxedo. Naruto? The teen said, looking at Star as she pushed her way through the crowd towards him. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Why, Marco? Naruto sighed. He dragged me here and then disappeared somewhere as soon as we arrived. He looked around. Honestly, he's so overprotective. Do you think I need some protection? Star put a hand to her forehead. Don't you trust me? He does, the blonde boy said. It's just he's just worried about us, considering what happened with the whole puberty thing. You think so? The princess tilted her head before shaking her head. Well, either way, I'm going to give him a good talking to and tell him to knock it off. That is if I don't get to him first. Naruto took a sip of his drink again. Anyway, how's the party going? Boring and so angry. Star snorted. Tom hasn't changed a bit, and he's scaring everyone away from partying with me. That sucks. The blonde grimaced. Make me wonder why you ever dated him before. Me too. The princess tossed her hair up. What was young me thinking? Who knows? Naruto said, and they heard some knocking, followed by a loud cough. Good event, ladies and gentlemen. The judge-like demon spoke into the microphone. It is my pleasure to ask you now to turn your head toward the heavens. Everyone looks up at a hand-shaped skylight in the ceiling as a crescent-shaped opening slowly opens to reveal a red moon. When the light of the blood moon trickles down and selects 2 fortunate souls, binding them for eternity in its hypnotic, ruby brodom, hoo-hoo. Star whistled. You can say that again. Naruto nodded. That's a good legend. Eerie organ music starts playing and the blonde duo swear they hear Tom's voice complaining about the wrong piece of music, since few demon couples get to share the dance. So, he scratched his cheek as he looked at Star. Would you like to dance with me? I'd like that. The princess offers her hand with a radiant smile, and he takes it, leading her to the center of the dance floor. Have you brushed up on your dance? Nope, but I'll do my best not to step on your toes. The mustachioed blonde smiled as she giggled, and they began to waltz together at a slow pace. They stared into each other's eyes, so lost in each other's that they didn't notice the blood moon casting its red light upon them through the crescent moonlight, or hear the ghoul's gasps. You have beautiful eyes, Star whispered softly, their bodies moving closer. I'd say the same to you. Naruto replied in the same volume. Do you enjoy dancing? A lot when he's with you, he said, and the mustachioed blonde felt his heart skip a beat. They barely noticed Marco calling out to them from behind his skull mask or Tom stomping toward them with glowing red eyes. Naruto. Yes, Star, he said, feeling his heart beat faster as she looked at him with a charming expression. Aye, Naruto, aye. Star slowly leaned towards him and was about to say something, but Tom suddenly burst in as soon as the red light faded behind the closing skylight, pushing Naruto roughly to the ground. That dance, Tom shouted in Naruto's face in a demonic voice. It was meant for me. Walk. Brian approached him. Holy hell no, Brian! The angry demon pushed the human away. Wait, I'm here for... Marco ran towards them, ripping off his skull mask and was about to do a flying kick, but... Let's go. Star froze Tom into a giant ice cube with an annoyed expression and then switched her button to 0 before taking Naruto's hand and walking away. Wait for me. The Latino teen chased after his friends. The trio exited the elevator cabin onto Star's balcony before Star turned to the flying demon. Thanks for the elevator. The demon nodded before disappearing into the fire, and the Muni girl took Naruto's shoes, who was holding them for her. Thank you, she uttered and then walked over to the railing angrily. Ugh! So infuriating. I hate to say it, but I warned you about Tom. Marco put his hands on his hips. No! Star looked at him over her shoulder. You! She threw her shoes at him, but they flew off the balcony. You're infuriating. Me? The Latino teen uttered confusedly. I was just trying to help. He looked at Naruto, but the blonde teen just raised his hands with his head shaking. You don't trust me to do things on my own. The princess looked away with another sigh. I'm 15. I can handle a demon. I know you're trying to look out for me, but you have to let me figure things out on my own. I don't need a hero. I need a friend like Naruto. You're right. Marco sighed with a guilty expression. I should have trusted you. I'm sorry if I ruined your night. Well, Star glanced at Naruto out of the corner of her eye. It wasn't a total disaster. I got to dance with my G besties. Yeah, the Latino teen laughed softly as he looked between the blondes. I'm going to go back to my room and do some reflecting, and I need to curb my overprotective nature a bit. Yeah, do that. Naruto patted Marco on the shoulder as the Latino teen walked past and out of Star's room before the blonde boy turned to Star. That was a good talk. Remind me to never get on your bad side again. You'll get more than that if you do. Star snorted. Like what? The mustachioed blonde leaned on the railing next to her with a smile. The worst thing I can think about you is, with the right magic and spell, I can make all the ramen disappear. The princess smiled shyly. You monster. Naruto whispered with a pale face before they both shared a laugh. If you want to save your precious ramen, turn on the movies downstairs for me. Star laughed. I really need a movie night after all this. It'll do. The mustachioed boy walks to the door before looking at Star as she gazes up at the starry sky, and he's mildly captivated by her appearance under the moonlight. Naruto quickly shakes it off and leaves his room, then heads down the stairs as a realization hits him. Oh man, I'm falling in love. He scratches his head awkwardly. With Star, things have become awkward after he acknowledged his feelings for Star 3 days ago. Naruto has been avoiding her with some excuses like working on his rune ceiling, homework and exercise, which he actually did. At this moment, Naruto was walking down the hallway until he heard cheers inside Star's room and looked inside curiously. Let's go to Pixtopia! Ferguson and Alfonso cheered together with little jumping, and Marco looks so horrified by something while Star smiles mischievously. She has a nice smile. Naruto shook it off. What's going on, guys? Naruto! Star jumped at him. Guess what? Marco totally messed up by making too many crack calls and running up the bill for the interdimensional mirror. So we have to go to Pixtopia and pay the bill. No, I didn't screw it up. Marco denied. It's just a mistake. Oh, you Star. Naruto and Star said in unison and looked at each other with wide eyes before he looked away with a slight blush. Naruto, let's go to Pixtopia to pay the bill. The Latino teen breathed out. Do you want to come? Sorry, I have something to do. The blonde boy lied. A class project. Maybe next time? Oh, good. Marco rubbed his neck. What class? Star asked curiously. She didn't know Naruto had a class project. Balls. Naruto was sweating profusely. What class? What class? Who cares? We want to go now. Ferguson and Alfonso complained loudly. Now! Well, you better go and pay the bills now. The blonde quickly walked away. Bills can be painful if you don't pay them on time. See you later. Tell me everything when you get back. What's wrong with Naruto? Alfonso asked. Who knows? Marco shrugged before Star pulled out her interdimensional scissors to open the portal to Pixtopia. Back with Naruto, the blonde groaned embarrassingly to himself as he walked down the stairs. He can't believe he's acting like this in front of his friends. Ugh! How can I deal with that? He walks towards the kitchen with a deep sigh. What should I? Something wrong, son? Naruto almost let out a yelp of surprise when he turned around to see his host father sitting at the dining table with cups and some food, and the person speaking was Raphael. Mr. D, Mrs. D? The blonde blinked a couple of times, not noticing them there. Oh, please call us Raphael and Angie. Angie smiled as her husband nodded. You've been living under our roof for months, and that practically makes you part of our family, like all the children who came to live with us. So, like my husband asked, does it matter? What do you mean? Naruto pointed his eyes at the food cabinets. You seem to be out of it lately, Raphael said. And we notice you barely hang out with Star for a few days. Did you two have a fight? Mrs. Diaz asked with concern. Please tell us no. Mr. Diaz leaned closer, biting his lower lip. You two are the best, and we'd hate to pick sides if that happened. No, we're not having a fight. The blonde waved his hands at the host father. It's just I'm going through something and I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, it's... Angie paused for a moment. Puberty? Raphael rubbed his chin. Honey, could you step out of the room for a moment? Diaz's parents have been well aware of Naruto's family situation since day one. No, that's not it. Naruto waved his hands with an embarrassed blush. Not that. No. I already learned that last year in Hex Ed class. Oh gosh, no. No. Oh, we apologize. Mr. Diaz coughed into his fist. No, you don't have to. The blonde rubbed his head. I realized how I sounded when I said that, so it's my fault. Sorry. He coughed awkwardly as the married couple quietly sipped their cups to hide their embarrassment at jumping the gun. What's really going on is, He sat down in a chair with a cup of noodles. I like Star as in more than a friend. Ooh, recently? Angie perked up at her husband. Why yeah, about a week or two. Naruto muttered. And he's getting stronger. I don't know what to do. Tell her. Raphael grinned. What you have to do is play scorching salsa music, sweep her off her feet with a tango dance, and proclaim your love for. As wonderful as it sounds, I don't think I can do that. The blonde raised his hands politely. I can't dance, and I'm not going to confess to her before then. What if she doesn't feel the same? Don't you feel the same? Both Diaz looked at each other in the eyes in a strange way. It was quite oblivious that the princess was in love with Naruto, and at some point they caught her doing things like a teenager in love, like looking at him, or writing their names in a notebook with hearts, and many more. Angie looks back at the blonde. Naruto, I think you should try it and see how it turns out. Yes. Raphael agreed. It could work out, and who knows, you two might end up being high school sweethearts like us. WWWHWO, it's 2 SSS soon for marriage. Naruto stammered, his face red. AY, I said I don't think I'll confess my feelings to. We're not telling you to confess. Mrs. Diaz shook her head slightly. We're saying you should ask her out. The blonde blinked. A date? Yes, a date. Angie nodded. You could take her out on a few dates, 3 or 4 at the most, then you'll know if you really have feelings for her, and Star might like you more than just a friend, Raphael said. That Naruto thinks about it several times in his head. It's not a bad idea. I'll do it. He stands up to put away the empty cup. Thanks, Angie Raphael, for the conversation and advice. You're welcome. Mrs. Diaz smiled. I'll be in my room working on my rune ceiling. The blonde informed them in case they needed him for anything as he left the kitchen with a gesture. I have to finish level D. The married couple looks at each other before the husband speaks. It's time he noticed her. I know. The wife nodded sagely. This poor girl has been in love with him for months and he didn't realize it. He's as oblivious as Marco was with Jana. Her husband nodded sagely before they both took a sip from their cups. And done! Naruto set his brush aside on the table as he looked at his finished work. A static trap. He scratched his head. Or another explosive tag. That's all. Star's voice shouted through the walls. I'm changing service providers. They're back. The blonde turned toward the door and took a deep breath as he walked toward the hallway. Okay, all you have to do is ask her if she wants to go to the movies and get something to eat, simple and easy. He approaches the princess's door and has to raise an eyebrow when Ferguson and Marco forcefully drag Alfonso out. No, no, no! Alfonso kicks his legs with screams. I just became the king of Pixtopia. How dare you usurp the king? Shut up, Alfonso. We just saved you from being eaten by the queen. Marco snarled. And you're using usurp incorrectly. Yeah, and the queen was mine in the first place. Ferguson grunted under Alfonso's kick. Even if I left her not a few minutes ago. It's not right, mate. How did they go from paying the bill to that? Naruto wondered as he watched the boys walk down the stairs. It seems he missed everything. Or I'm not going back to Pixtopia again. Star walked out with a tired groan until she noticed Naruto out of the corner of her eye. Oh hey Naruto! You won't believe the day we're having in Pixtopia. Welcome back, Star. The blonde boy said. And I'd love to hear it. Maybe it'll shed light on why Alfonso was acting crazy and that Ferguson was in what appears to be a short-lived relationship with the queen, and that was just a suggestion from Muberg. Star gave a crooked smile. Well, you can tell me everything. Naruto scratched his head nervously. During dinner and during a movie. Oh, okay, I'll get Mar. The smiling princess was about to jump up, but Naruto gently grabbed her wrist. No, just you and me, he said shyly and blushing, without looking her in the eyes. Together. Alone. Star looked at him with wide eyes and slightly parted mouth as her cheeks turned pink. Like a date? Why yes, if you want. Naruto let go of her hand to scratch his head again, and the open-mouthed princess stared at him silently. Ugh! Marco walked to the top of the stairs. I wouldn't go outside if I were you. Alfonso and Ferguson are having a slap fight and it's too violent. Yes, I'd love going out on a date with you. Star suddenly jumps on top of Naruto with her arms around his neck, spinning him around with her movement before landing and then pulling on his arms as his body rocks back onto his heels. Let's go, now! The blonde boy can't help but smile, his eyebrows raised. Now! Star dragged him toward the stairs with a wide smile, and Marco watched them go with a few slow blinks. It's about time, the Latino teen muttered. Watching someone get so crushed on a clueless person and another person never noticing some signs of affection for months under the same roof will drive you up the wall. And I catch them in the rainbow flytrap, pew pew, then I head out with the boys. Star pushed her wand forward with a small flick as she sat down with Naruto at a family restaurant. When we get back, we realize we left Alfonso behind, so we go back and grab him before the queen has a chance to eat him, and well, you saw what happened. Wow, that's quite an adventure you're having. Naruto whistled. Make me wish I was there. Me too. She rests her arms crossed on the table with her head tilted. If you were there, you'd swat these goblins like a fly with some sweet moves like runes and Rasengan. Maybe not. He chuckled. He might not have brought his tools with him right now because they were supposed to be paying bills, not fighting. Speaking of runes, how's the rune ceiling coming along? Star asked. Oh, pretty good. Naruto replied. I'm at sea level now. Rune sealing is actually quite easy than I thought. He noticed Star's open expression. What? Naruto, do you know that rune sealing is basically a dead art? He said breathlessly. It will take a person many years to reach the sea level without a master, which there isn't. Really? He blinked rapidly. How many people have practiced that? As far as I know, almost no one, and only 3 people have a low D. Star held up 3 fingers. And they're like ancient. How old? Like in his 100. They stared at each other in silence until Naruto broke it with a scratch on the head. I guess I have a special ability. Must be. Star nodded, still amazed by her crush's talent. She decided to change the subject. Hey, after dinner, what movie are we going to see? Your selection. Naruto handed her his phone. Those are the movies playing in the theater right now. Ooh, I want to see The Fate of the Furious. She pointed at the movie. Jana said she likes it. Okay, I'll order the tickets. He took the phone from her to press the order button when the waitress appeared with a tray of chicken tenders, sausages, and fries with soda. They started eating before he paid the bill and headed to the movie theater. Woo, that was one awesome movie I've ever seen. Star skipped down the sidewalk a little ahead of Naruto. I love the part about the baby on the plane, so funny. Me too. Naruto agreed. Now I want to watch all the Fast and Furious movies. The princess turned around with a few bouncy jumps, moving backward. Do we have any DVDs at Diaz's house? I'll check. He hummed before looking at her. Are you enjoying the date? I mean, it's the best I can do in a short amount of time. I love it. It's one of the best dates I've been on so far. Star smiled. Foods I've never tried before and an amazing movie. I can't wait for the next dates. More dates? Naruto almost stopped walking. Do you want to go on another one? Seriously? Unha. She nodded. I really like you a lot. Her confession almost made Naruto stumble in shock. Are you really doing it? The blonde stammered, not expecting everything to turn out this way and too well. And me too, I like you too. Yee! Star grabs both of her hands with hers as she almost squeals out loud. Really? You feel the same? How long? A little before the Blood Moon dance. Naruto admitted with a slight blush. Would you believe me if I told you it was at first sight? The happy princess laughed. That long? His jaw dropped. Really? She nodded. I don't know. I should have noticed something. Well, I'm good at hiding my feelings. Star smiled crookedly, almost sounding a little smug. With Marco, she has a strange urge to roll her eyes and doesn't know why. Back with the blonde duo, the princess drew a circle with her left foot. Since we both like each other, does that mean we're boyfriend and girlfriend now? As much as I want to say yes, can we wait until after the 4th date and see how we feel about each other before making it official? Naruto scratched his neck nervously. Does that sound okay to you? I'm totally fine with that. The princess smiled so wide it covered half her face. Though I can't wait that long, but hey, there are 3 more dates left until then. Suddenly, she kisses him on the cheek. When's the next one? And then next FFF Friday. The mustachioed blonde man stammered madly with a red face, and the princess laughed happily at his reaction as they resumed their walk, both of them not noticing that they were holding hands the entire way back to Diaz's house. Chapter 4. Establishing a relationship like all teenagers. Let me go right away. Marco raised his hands with a confused expression as he walked out of his house with Naruto early in the morning. You two are dating now, but you're not an item? Yes. Naruto nodded. Why? The Latino teen asked. I mean, doesn't that make you a couple after the first date? I don't think that's how it works. The blonde teen looked at him with his hands in his pockets. There's a lot we don't know about each other, and I recently developed a feeling for Star, and at the same time, I found out she feels the same way. I don't want to make any mistakes and end up getting hurt in my enthusiasm. He stuck his right hand out to scratch his head. We'll become a couple after the 4th date, that is if we still feel the same way. I don't know about you, but I'm sure Star will do anything to make you her boyfriend. Marco thought as he looked at his blonde friend, hopefully without using magic. His gaze shifts to the door opening behind them. How long will it take for Star to get there? Ambush time! The boys turned around to see Ludo with his monsters in the backyard, all gathered in the same spot a few feet away. Get them while they're. A foot met Ludo's beak and sent the screaming kappa flying through the air until it crashed through a fence, courtesy of Naruto's punt. Lu, a 3-eyed monster, gasped in horror before Marco's foot buried itself inside its face, sending it tumbling back against its fellow monsters. Okay, I'm ready to go. Star walked outside as she got ready until she saw the boys fighting the monsters and stood there silently for a few moments before taking her wand out of her star-side pouch. Barracorn's mine! Narwa blast! Hello? She throws the screaming monster into the air and Marco dodges the giraffe monster's wild swing before he kicks the creature's throat, causing the giraffe monster to choke. And my weak SP. The giraffe monster coughed before Buff Frog crashed into its back, courtesy of Naruto's Rasengan. WW, what was that? The frog monster tried to get up as its head spun before it heard something bubbling in its chest and looked down to see a small piece of paper. That's a new one. The tag explodes into ice, freezing 2 monsters in the process. Nice! Marco gave Naruto a thumbs up before a scream caught his attention. Star, I've got her, I've got her! The bearded deer monster held Star as the princess kicked her legs, and before the children could help her, several monsters were piling on top of them. Why yes, yes! Ludo climbed over the broken fence. Now someone grab the wand! Lobster claws, you! Oh yeah, I got this! A giant lobster-like monster rushed in with little forward movement. Go, Red Boy! Go, Red Boy! Stop flexing your chest and do it already! The Kappa stomped his foot. This is happening now! Lobster Claws walked up to the kicking princess and then grabbed something with his eyes closed. Booyah! I got it! He laughed and several monsters gasped in shock while the trio just stared at the lobster monster strangely. You got scratched! He held up a left deer antler before looking at her. You, wait. The bearded deer looked up to see one less antler before screaming in agony as soon as the pain hit him, releasing the princess, and Star immediately jumped into the air. Poison Crystal Cupcake Kiss! The cupcakes rained down on the monsters and they were forced to let go of the boys. I love cupcakes! Barracorn opened his mouth to grab a cupcake, only for it to hit him in the eye and he yelled in pain before Naruto slammed his foot into his stomach and the bear creature knelt with a painful groan. Ludo was about to yell at his henchman, but he was knocked back by a dozen cupcakes, courtesy of Star. That was fun! Star twirls her wand with a smile as the boys appear at her sides. But we have to go to school. She looks around and then at the moaning Kappa. Ooh, you're in my backpack. Here, Ludo takes the backpack from underneath him and then hands it to him. Tell me, about your new spell, where does the kissing part come in? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, thanks for reminding me of that. Star smiled before surprising him with a kiss on the cheek. There, spell cast, SS Star. The mustachioed blonde covered his kissed cheek with blush, and the smiling Muni girl giggled as they walked away from the area. She'd become more affectionate after their first date a few nights ago, and that kept him on edge. That'll take a while to get used to. Are they together? One of the monsters commented, having witnessed everything. All right, idiots. Ludo opened the dimensional portal. Walk of shame. You know the drill. At school, Naruto was searching for something on his smartphone as he walked to his locker, and Justin looked away from his locker and toward the mustachioed blonde. Hey, Naruto. He greeted. What are you doing? Hey, Justin. Naruto replied. I'm just looking for a place. Does this town have a miniature golf place? Yeah, there's one near the mall a few blocks from here. The jock nodded. It also has an arcade and go-karts. Why do you ask? Because the blonde was about to say something but someone called her. Naruto, there you are. The boys look over to see Jackie with a relaxed greeting and can see some cheerleaders huddled together a short distance away. What's wrong? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Were you looking for me? Yes, Jackie said before placing a hand on her hip. Well, that's going to be awkward. You see, one of the girls over there. She jerked her thumb over her shoulder at the cheerleaders. Chantal, I want her to ask you what you're doing on Friday. She wants to go out with you. Oh. Justin nudged Naruto's shoulder with a mocking smile. Wow, you're right, it is a little awkward. The mustachioed blonde awkwardly scratched his cheek as Jackie agreed with him with a nod. Because, you see, I'm dating someone right now. What? The surprised athlete blinked rapidly. He knew Naruto wasn't seeing anyone so far. Oh? The skater covered her eyebrow. How did it happen and who? It happened a little while ago and it's... Naruto said before Star suddenly appeared with a huge smile. Hey guys, what are you talking about? Star looked around curiously. Is this about that epic fight this morning? Did you tell them about the new spell I came up with? The way you freeze those 2 monsters with your icy explosive tag? Her. The blonde boy gestured to him. Me. The Muni student poked her cheek out happily before tilting her head at him in confusion. What about me? The jock and the skater stared at them for a good 3 minutes until Justin raised his fist in the air. Naruto rule! No surprise there. Jackie crossed her arms with a small, smug smile. So you two are an item now? Not until the 4th date. Naruto blushed slightly. That's cool, dude. The skater nodded. She likes that some guys take it easy instead of rushing into things like most people do these days. Oh, we're talking about that. Star snapped her fingers in realization as soon as she heard the quote part. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll give Chantal the bad news. Jackie looked over her shoulder before looking back at them with a friendly smile. Congratulations and good luck. Thanks, and tell her I said sorry. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, and the skater nodded as she walked over to the cheerleaders. What's this about Chantal? The princess asked. Chantal asked Jackie to ask me out for her. The whiskered blonde said as the Muni girl's eyes widened. And of course I'm turning him down because I'm dating you. She scratched her head sheepishly. I don't know if she likes me. She only likes you because you like her ass. Star muttered under her breath, slightly jealous. What did you say? Naruto turned his head to her with a bow. I said let's find Marco. The princess quickly wraps her arms around his left arm, their hands intertwined. Then check out the cafeteria to see what they have today. If I remember correctly, it's a sloppy day, he said thoughtfully, with a slight blush. And why are we holding hands? Because I want to. Star whispered with a slight blush. She felt like it, and no, it's not because she wants all the girls to know that Naruto is off limits now because of petty jealousy. Okay, Naruto realized something. Wait, where did Justin go? Naruto Ruyil! Justin's voice shouted from the other side of the school, and the blonde couple looked around in confusion. How did this jock manage to cross the school in a short time? School's out, and the trio heads back to Diaz's house as they talk about their days. Earth's history is so cool, Star said. Ben Franklin blowing up that monster comet with his lightning powers? Like, whoa, hey, yeah? Marco said expressionlessly. That's not what happened. Naruto, please explain, later. Naruto chuckled. Let her enjoy her revised story. Hey, look! Star pointed at Lobster Claws, said creature standing in the backyard. She let out a battle cry before kicking the lobster monster, and then pointing her wand at it as Naruto and Marco backed her up with. Dude, where did you get the frying pan? The blonde boy asked him strangely. From my backpack, Marco replied. You carried a frying pan in your backpack all day? Naruto's sweat dropped. Hey, I had a homeschool class today. The Latino teen defended himself. Doesn't the homeschool class have its own cooking utensils? She pointed out. SSS, shut up, Naruto. Marco hissed with an embarrassed blush. Guys, Star has to look away from Lobster Claws. Monster here. Oh, sorry, go on. Both boys said in unison. You want seconds on those cupcakes? The princess turned to the fallen monster with a wand pointed, and there was a long pause. This is the part where you defend yourself. Damn it! Lobster Claws sobbed loudly as Star jumped back with a yell. Do it! Marco looked at the monster amused. Are you okay? Well, the thing is... The lobster monster sobbed again. Master Ludo fired me. I'll never be able to show my face to Muni again, oh man. Marco grimaced as the creature buried its face in its claws. It's taking this really hard. This is probably just some monstrous trick. Star narrowed her eyes. I don't think it's a trick. Naruto walked over to pat the sobbing monster on the back. I agree, Marco said. I don't think he's faking. We should do something. Like what? The magical girl crossed her arms. I don't know. The Latino teen rubbed his neck. But we can't leave it like this. Maybe we should get him a job, the mustachioed blonde suggested. Guys, why do you care? Star raised her hands. It's a monster! The creature screams as a squirrel runs past the group. Monsters are the bad guys. Naruto looked at it worriedly. I don't have to be bad. Lobster Claws tapped his claws together. In fact, I've always secretly wanted to be good. Really? Marco smiled. Well, maybe we can show you how. What? Star yelled. That's crazy. Monsters are evil. It's just their nature. Wait, are you saying all monsters are evil? Naruto said. That's ridiculous. No, it's not. The princess snorted with her arms crossed. It's a fact. According to a monster expert's book, Their nature is to be evil from the moment they are born. What? The blonde frowned. Are you saying you got that from a book? A book? Why are you angry? Star stomped her foot as she threw her hand at the monster. I'm just saying we can't trust him because he's a filthy, evil monster. Well, I haven't bathed for weeks. Lobster Claws admitted innocently. Come on, Lobster Claws. Marco tugged on the lobster's claws to pull him away from the feisty blondes, feeling awkward. I'm going to teach you how to do the good things and be good. Not all monsters are evil, Naruto said. Have you ever considered that there are good monsters like Lobster Claws? That's like saying all Muni people and Earthlings are good. There's no such thing as a good monster. Star snorted with her arms crossed. Everyone knows Muni is the good one and we're called Mumans, by the way. Yu, the mustachioed blonde, rubbed his forehead furiously. Oh, forget it. I'll help Marco and prove you wrong. He ran off to find Marco and Lobster Claws. Like you. The princess screamed before turning on her heels with another snort. What the hell is wrong with him? She can't wait until Naruto crawls to her and begs for forgiveness when he finds out he's in the wrong. Naruto finds his friend and monster around the corner standing next to the fallen cyclist. Like this? Lobster Claws looks at Marco. Actually, that's 100% wrong, and you want to do the opposite. Marco sighed. Now say you're sorry. That's good. The cyclist grunted with a grin. I landed in a sprinkler. This is very difficult. The lobster monster exhaled dejectedly. I'll never achieve this. Hey, don't give up. Naruto approached them. It'll take some time, but you'll get there. Really? Lobster Claws perked up. No. Star enters. You should give up. The blondes stared at each other. It's okay. Marco laughed nervously. Don't listen to her. Next time you have the urge to hit someone, imagine how it would feel if it happened to you. I've got the urge. Lobster Claws paused before gasping. Wow, that would have totally hurt. Suddenly they hear someone sobbing and look over at a little girl. What's wrong? The Latino teen approached the girl. My kitten is stuck in the tree. The girl said with a lisp, pointing toward the tree, where a kitten sits on a branch. Mr. Mittens, Lobster Claws, this is your chance. Marco looked back at the creature, and the lobster eagerly climbed the tree. Watch out for my Mr. Mittens! The girl gasped. Tada! Lobster Claws jumped up with a kitten in his claws. Thank you so much, Mr. Lobster Man! The girl cheered. I knew there was something good in him. Marco smiled, hands on his hips. Look, a monster can be good. Naruto told Star with his arms crossed before hearing a kitten squeal, followed by a girl's scream. They look up in time to see Marco pull a kitten out of Lobster Claw's mouth as the girl cries. Oh yeah, that's a good monster, Star said sarcastically. Now you see what we're up against? Just give him some time. The mustachioed boy said. He may not understand his actions, and our cultures are different. Do you remember what you were like on your first day? Don't you dare compare me to this monster. The princess stomped her foot furiously. Mr. Mittens is fine. Marco stepped between them in an attempt to calm their fighting. No harm done, no foe. He looked back at the lobster before yelling at the sight of the girl's legs sticking out of the creature's mouth. OH, come on, look what I told you! Star pointed at them, looking at Naruto. You can't help him! Naruto raised his hands with a furious look. I said you don't understand his actions. Can you stop struggling for a second and help me get her out? The Latino teen yelled, pulling at the girl's legs. Okay, that was my fault. Marco exhaled in relief. I assumed you knew, but you can't eat children, really? Lobster Claws tilted his head slightly. Not even an annoying one, never! The Latino teen moaned before the group heard the woman screaming for help, and he ran over the creature as the blonde couple watched with their arms crossed, their backs to each other. She's going to eat a baby. Star frowned as the woman sobbed for her baby trapped in the burning house. He's not going to eat a baby! Naruto frowned equally. Marco made sure of this after a few times. She's going to eat a baby and bathe in its BL. The princess sneered. Star, can you put out the fire with one of your spells? Marco asked, and that's what Star did. The baby turned out to be a grand piano, and the woman immediately played it some music. I was wondering where that piano music came from. Wait, where's Claws? Naruto asked, and they saw a hole in the back wall. Then they walked over to see Lobster Claws eating ice cream from an ice cream cart, while humans run around screaming. Well, it's not eating humans. The Latino teen muttered awkwardly. That's a step forward. I told you so. The mustachioed blonde sticks his tongue out at the princess with a frown. All you have to do is give him a little time to understand. Stealing isn't a good deed. Star snorted. Sir? Marco looked up at the sky wearily. At least they don't require him to choose sides. But he really wishes they'd stop fighting and help him when things go wrong. After a few attempts, the group was seated in the living room watching the news on television. Today's tragedy, when a rampaging crabber destroyed 4 city blocks. The reporter spoke. Miraculously, no one was injured, but a cyclist mourns the loss of his new bike. Oh, it was our first ride together. The cyclist sobbed into his hands. Now I have nothing. Yeah, you know how the news sensationalizes things. Marco turned off the TV with a nervous laugh. I still think you can be good. But until then, I'm going to find some rubber bands for your claws. I'll go upstairs and look for some runes to help you. Naruto stands up with Marco. Maybe a low-level barrier or a static trap will do the trick. Star opens her mouth to say something smugly. Save it, what he said. The Latino teen sighed as both boys went off to their chores. Little did they know, Star and Lobster Claws had devised a plan to get him his job back. Okay, I'll put up some barrier tags. Naruto walked down the stairs to the living room with 4 pieces of paper in his hands before Marco followed him down with teddy bears. I couldn't find any giant rubber bands, but… Marco gestured to the bears with a grin. Teddy bear mittens, really? The blonde looked at him blankly. That's the best I could come up with in a short amount of time, the Latino teen said before the 3-eyed monster burst through the wall, and they dove for cover as a laser beam flew over their heads. What a damn actual! The boys quickly ran outside to see Star fighting Ludo and his monsters. Star, when did you get here? Naruto, a 2-headed monster with a shoulder board, walked away from the princess. I lured you here so Lobster Claws could get his old job back. Star whispered to them. I'm going to let him hit me. Play along. She blasted the giraffe monster with her Narwhal Blast spell. What? Both boys looked at her in shock. All right, Ludo, I have more than cupcakes this time. The magical girl shifts her gaze to Ludo and waits for something. I said I have more than cupcakes this time. Lobster Claws jumps over the fence. Go, red boy! Lobster Claws dashed forward to throw a vicious punch that missed Star by inches, but the princess staggered back with a fake shout. Booyakasha! Don't worry, boss. She looked at Ludo with a wide grin. Got it. Rhea, BB boss? Ludo stammered. Didn't I fire you? Should we do something? Marco asked Naruto as they watched Star and Lobster Claws pretend to fight each other badly. I don't know. Naruto scratched his head unsurely as several monsters cheered for the lobster monster. No, yes, I see a marked improvement, the Kappa commented. But I'd be very impressed if you took the one. He defeated me. The Star falls backward with a dramatic. Oh. Lobster Claws grabs the wand from the ground with a wide grin. Hey, yeez! Ludo cheered, and before everyone knew it, the wand snapped violently before transforming into a different wand shape. A black eye with purple spines. WW what the? Lobster Claws groaned hoarsely as his eyes changed color while rocks and loose objects levitated from the ground. Is it happening to me? He grunted as powerful winds kicked up. Being bad feels so good, how could you do this? Star yelled into the roaring wind. I was trying to help you, Huh? Lobster Claw's eyes returned to normal as the wand transforms into a maw-like shape. Whoa! The princess gasped in surprise. Don't listen to her. Ludo shook his fist. She's the enemy. The lobster transforms back into dark form. No, I saw the good in you. Star yelled. Don't. The lobster returns to normal. Act like a monster and give it to me. The Kappa growled, causing the lobster to turn evil. Lobster Claws! The princess begged. Please! The lobster monster kept shifting between light and dark form until Marco high-kicked the monster claw wand and Naruto quickly caught it in midair before throwing it to Star, who caught it, and the wand returned to normal. Yuck! Ludo shouted angrily. I always forget about that karate guy and that brute. How am I a brute? Naruto questions, and the bearded deer has a flashback to Vietnam. Stardust Daisy Devastation! Star fired a blast of magical pollen that nearly drowned the monsters. Our retreat! The Kappa coughed, and the monsters fled to their dimensional portal. Lobster Claws was about to approach the portal, but the leader stopped him. Whoa, 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 whoa. You! He pointed at the lobster monster before grinning widely as if he was standing in front of his idol. You had the wand in the palm of your claws. How did that feel? I felt a tickle. Lobster Claws rubbed his claws. I knew it! Ludo squealed. I'm so jealous! Can I touch your claws? The lobster monster leaned down to allow him and the Kappa to rub their claws together. Netheias! He gestured toward the portal. After you! The monsters entered the portal. Don't do it, Lobster Claws! Marco ran closer to the portal. What about wanting to be good? A claw emerged to smack Marco in the face, sending him tumbling back to the ground with force. That's my monster! Ludo's voice laughed before the portal closed. There was something good in him, after all. Star murmured. Not much, Marco moaned weakly. I'll get some ice. Naruto returns to the house and the Latino teen thanks him. Wait, Naruto. The said boy turns his head to see Star following him with a guilty expression. You were right, he said softly. About good monsters, there are some good monsters, and Lobster Claws prove that I am sorry. No, that would be me saying I'm sorry. Naruto turned to her with a sigh. I lost my cool back there, I'm sorry. It's just the way you talk about monsters bothers me and I. He hesitated for a moment as the princess looked at him. Nothing, just I'm so sorry. Makeup hug? Star raised her arms. Makeup hug? The blonde boy smiled with his arms raised before hugging her. Hug! She squealed before looking at him. Hey, you know, it's our first fight and makeup. Yay, oh, you're right. Naruto laughed lightly as he released her. Better mark it on the calendar for the anniversary. Do people on Earth celebrate it as an anniversary? Star placed her index finger on her cheek with her head tilted. Weird but nice. No, that was a joke. He shook his head in amusement. Anyway, I'd better get the ice. Okay. The smiling princess jumped. I'll take Marco to the couch. Marco left his room with a long yawn and stretched his arms as Naruto came out of his room. Good morning, Nar. Marco yawned before a buzzing noise cut him off as he looked around. What's this noise? Oh, it's my alert for the security system. Naruto pulled a black paper out of his pocket with a yawn as the paper lit up with a buzzing noise. After all the intruding monsters 2 days ago, I decided to try modifying some barrier tags into a warning system and place them around the house in case Ludo and his monsters sneak up on us. Are they? The Latino boy asked tiredly. Should it be, or are they just some creatures? The blonde yawned again. The system has some kinks I need to work out. I mean, it's not supposed to be whirring like that, and it always goes off if some stranger like the mailman crosses the courtyard. They walked down the stairs. At least it'll tell me where the source is. She raised her eyebrow at the newspaper. Star's room? Wait, why is there? Marco gave him an amused look. Star asked me to put some security tags on her room in case some monsters noticed and sneaked in to steal her wand while she was in the other room. Naruto raised his hands. Oh, that's really clever. The Latino teen blinked before a purple bird flew past him with a loud squawk. What? More purple birds flew past the surprised kids and took a good look at the living room to see that it had turned into a jungle. Wow, Star is getting better at her magic. This is really peaceful. A blue chimera with 4 eyes launches itself towards the screaming teen. I must disagree with you on that. Naruto continued to watch. Help! Marco yelled as the lion monster shoved its head into his mouth. Help! Mega explosive crystal laser! Star slid down the stairs as soon as she saw the lion, and the wand turned into a laser pointer, emitting a red dot on the ground that attracted the lion's attention. Here, kitty kitty! The chimera releases the screaming child from its mouth to chase the dot as it slithers around and then into the bushes. Thanks for saving me. Marco stood up while rubbing his throat. Again. He took out a notepad with a pen. That makes 28 saved for you and... He counts it. 4 for me. But, who's counting? You. The blonde boy said cheekily. Shut up. The Latino teenager snorted. How many times did I save you, by the way? Naruto asked curiously. 10-2. Marco muttered tiredly. Wow, Marco! Star whistled at the sight of the jungle. I love what you've done with this place. A bird landed on her head with a squawk and then pecked at her hair. How cute! What? Marco snorted. I didn't do this. Well, someone did. the princess said before both teens turned their gazes towards Naruto. Don't look at me. Naruto raised his hands. As much as I'd love to take credit for this amazing prank, I don't really. Then this has to be you. Marco turned to the princess as he gestured around. That has magic written all over it. Sorry, it wasn't me. Star shook her head with her hands raised, and the Latina teen parted the vines to reveal the stone sculpture of Naruto and Star's grinning heads. Hey, it looks more like your dad's work. At that, Raphael emerged from Stone Star's mouth with a hammer and chisel. This was my job. Raphael laughed. But the rest of this, no? Wow, you craved them in one day? Naruto whistled as the laughing man nodded proudly. Impressive. This has to be Star. Mako watched in disbelief as the girl retreated to the kitchen for breakfast. Late at night, Naruto was enjoying his sleep until the alert tag rudely woke him up with a loud buzzing sound. Damn, Naruto rolled onto his side to remove the tag from the bed counter and then looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Star's room again? Several explosions reached his ear and came from the magical girl's room. He quickly got out of bed and left her room to see Marco at Star's door as she opened the door. Star, are you? Naruto approached the room, only to duck under a spray beam with Marco, and they looked up to see Nano. Star sleepwalked as she cast her spells. Come back. Star? Marco yelled as another bolt of lightning flashed past his ear. What are you doing? Can't you see she's sleepwalking? Naruto dodges another blast. Lamp, the magical girl moaned. Destroy. Her wand shoots magical energy around her lamp, bringing it to life and striking the screaming Latino teen. Why me? The Latino teen yelled. There's Naruto! The snoring princess bumped into things from an interdimensional mirror to a low table. Paper tornado. Star staggered as she fired a few more beams. Poof, monster metamorphosis. The papers and the now living Poof attack Marco. Seriously, attack Naruto instead of me for once. Marco shouted before Naruto knocked him down to avoid Narwhal Blast. I'll 11-2. Star! Star slowly opened her eyes with a yawn as she rubbed her eyes with her hand. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, Marco. Good morning, beanbag monster. She smacked her lips a few times until she noticed something strange with the image. Oh! Lighting turtle rescue! She cast her spell on all of her living objects, turning them back to normal. You saved us. Marco sighed as he took out his notepad. That's 29-4. What happened? Star lifts a sleeping narwhal into her arms. You were spelling in your sleep. Marco kicked the lamp away. That must be why you don't remember turning our living room into a jungle. Oh no! The panting princess hugged her narwhal tightly. You guys have to fix me. Now's my chance to save you. Marco perked up. With psychology. Psychology? Both blondes said with different reactions, confusion and a strange look. Psycho. The Latino teen makes a gesture of wiping his arms. Yes. Star copied his action. Psychology. She looked at her crush. What is it? It's a study of the mind and behavior. Naruto explained. It's primarily used to monitor mental health and the things that make you you. That's right, and I'm going to dig deep into your brain to see what turns you on. Marco nodded. Oh. The magical girl snapped her fingers. Yeah, we have something like that on Muni. The doctor put all his patients in a catapult, and then shot them over the wall. Yeah, this is quite different. Marco's sweat dropped. Naruto. Now, before we begin, I must transform. Transform? Star tilted her head. Glasses. Paper. Clothes. Book. Marco put on his glasses, his vest, and then pulled out a Psychology 101 textbook. Dr. Marco, Ph.D. What does Ph.D. stand for? The magical girl asked, and Naruto was about to answer her question, but a very handsome guy. Angie walked through the door. M.O.M. Marco yelled in embarrassment as the blondes giggled behind his back. Go back to bed. He rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Come on, Star, let's go downstairs and find out why you're sleepwalking. Okay. Star nodded, and Naruto was about to follow them until his alert tag went off again. What's wrong? He asked as the mustachioed boy checked his badge. Is it Ludo and the monsters again? No, it's your room again. The blonde boy scratched his head in bewilderment. I'm starting to think there must be some defect in the security tag. Is it okay if I poke around in your room? Be my guest. The princess nodded before snapping her fingers. Oh, if you come across my diary or any of my secret boxes, don't look. I promise I won't. Naruto chuckled. Tell me, how do you know it's coming from his room? Marco raised an eyebrow curiously. I saw this alert paper of yours and it doesn't look like a map. Actually, it's a map. The blonde boy showed him his label for a closer look, pointing to a small wavy line of runes near the bottom left corner. See that? It said Star's room. I can't read runes, the Latino teen said slowly before his head snapped up with a confused flash. Wait, you can read runes? Oh, yeah? Naruto said. The beginner's book I bought from Quest Buy comes with a free basic rune translation for the beginner's book. Oh, Marco slowly walked down the stairs with his head shaking with Star in tow. Come on, Star. Now let's see what triggers it, and which one. The blonde boy looked at his black tag before searching for the hidden tags. No, this one is perfectly fine. Naruto checked one of the security tags as he sat on a stool in Star's room with a stack of papers on his right side. He put one in a small pile on his left side and then picked up another tag from the top. Is this it? He scanned the traces. Nope. The alert tag beeped again and was starting to unnerve him when Naruto glanced at it. When I find this damn thing, I'm going to burn this shit. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. What a crackling accent. An unfamiliar voice whispered softly from somewhere behind Naruto as the teen stiffened. Camera phone. There was a soft sound of shutters. I don't think this person knows I'm listening. Naruto pretends to scan another tag as he tries to locate the voice in the room. Camera phone. The voice whispered. Do you think his whiskers are a tattoo or what? Still looking sizzling. I'm gonna steal the star-spangled hitch's face and play this good as hell. Under the bed. The blonde acted quickly as he turned around to flip the mattress, and the intruder let out a yelp of surprise. Scrambled. Camera phone. A few minutes earlier, Marco was showing Star some ink blots in the living room. A little alien with a gnome cap. Star replied before gasping. Maybe I'm sleep spelling because I'm secretly a little alien with a gnome cap. No. Marco shuffled the cards to show her a black dot on white paper. Now what about few wait? He placed his hand on his forehead with a resigned sigh. Wait, this is a mistake. That reminds me of my overbearing mother smothering me with all the duties of becoming queen for the rest of my life. The magical girl gasped, and the Latina teen looked up. I think we may have found the root of your problem. Marco stood up with a smile. You have mother issues. Hooray! Star jumped up and down with excited applause. I have mommy issues. No, that's bad. He corrected her. I have mommy issues. The magical girl dropped her head, her shoulders slumped. It's okay, Star. Marco patted her shoulder. Identifying the problem is the first step to recovery. Recovery! Star nodded with a smile before hearing some screams, followed by crashes above them. What was that? She looked up at the ceiling. It sounds like it's coming from your room, the Latino teen said before running upstairs to Star's room and then opening the door. Naruto, what? They almost jumped when Naruto threw a corpulent female creature over his shoulder onto a table, breaking it in the process. Guys, I found our intruder! Naruto shouted. And she's after Star, one of Ludo's monsters? Star asked. I want your face. The female stood up with a grunt. She has lavender skin, warts, a long nose shaped like an elephant's trunk, 2 lower tusks protruding from her large red lips, dark blue hair and a large beehive, purple eyeshadow. She wears a blue dress with high heels and lots of jewelry. Phew, you weren't sleep spelling. Marco smacked his forehead in realization. You were just defending yourself from that sleeping goblin elephant. Wow. Star pronounced. I'm unconditional. I came here for your face. The monster woman screamed loudly. To steal your face. She pointed her meaty finger at Naruto. You broke my hexy ass. Do I look like I care, Snooki wannabe? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Would you? Star winced as her ears rang violently from the woman's shrieks. Stop screaming? Well, sorry. The intruder snorted. I have no ears. He pulled out his phone in a pose. Camera phone. She put it away. I'm running away from St. O's. Well, you can't stay here. The princess crossed her arms with a disapproving look. I don't want to go to St. O's. Oh, you're going to St. O's. The woman smiled wickedly. You see, we're both grown-ups. We have the same ups and downs, the same east and west. You can hardly tell us apart. except for our faces. She took another selfie with her but facing forward. Camera phone. So I'm going to laser your face off your head. Oh, you can have my face. See, I'm going to use your face, and then you can go to jail. Because you look just like me. It's just a classic face swap scenario. The teens glanced at each other before laughing at their ridiculous plot. Oh yeah? Marco laughed. Oh, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why yeah. And if you manage to change your face, everyone can tell the difference until you're Ludo. Naruto laughed while holding his stomach. Oh, that's so yummy. It's not funny. The intruder squealed and was about to grab Star, but Naruto blocked her with a shoulder hold and the screaming monster stumbled backward until she fell over the balcony railing. Thanks, Naruto. Star smiled at her crush. Now let's show this girl a thing or two. She jumps over the railing and the boys exchange a look before following her. Grab the nose. The monster girl whipped their noses, but they avoided it before pointing her finger at them. Laser finger. She shot lasers at them but they dodged it again. Narwhal. The magical girl raised her wand in attack position but never got the chance to fire it because the chimera appeared out of nowhere and mauled the monster girl. Oh! The teens shuddered at the sight. That was a bit of an anticlimax. Naruto grimaced again as the chimera bit the screaming monster's rear end. I'll say. Marco rubbed his neck with another grimace of pain. Do you ever feel like you've been cheated out of something for some reason? Sometime. Star grimaced, and her crush agreed. Saint Olga's guards would appear in a few minutes to drag the injured monster girl through the portal, and the teens would return to their beds. The next morning, Star looks at herself in the mirror while fixing her headband and gives a thoughtful look. Huh! She took out her wand to change her headband into different headbands, from flower headband to blue unicorn horn with mane. Ugh. A green headband with cactus on it sits on her head and squeals in approval. Kachi for the win! She examines her head with small turns to see how it looks before Marco storms into the bathroom with frantic actions while puppies barked at their feet and he pushed Star out of the way. Get out of the way! He yelled as he rummaged through the things on his shelf. I'm falling asleep! I'm going to be late! Oh! Where's my sweatshirt? Whoa, relax, Marco. Star stood up as she brushed her dress. We can still make it to school for first period. This isn't about learning. Marco put his hoodie on backwards. This is about love. He paused. Wait, where's Naruto? Oh, he went to school early to prepare for some of his pranks. The princess smiled. And to hit Lars again because Francis told him Lars was messing with him and his friends again. Man, I hate being Lars right now. The Latino teen grimaced before his eyes widened as he remembered he was still late for something. An idiot in a possible coma, check. Naruto moved away from Lars's shaking body as he tossed an ear of corn up and down in his left hand. Now it's time for some pranks. He rubbed his chin with his other hand in deep thought. Should I go for classic or something outrageous? Too bad Mount Rushmore is in another state because I'd paint all over it. He scratched his head. It's a classic. Yo, Naruto. Jackie skated beside him. Hey, Jackie. He waved and saw the skater rolling down the hallway. He blinked once, and suddenly, Marco and Star were a few feet ahead of him at the lockers. What the heck? Naruto nearly choked on his saliva. Hey, Jackie! Marco called out to the skater with a wave and the skater stopped skating to turn around. Hey, Marco! The skater waved back, and they stared at each other in silence for a short while. Okay, see you around. She resumed skating. You did it! Star punched him on the back with a smile. You finally talked to her. What happened to waiting for the perfect moment? Well, all of a sudden I thought if you have time, why waste it? The Latino teen dug his hands in his pockets. Looks like I'm finally getting somewhere. Hey guys. Naruto approached them after shaking his head. How did you two get here? I saw you, 1 minute you weren't there and the next you're there. Oh, you won't believe us if we tell you. Marco dismissed him with a crooked smile. Oh, try me. He chuckled until he noticed Star watching. What is it? And nothing. Star whispered softly with a blush as a memory replayed in her head. Watching me is fun. Star giggled as she stared at the TV screen with a giant eyeball hanging over its head, staring back at her. The screen was showing her the past, and she looked over Marco's shoulder as he watched his own past before noticing a monitor with a white outline. What's that? She walked over, and the screen came to life. Naruto, guess what? A voice spoke on the screen. Oh, that's me. Star clapped with a wide smile. What? Naruto's voice asked. We're having a baby. Star's voice squealed excitedly, and the magical princess's face turned red at the news. Are we? Naruto's voice whispered before a loud thud was heard, followed by a ripping sound as if something was breaking on the ground. Ooh, maybe I should have told her when she wasn't eating her ramen. Star hummed, and the blushing princess turned away from the screen. Hey, tomorrow is our date, right? The magical girl asked, fighting back the atomic blush that was breaking out on her face. Yeah, let's play miniature golf. Naruto scratched his head. Why do you ask? Do you want to? Just making sure. Star waved her hands. I'm totally excited about that. It's going to be the first time I've ever played this golf thing. I know. The blonde boy smiled. I hope it's fun. The group walks past their first period. Random question, if you were going to have a son, what would you name him? The princess suddenly asked. Naruto gave Marco an amused look. I don't know. Why are you asking him about? Marco was about to finish his sentence but was cut off. And you, Marco? Star turned to him. What names will you choose? MJ if it's a girl, Marco Jr. if it's a boy, he replied without missing a beat. MJ, really? The blonde boy looked at him strangely. Wait, why have you already chosen names? Don't tell me you're planning on marrying Ja. Hush, you! Marco silenced him with a red face and both blondes laughed at him. Ooh, that's a... Star looked around in amazement. Miniature golf? She stared at nearly a dozen plates and at the miniature castle. Oh, I wonder who lives in this tiny castle. Her head snapped to Naruto. Tiny people from Earth? No, it's an obstacle course. Naruto chuckled as he ordered 2 clubs and balls from the worker. Like this windmill over there. He pointed to said obstacle before taking the things from the worker as he turned to his date. What color do you want? Green or blue? Blue, because it matches my shirt. The magical girl gestured to her shirt. She was wearing a blue shirt and navy jeans over her purple boots. She also had her hair pulled back in a low ponytail. The reason she was dressed that way was because Angie told her to wear them for their second date, and that it was appropriate for this event, something easy to move around in and that wouldn't catch her skirt on anything. Good. The blonde boy handed her the blue stick and the ball. You look pretty, by the way. Thanks. Star blushed slightly as she looked him up and down. You look good too. You think so? Naruto looked down at his clothes. He was wearing a gray V-neck shirt and black jeans over his sneakers. I'd still like some orange. The magical girl laughed at his comment. Anyway, are you ready to play? Yes. She followed him to the first plate with a bounce in her step. Can I go first? Sure. He gave her a nod of approval. Place your ball in the dent and then sink it into the hole over there. It's okay if you don't get it right away. Sometimes it takes a few turns to get it in. Dent, Star repeated as she looked down to see a small hollow spot in the turf before putting the ball on it, and then back up. At first, she wasn't sure what to do next, so she looked at some players on different fields and watched them hit their balls with a club before looking at her club in her hands. That's what the club was for. She got into a stance as she peeped at other players' stances. I really thought we were going to bludgeon people. Star brings her club back, then swings with all her might and the club misses the ball by a few inches. At the same time, the club flies out of her hands and flies through the air with little spin until it hits a young adult in the head, knocking him flat on his back. Oops! She covered her mouth with her hands. I'm fine! The smiling man gets up with a few stumbles, a bump on the head. Sorry. She mumbled behind her hands, her eyes moving to Naruto with a guilty glint. It's okay, it was an accident. Naruto handed the club back after receiving it. Try again. Okay. Star looks down at the ball and then tries to swing it again, this time hitting the ball and the object launches into the air. Yes, I did it! The ball rises faster until it hits the same man in the groin, causing him to kneel in agony. Oops, I'm fine! The smiling man said in a high-pitched voice, tears welling up in the corner of his eyes. Star realizes something as she looks down at her empty hands, and the princess looks up in time to see her club hit the man's crown. Oh, okay, yo-yo. The smiling man gives a shaky thumbs up before fainting. Phew, that's tough! She groaned embarrassingly as the blonde boy retrieved the thrown stick and ball. Maybe we. Looks like I have to help you out in a cliché way. Naruto joked as he moved behind her and took her hands in his to secure the club's grip. Star squealed softly at his surprise action and close contact, as she could feel her cheeks heating up and her heart beating rapidly inside her chest as his chest leaned slightly against her back, his chin resting gently on her right shoulder. Make sure you hold it steady like that. He squeezed her hands. And keep your eyes on the ball, Uchiha. Star uttered. You want it to go straight, so you have to tap it like this. His hands move hers in a light, smooth swing, and he hits the ball, sending it rolling down the lane until it sinks into a hole. See? Oh, I got it. The magical girl's eyes lit up. Does that mean I win? Not yet. Naruto chuckled as he continued to hug Star from behind. That's the first course, and we have more courses to go. He looked at the side of her face. Anyway, do you know what to do now? Why, yeah, I think so. Star muttered. Great, then it's my turn now. Without thinking, Naruto kissed her cheek as he released the blushing girl and took his turn, taking a swing only to drop the club mid-swing as soon as he realized his action with his face red and his rolling ball falling into the hole. The spinning club hit the same man in the face as soon as he stood up. I'm fine. Let's move on to the next one. The blonde boy stammered and the magical girl nodded timidly. See, can you show me how to do it again? Star asked as they walked toward a curvy lane. Sure. Naruto scratched his head shyly and they played a few rounds, his date asking him to show it to her from time to time. What do you think of this sport? Naruto asked as they entered the game room. It wasn't bad. Star smiled. I enjoy it. She watches her date slide a few dollars into the token machine. What are you doing? I'm going to get some token coins so we can play here. He replied. Maybe I'll win some tickets. Tickets for what? She asked. For trades. Naruto pointed at the ticket-tagged prizes on the shelves in the back. The more tickets you have, the bigger the prize you'll get, or many prizes, depending on your preference. Oh! Star's eyes widened in excitement as she saw some prizes that caught her eye. How do you get these tickets? From playing games like skee-ball. He pointed to said game. You can tell if the games give you tickets or not by checking this slot or sticker. His fingers shifted to a colorful sticker on a random booth, showing 10 tickets per round. Wow, Amethyst Arcade doesn't have this kind of thing. She whistled. Where do we start? Have you ever played the game Whack-the-Mole before? Naruto led her to said game. Yeah, I played something like that in Amethyst Arcade before, but it's called Smash-'em-on. Star said as she took the deck from her date. I'm pretty pro at it. Oh, really? He raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a quirk. I'm a professional too. Oh? She smirked. What's with this look? Are you saying you're better than me, huh? Your words, not mine. Naruto sneered. That's a challenge, huh? Star bumped his hip with her own. Turn it on. Don't hit me if I beat you at that. He inserted the chips with a giggle, and the smiling girl lightly tapped him on the head with her mallet before they began play. It ends with Star with the highest score winning. Rematch! I call rematch, ha! She stuck her tongue out at him. I decline your rematch request. Her date pouts childishly as they take the tickets before she takes it to him with a giggle. Come on, let's find some games for you to lose. Oh, I'm going to make you eat your words. He laughed, and she stuck her tongue out childishly again. Man, I can't believe I lost at some games. Naruto groaned as the blonde pair walked down the sidewalks, the princess holding a large stuffed unicorn and he holding a bag, filled with small prizes and some game boards. At least you beat me at the games of chance. Star laughed at his expression. I mean, I've never seen anyone win like millions of tickets by pressing the button once. Well, I'm always lucky. He rubbed his chin. I once tried a lottery for fun and ended up winning a few $100,000. Whoa, really? She gasped in astonishment. Yeah, really. Naruto hummed, and they walked in silence until they reached the house. So, they stopped in front of the front door. Do you want to do it again? Because I want to go out with you again. Yes, I do. Star smiled widely before twirling some of her hair shyly. Can I ask you for something? Yeah, what's that? He nodded. A kiss. The princess replied shyly. See, can we kiss? Like on the lips? Naruto blushed along with her and thought about it for a few moments, while the magical girl fidgeted nervously. Yeah, I guess it can't hurt to have a kiss. They awkwardly stare into each other's eyes before she closes her eyes with her head tilted up and Naruto's head slowly tilts down as he places his hands on her hips. Their lips meet in a chaste kiss, and it lasted for a good minute before he pulled away, his lips tingling in a good way. Before he knew it, Star caught his lip in another kiss again, and he kissed her back as she wrapped her arms around his neck and moved closer to allow him to slide his arms around her waist. Her tongue licked at his bottom lip, and he opened his mouth slightly to allow her entrance as they started kissing, their tongues dancing together. All right, break it off you two! Marco slapped them hard in an attempt to stop them while keeping his eyes closed. Break it off! You guys keep it PG! Without looking, Star slowly raised her wand towards the Latino teen before firing a non-lethal, small bolt of fire that hit his chest, knocking him back with a grunt. Star, did you just… Naruto stopped making out with her before she pulled him in to resume their kiss. Why yes, you're right, Star he's fine I'm not bucking okay. The Latino teen groaned weakly from the floor. Phew, another failure. Naruto looked at the individual paper in front of him before scratching his head in puzzlement. I don't get it. I did everything up to T, or did I miss something? He was about to take a closer look until a pair of arms slid over his shoulders in a hug, and he glanced out of the corner of his eye to see Star, his eyebrow raising slightly as soon as he saw her swim cap. Hey, boyfriend! Star sings before giving him a kiss on the cheek, the hearts on her cheeks glowing pink. They recently became an official couple after dating for a month and a half. Hey, girlfriend! He chuckled softly with a slight blush. What's with the hat, you see? She pulled him out of his chair and Naruto looked at her blue swimsuit in confusion as she led him outside and down the hallway until the mustachioed boy noticed something out of place. Why is there an orange slee dash? Star pushed him down an orange slide tube as the blonde boy yelled. Thire! In the blink of an eye, Naruto finds himself splashing around in the living room pool while shaking some water out of his hair before looking around. Star, why did you push me? He yelled with a grin. That was for the water balloon yesterday. Star's voice shouted back with a giggle, and Naruto was about to say something, but he heard someone yawn loudly upstairs. Good morning, Marco! There was a shriek and then a laugh before Marco slid into the pool with a splash. Oh, that was awesome! Marco laughed and several pups jumped up with little howls, firing some lasers into the air. I'll say. Naruto replied with a nod as one of the pups tried to climb onto his shoulder, only to slide down with a howl. I know, right? Star slides across the floor to the pool while twirling her wand with one hand on her hip. Stairs are so boring and I did it to get revenge on Naruto for all the water balloons. Hey, I need to cool you off because I thought you looked pretty hot in the weather. Naruto grinned, receiving a splash to the face from Star's kick. I hope my parents don't get nervous when they see this. The Latino teenager laughed at the couple's antics and heard a familiar voice. I'm flipping! Raphael shouted, diving into the pool with a big splash. Father! Marco gasped. Relax, son. His father laughed and spat out some water. This is like the perfect escape without actually escaping. A dolphin pops out from under the water and carries him away. Oh boy, I love living here. Star laughed. If my parents found out I've been using magic for things like this. About that, Marco coughed into his hand. This was great, but next time, maybe a little warning. Okay? Wet socks are a form of torture in some countries. You don't need a heads up for that. Naruto shrugged. It's really nice to have some surprises, to live things out for your boring life. I don't have a boring life. The Latino teenager rolled his eyes. I just like to be careful and cautious with my life. The doorbell rang. I'll get it. The magical girl trotted to answer the door, and the boys jumped at the loud sound of the horn. Oh, hi, Dad. Her voice gasped. Dad? The door slammed shut. Oh no! I need to hide everything. Star glided into the living room with a glowing wand before the room returned to normal with the boys and Nan wet, then quickly hurries back to the front door while changing into her usual outfit with a magic spell. Did he say Dad? Naruto paled. Yes, she did. Marco rubbed his neck. I wonder why she's here. What a pleasant surprise. Star stepped aside to let her father in with a nervous laugh. What brings you here unexpectedly? Well, I was in the neighborhood and… The Butterfly King said before throwing up his hands with a groan. Ugh, who am I kidding? Your mother banished me from the castle. What did you do? the magical girl asked. Nothing. The king crossed his arms with a snort. I just left a piece of clothing or two lying around. His servant brought in some heavy luggage before leaving. I thought maybe I could stay here for a day while this was over. Of course you can stay here. Raphael suddenly hugged the king from behind as he picked him up. Your family. You can watch the kids while the wife and I really get away. He ran off with a cheerful wave. See you tomorrow. Ah, good show. King laughed happily before a puppy jumped into his beard. Huh. Oh, hello. The puppy shot lasers at his eyes as his beard explodes into flames and smolders before looking at his nervous daughter. Star, if your mother was here and knew you were using your wand inappropriately, she'd send you straight to St. Olga's. His daughter gulped before he burst out laughing. But I'm not your mother. I'd rather enjoy destructive magical puppies. This visit is going to be really fun then. Star bounced excitedly before both royalties shouted together. Father and daughter day! She suddenly grabbed her dad's mustache laughing and then dragged him around the house. Tur time, I'm going to change my socks. Marco bent down to take off his wet socks. Ugh, it's like I'm walking in pudding. He notices cold sweats running down Naruto's pale face. Naruto, what's wrong? S-Star's father will be staying here for a day. Naruto muttered nervously. Oh yeah? The Latino teen replied with a raised eyebrow. But that doesn't explain why you're acting like this. My girlfriend's father will stay for a day. The blonde boy looked him in the eye. The man who loves fighting monsters every day and values his daughter above all else. Marco looked at him silently for a few moments before placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder. It's nice to meet you, likewise. But all jokes aside, I'm pretty sure he'll like you when he sees how happy you make Star and how much you two love each other. The Latino teen paused as few blushes could be heard in the upstairs bathroom. As long as you two don't make out in front of him almost all the time. We don't kiss all the time, Marco. Naruto deadpanned, his cheeks flushed. We only kissed like 3 times in total, and I stepped on you 3 times, once with my parents. Marco deadpanned before hearing more blushing quickly. What the hell are you doing upstairs in the bathroom? His answer comes in the form of water flowing down the steps. OHNO. Damn it, Star. Not again. He ran upstairs and within minutes, the father-daughter combo were bounding down the stairs giddily laughing. And you remember Naruto from that time when we visited Muni for Diaz's anniversary? Star pointed at Naruto. Ah, yes. King stroked his beard with a nod. An exchange student living with you and the Diaz clan, correct? That's correct, sir. Naruto replied. I never got the chance to meet you properly because our previous meeting was very brief. Good. The humming king nodded. And guess what? Star suddenly wrapped her arms around Naruto's right arm. He's my boyfriend too. Naruto stiffened as the king stared at him blankly and was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Oh, so that's how it is. The butterfly king slowly stroked his beard with disturbing calm. Is that so? How long have you been courting? Almost 2 months. The princess guessed. Is it Naruto? Why yes. Naruto gulped nervously at the deathly calm king. Ah. Star released her boyfriend with a slap. I know what we should do. We should play miniature golf. It's a great way for you two to bond. She suddenly dragged them by their arms and the mustachioed blonde sweated more as the king stared at him. There was something about her brightness that made Naruto more nervous. Naruto taught me how to play this on our second date. Star smiled at her father as they stood on a miniature golf course. You're going to love it. Her father whistled around as the magical girl gave him a club while aiming for the ball. The goal is to throw this little moon into that hole. How funny! King Butterfly laughed as he held the golf club by the shaft. You're holding your stick upside down. The princess pointed out. Is this a club? The king looked at the club and then looked straight into Naruto's eyes. There's one thing we improved with Muni. He suddenly pulled out a large club with a blunt ram's head as Naruto swore his eyes turned red. Tally-ho! He swung it towards Naruto with a battle cry. Whoa! The mustachioed boy dove to the right side as the king's club narrowly missed him, miraculously hitting the ball and flying off, colliding with a metal frog statue and knocking it over in the process. How about that for putting it in the hole? The butterfly king laughed with shifty eyes until he noticed something. What is that? He pointed at the miniature castle. That's Candy Castle. Star replied with a smile. The next hole. The king glanced several times between the panting blonde boy and the castle before raising his battle ram with a roar. Lord Salivary of the Weebler Elf clan, you sly dog! What? The magical girl jumped up with her hands raised and her father smashed his club against the castle, causing many screaming players to flee for their lives and several children to cry. Father, I'll teach you how to google-eyed my wife! King Butterfly grabs a tiki torch and then burns down the castle with a maniacal cackle. Buckers, I'm so screwed. Naruto stared at the chaotic scene with wide eyes, and everyone was forced to flee the area as the mini-golf park burned to the ground. The ball's in your court, Salivary! The crackling king shouted over his shoulder. Naruto washes his hands in the bathroom sink after using the toilet, and a sigh escapes his lip. It's a miracle they got away with it a few hours ago, and witness statements ended up ranging from a homeless lunatic to lobster claws. But what's more miraculous is that I made it through the whole day without any injuries. Naruto muttered to himself as he left the bathroom only to be walked back in by the king. Die, bastard! King Butterfly strangled the screaming teen, roughly shaking him to the ground. Touch my little girl? Why must I teach you? He smacked the poor boy's cheek with his right hand. Die! Get away from me, crazy wanker! Naruto managed to get up, slamming the screaming king into the wall to free himself. I still haven't touched your daughter, sir! All we did was just kiss, still you say? The roaring king lunged at him, only to crash into the mirror, shattering it in the process, as the boy ducked. I'll bucking kill you! Before Naruto can react, the king charges him into the wall with a mighty blow, and the teen's cheek receives a small cut. Little girl, the wound? The teen frees himself by shoving his knee into the king's stomach, and then grabs him in a chokehold. Like hell I will! Hurting her is further than my mind because I love her, yeah right! The Butterfly King kicked back and connected with Naruto's knee, forcing him to his knees. That's what this bastard demon, Tom, said before he did it more than once. I'm not bucking Tom. Naruto forces his full weight on the king and they collapse to the floor and then roll around while punching and kicking each other. I'll never do anything that would have her. If I do, I'll never forgive myself because I care so much for her. Oh, really? The king caught him in an arm lock. If you care, then tell me, what do you see in her? What does she like? Hate? Can you say them? Huh, I like her because she's an energetic, friendly girl who only sees goodness in everyone she meets, how she looks at life in a positive, simple way, and knows how to have fun. I love her habit of biting her rod when she's thinking deeply about something. The teen repeatedly punched the king in his face, even though his other arm was blocked. She also knows how to kick ass and take names, which happens to be one of her favorite things. Cute animals, hugs, parties, movies, dancing, muni battles, bubble wraps, honey boba tea, and praying for love. What the buck is love sentence? King Butterfly grunted under the blows. A band of boys she likes, I don't know. Naruto shouted. NYWYS, she hates Saint Olga, lumber, clowns, boredom, overprotective people, fat husbands, math, and the continuous reminder of her mother. He lets out a loud battle cry as he lifts the king into the air, and then drops him back to the ground with a loud thud before they lay down side by side in heavy pants, their faces covered in blood and surrounded by the mess caused by their fight. You really love her, huh? King said after a few minutes. Yeah, I guess so. Naruto replied. I mean, I just realized how I feel about her a little while before we got together, and I don't know what the future holds. But right now, I really like her and I care about her a lot. Ah, yes. The king grunted. Sorry about the whole trying to kill you thing. Fine. He grunted in response. I expect it to happen from the moment we become a couple. The king raised an eyebrow at him. I figured you or your wife would set the guards on me and demand my head on a platter. Ha, that's Pixie's thing, not Mumin's. King Butterfly laughed before clearing his throat. Anyway, I'm very worried about my daughter and who she's courting because of what happened with her last relationship. Thomas? Naruto said, and it wasn't a question. Yes, when you were courting, he tried to control everything in her life and even her. The king growled nastily. His short temper was very worrying because sometimes I wonder if he might abuse her at some point. You have no idea how nice we were when she realized and broke up with him before it was too late. When she told me you're her boyfriend, I thought you might be like Tom and only see her as a stepping stone to the throne. Well, I can't blame you for thinking that since you barely know me and what happened between Star and her ex. The teen sits down with the king. But I can promise you that I will never, ever try to control, hurt, or use her. I swear on my mother's grave. He scratched his head. So are we okay? We're fine. The Butterfly King stood up, dusting off his clothes. Wow, I have to say you're quite the fighter. Thanks. Naruto scratched his head again with a sheepish laugh. By the way, aren't we going to mention this to Star? Oh, heaven no! The king laughed as he opened the door. Star will rip our ears off if she ever finds out. Yeah, I can see that. The teen chuckled lightly, wiping some blood from his spotless cheek as they walked down the hallway and past Marco. Hey guys, what were all these noises I heard? Marco froze at the sight of the damaged bathroom before a cabinet ripped off the wall with a loud metallic sound. What the buck just happened here? A scream woke Naruto from his sleep, and the first thing the groggy boy did was look at his alarm clock to see that it was close to midnight. What was that? He got out of bed with a mumble, stumbling over to his door and was about to open it, but it opened with a crash, followed by a yellow and blue blur that slammed into his stomach. Oof! He grunted as he managed to keep his balance. What the? The confused boy looked down to see Star burying her face in his chest with a moan as her arms wrapped around him tightly. Star? What's wrong? The calmer rubbing his back. TT the clown! Star screamed silently inside her chest. He's in my room, clown? Naruto frowned. What? Oh, you mean Kevin the clown, the one who came out of your wand by accident? She nodded with a groan. Didn't you give him back to wherever he came from? And my dad somehow bought it back. She whispered with shaky shoulders. Yes, they're fighting the magic guys with my wand, under a pile of dirty, disgusting clothes, all shirtless. What? The blonde boy blinked owlishly. Fighting? Pile of clothes? Mag, he pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. Ah, damn. It's too late now and I'm too tired to think straight. See, can I sleep here? Star sobbed against his chest. I don't want to be in the room with a clown. Yes, you can. Naruto gently pushed her back before pointing to his bed. Come in, I'll sleep on the floor. Oh, okay. The magical girl whispered with another sniffle, her cheeks heating up when she noticed Naruto was only wearing orange pajama pants. She watched as her boyfriend grabbed a pillow and sheet from his bed and placed them on the floor beside him. The magical girl quietly crawled into bed as the whiskered blonde laid down on the floor. Gigi, good night. Good night. The blonde boy yawned, closing his eyes, and the princess stared at the ceiling for a few minutes before rolling onto her side to face Naruto. Naruto, are you awake? She whispered. Yeah, I'm awake. Naruto muttered with his eyes closed. Can you? Star draws a circle on the mattress with her index finger. Sleep with me? She stuttered, her face red. I mean, like sleep. Not the other thing, just sleep. Why? He asked out of curiosity. It's not like Kevin the clown entered his room without permission. I can't sleep, knowing the CC clown is in another room. She shuddered. And I thought it would make me feel better if you were in bed with me. She blushed slightly. We can cuddle and I don't want you sleeping on a cold, hard floor. It looks really uncomfortable. Naruto would have argued or assured her that it was fine. But right now he was too tired and figured it wouldn't hurt to share the bed with her. It's fine, but we're sleeping with a layer between us. He stood up with the sheet and pillow. Scoot over a bit, I'll go to the right side. The magical girl crawled onto her left side as he got under the covers, a layer between them, and adjusted their positions until they were more comfortable. Gee, good night. Star places her arm over Naruto's stomach as her head rests on his chest and under his chin, snuggling closer. Night, Star. Naruto yawned again, absent-mindedly sliding his right arm under and around her body. The whiskered blonde immediately fell asleep, and the magical girl shot her a few glances before kissing her chin lightly and then falling asleep with a small smile. It was breakfast time when Marco poured cereal into his bowl in the kitchen, and the blonde couple walked in with a few yawns. Good morning, Naruto, Star. Marco greeted them. Tomorrow. Star greeted cheerfully as she opened the refrigerator. Do we still have pancakes from yesterday? I think so. The Latino teen raised an eyebrow as Naruto poured some hot water into his cup of ramen with a cheerful tune. Naruto? You're in a really good mood. Did something happen? He looked out the window. Is this the beginning of the end of the world? Hey, I can be in a good mood sometime in the morning. Naruto rolled his eyes. He's happy because we slept together last night. The magical girl said happily as she emptied the entire bottle of syrup on her pancakes. Best night of my life. Well, next to the clown in my room. Why you guys did what? Marco choked on his breakfast and pounded his chest a few times to clear his airway. Oh my God! Guys in the guest room. No, Marco, it's not like that. The blushing blonde waved his hands. We just slept together. We slept, like we slept. Really? The Latino teen looked between the blushing blondes. Actually. Naruto coughed into his fist. There was a clown in Star's room and you know she has coulrophobia, so she stays in my room. All we did was cuddle and sleep in the same bed, and if it makes you feel better, we have a layer of sheet between us. Well, it makes me feel better. Marco sighed in relief, and both blondes shook their heads or rolled their eyes. Wait, last night was ridiculously loud. It wasn't us. Star said quickly. It was my dad. He's crazy. He just thinks he can come to Earth and do whatever he wants. He's so inconsiderate, I can strangely relate. The Latino teen took a spoonful of his cereal. What do you mean? She tilted her head. Doesn't that sound familiar? Marco pointed at himself. Yeah, Star hummed thoughtfully. He does this to my mom. Doesn't matter. The Latino teen fumed as Naruto snickered. Well, I'm glad you're leaving today. He flipped his hair. I don't know how much more of this I can take. If it gets on your nerves, imagine what your mother has to deal with every day. Naruto commented. Oh, Star felt sorry for her mother, and before she knew it, her father banged on the window outside as she squealed in surprise. Hello, Star. King Butterfly flies through the window with a wide smile. Dad, what are you doing? Star asked. I'm hanging lights for the party. The king jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the Christmas lights surrounding the exterior walls. What party? He blinked along with the boys. Oh my! The Butterfly King slapped his forehead. I forgot to tell you. I'm having such a great time here, I've decided to stay. He smiled at his daughter. Isn't that great? Great. Star forced a smile. Oh, and to celebrate moving here, I've invited some friends over to see my new digs. As soon as the king finishes his sentence, the doorbell rings. They're here. He ran out of the kitchen, and Naruto turned his head to Marco. I hope your parents have house insurance, he said, as cheers could be heard in the living room. I'm pretty sure they have it. Marco said somewhat doubtfully. Choo 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 choo. A blue squirrel with a crown and a man in a toga sang together while holding an upside-down frog creature to eat a cake. Many different kinds of creatures were partying like there was no tomorrow. We'll see if Salivary recovers from this one. King Butterfly was telling King Ponyhead the story of how he burned down the mini-golf course, and they laughed heartily before Star approached her father. Dad, I really need to talk to you right now. Star whispered to her father, but never got the chance when a high-pitched voice squealed loudly. Hey guys! A giant living sun with a stereotypical biker face appeared outside before squeezing itself through the door. Well, here I am. Yeah! Now the party can begin. He laughed as he tried to squeeze inside. Ooh, squeeze tight. He snapped. My bad. Oh no! The Butterfly King raised his hands with a furious expression. Who invited Helios? That guy is the worst, brute! King Ponyhead grimaced at Helios's earring. Now he got his ear pierced? Let me guess, he's having a midlife crisis. Naruto said. Yes. The giant floating pony's head nods. There he goes, eating all the snacks. King Muni frowned at the giant son, who was currently inhaling all the food on the snack table. He ruins every party and completely ignores them. Funny. Star snorted. I can strangely relate. Really? Marco gives him a blank look. Look, people are already entering orbit around him. The Butterfly King gestured to the screaming partygoers swirling around Helios's gravitational pull. No, no, no! A short elf shouted. Please, someone! Its gravitational pull is... He sucked in the sun creature. Then why don't you kick him out? Star looked at the kings. Along with everyone else? No way. The bearded king crossed his arms with a furious snort. I'm not talking to that tool. Ugh! The magical girl stomped her foot furiously, ignoring the fact that Marco was doing his best to dodge some liquids on the floor that were made by some wild aquatic creatures. She walked over to the laughing sun creature. Excuse me, I think you've outstayed your welcome and need to go. Well, do you want to know something? Helios turned to her with a smug grin. I may be full of hydrogen, but you're full of bother open. You just got a sunburn, arg. Star raised her arms. I'll take care of him. Naruto patted him on the shoulder. I know his type. Great, please make him go away. The magical girl sighed as she walked away. I'll find Marco and apologize to him. That'll do. The blonde boy turned to the laughing son. Helios, right? Don't waste it, you little carbon-based bastard. The son laughed in annoyance. Do you have an invitation card? He asked. What? Helios raised his eyebrow at her. What invitation card? That's a private, invitation-only party. Naruto gestured toward the wild party. If you have the card, you're free to stay. If not, he jerked his thumb toward the front door. I'll have to ask you to leave. Well, the son leaned back slightly as if in thought before shouting in Naruto's face with a booming laugh. I'm not leaving. I'm the life of the party and everyone here loves me. Whoa, plan B then. The blonde boy looked at the son in annoyance before clearing his throat. Guess I have to redirect some cool, hip people to this epic party in another dimension. Epic party? Helios turned around to look at him. Hey, where is this? I'm the coolest, hippest cat ever. Naruto opened his mouth but someone spoke up. Through this portal. King Ponyhead gestured toward a portal with a nod. Passing! The living sun flew through the portal. Helios is in the HO. The portal closed and the giant head grinned. Thanks for the support. Naruto scratched his head as he looked at the king's head in strangeness. I was going to send him somewhere far away, like the edge of this universe. Where did you send him? To the inescapable limbo, a dimension one can be trapped in for the rest of their life. King Ponyhead drawled. You can't even leave or escape this place with dimensional scissors. You'll die in an hour or two because of the time difference there. Safe travels. Did you just make me an accessory to murder? The blonde boy asked, his eyes twinkling. Yeah, but everyone will say good for you because this guy is a homicidal megalomaniac tyrant who's killed billions upon billions of lives and who knows how many planets he's eaten. The pony's head shrugged imaginatively. Naruto blinked slowly, speechless. Time to clear this party out. Star suddenly appeared above them on a pink cloud as she created a giant water slide with her wand, flooding the living room. Hey, 2 pairs of wet socks! A 4-legged creature moaned in annoyance at his soaked socks. The rest of the partygoers shared feelings about his now wet socks. I'm out of here. A goblin steps out of his dimensional portal, and everyone follows suit by taking their portals. Since I'm ridiculously apathetic about the suffering of others, I'm leaving too. King Ponyhead commented in a monotone, stepping out of his doorway. Gentlemen, gentlemen! King Butterfly tried to stop them until she saw the mess her guests left behind. Wow, I really made a mess. She looked at her tired daughter on the couch with 2 boys before walking over to them. Honey, maybe I got a little carried away. She sat down between Star and Naruto. And I may have been a little inconsiderate. I guess that's why your mom kicked me out in the first place. She sighed. Sorry, guys. And you'll fix things with Mom? Star asked. Definitely. The Butterfly King nodded before sharing a hug. Hugs! He released her and then stood up with some stretching. I'll send my best servants here to make everything better than new. Goodbye. He slashed a portal in the air before jumping in. Bye, Dad. Star waved. Goodbye. Both boys said before Star plopped down on the couch. From now on, I'll always let you know, he said to Marco with a sigh. Thanks, Marco replied. But a surprise is good once in a while. Don't you agree? The blondes nodded and lied down on the couch for a few minutes. Now what? As soon as he said it, Naruto's alert tag lit up and the blonde boy checked it. Anyone want some stress relief? Naruto looked at them. Because we have some monsters waiting to kick their asses in the backyard. Dibs on the 3-eyed baby daddy, the buff frog, and the bearded deer. Star's right hand rises in the air. No fair. The blonde boy pouted at him foolishly. Beard deer is mine. Let's make a bet. Marco smiled. Star, I bet you $1 that. How are you losing? Ludo cried on top of a large rock as he watched his monsters get slapped around by a bunch of punk-ass brats. You guys have like 200 pounds on her. Beard Deer yells as Star smacks his butt with her spell. At least hit her with a rock or something. Barracorn actually throws a rock at the motionless magical girl and she destroys it with a gleeful smile and her eyes closed. Woohoo! She bounced off the two-headed monster onto the cactus and then into the air. Off the cactus, onto the tree! Nothing but net! She shot a heart-shaped crystal dagger at the cactus, which bounced off the giraffe monster's neck. The monster kneels down with a few raspy coughs as Star lands next to the boys. I told you I could do it, double or nothing! Marco said as soon as he saw some monsters lined up perfectly. One kick, 7 monsters! He charges towards the monsters and then delivers a flying kick to Buffrog's chin, knocking him towards another monster, and the rest of the monsters fall like dominoes until the last one falls on Ludo. Oh, come on! Ludo screamed under the combined weight of his monsters. After a victory like this, there's only one thing left to do. Marco turned to his friends with a smile. Get some Chinese food! Well, I'm in the mood for some Chinese food. Naruto rubbed his chin. Ooh, Chinese food! Star walked off with them as the Kappa started to rage at his henchmen. I have no idea what that is. Delicious! Star praised their lunch while holding the chopsticks. And it's so fun to eat with these chopsticks. She imitates the laser sound before the waitress gives the teens a plate of fortune cookies. Oh, and there are cookies too! She tore it open to see a thin piece of paper. What's that? These are fortune cookies, Naruto said, eating his cookie, and they magically predict the future, Marco said, breaking his cookie in half. What? The magical girl gasped. No way, a friend will greet you with a smile. Marco read his fortune aloud. Ah, how sweet! Star smiled. See? Marco pointed at her with a strangled cry. Cookies know everything. Marco, any friend will always greet you with a smile. Naruto looked at him blankly. Silence you! The Latino teenager silenced him. No, it can't be! The magical girl broke open another cookie to read her fortune. Think positive and good luck will come your way. The worker walks past her table with a large box of fortune cookies before Star jumps out of her chair with an excited shout. More cookies! They're rancid, the worker said. Give it to me! Star held out her hands. You're a strange girl. The worker gave her the box with a strange look and then walked away. Wow, Star! Marco chuckled. Good luck coming your way. He did it! He did it! Star jumped up with the box. These are amazing! Her smile froze. As Star? The Latino teen then looked at Naruto. She'll be fine, she just passed out from overexcitement. Naruto smiled at her. I've seen that happen a few times during movies. Oh, Marco said. What do you get? The fortune you're looking for is in another cookie. The blonde boy replied. The next day, the kids find something very strange in the kitchen. Oh, wise and powerful cookies, grant me your sweet prophecies. Star worshipped the box on the floor. Fix that, Marco. Naruto turned to the boy with his hands raised. I'll stay out of this one. Marco looked at her. I got you, Star! Those fortunes aren't magic. They're made by people in a factory. Naruto has to facepalm for his poor execution. Next, you'll tell me that's how they get snow in snow globes, the princess said. It's clearly the work of dark wizards. I'm serious, the Latino teen said. They're not real. They're just vague so you can read things into them. An unexpected visitor will arrive soon. Star read one of her cookies aloud before running to the front door, glancing at her in heels. Marco approaches to open the door. See? He gestured toward the open space. There's no one here. Now, who wants nachos? Did someone say nachos? Ferguson suddenly appeared behind the door. Well, hello, my unexpected visitor, Star said smugly to the gaping Latino boy. Naruto. Marco glared at Naruto, who just raised his hands with a malicious grin. Bastard. He groaned in annoyance before turning to his chubby friend. Ferguson, Star thinks fortune cookies are magical. Could you tell her they're not? Now, gee, man. Ferguson waved his hands. Wow. Cookies are magic. I once ate one on the floor of a taxi and met my spirit animal that night. It was a wolf. He walked off. Are you sure it wasn't one of these special cookies? Naruto shouted, but it fell on deaf ears. Why are you suddenly such a doubter? He said to Marco as he broke another cookie. Reach for the stars and achieve your dream. He immediately tore a hole in the ceiling, creating a skylight, and Naruto swore he heard a scream as he pulled Star out of the way of falling debris, but it was probably a passerby outside. Pegasus feathers! I've always dreamed of having a skylight in here. Marco groaned in regret. Blindly following these fortune cookies is the best decision I've ever made after my decision to make out with Naruto on the spot. Naruto coughs into his fist to hide his red face. The trio of friends were walking through the city 2 hours later, due to the clear weather, and the princess pouted at her last cookie. Ah, Star said. Last cookie. A smile appeared on her face. I can't wait for more, Star, I'm telling you, they'll back me up at the restaurant. Marco said. Food can't predict the future. Of course you can. The magical girl looked back. On Muni, there's a place where you can get underwear that will tell you how you're going to die. Do they come true? Naruto asked. Definitely. Star nodded. A minion I know received a calzone that said he was going to die from having a giant sitting on his face, and that happened the next day. Wow, what a bad way to go out. He grimaced at his imagination, and they walked toward the alley behind the Chinese restaurant before stopping in front of costumed monsters performing breakdancing. What are you doing? The magical girl tilted her head. They're breakdancing, Naruto said. It's a dance bet. Sure, I think one of them is about to be served. Marco shushed him, watching the dance, and no one noticed a fly monster sneak up on Star to replace her last cookie with another fortune cookie. The fly creature flies up to the top of a building, where a grayish humanoid lizard in a suit with slicked back purplish-black hair is standing. Well done. The lizard petted the fly monster's head as it looked at the teens before its golden eyes widened slightly at a certain face. What are you doing here, Toffee, is it time? Ludo appeared beside her with a joyful clap. Yes, Toffee said as soon as Star opened her last cookie, and the monsters appeared in front of the teens. Fooled you! Baracorn laughed as the dancers took off their costumes. Hiya! Marco and Naruto were about to jump into action, but Star stopped them. Wait! Star read her fortune. Love is always the answer. She looked up with a thoughtful hum as the monsters surrounded them. Love, what? Marco raised his hands. Not in this case. Fighting, yes, I'm fine with that, Naruto said before Star suddenly grabbed him by the neck, pulling him down to kiss him on the spot. The blonde boy looked at her with wide eyes before kissing back with his eyes closed. Almost all of the monsters almost tripped over themselves at the sight of a couple kissing, and few of them just stood there dumbfounded. Guys, really? Marco raised his hands and then gestured to the monsters. Hello? Monsters here? Need to kick some ass? I'm sorry, Marco. Star stopped their kiss. It's not Cookie's will. She resumed her kiss with Naruto. Why you have this in the bag? Naruto moaned between kisses, waving him off as he leaned Star's back against the wall, much to his friend's delight. Are you a couple? Beard dear asked Marco, pointing his finger, looking very embarrassed to be in the same place as the kissing couple. Yes. The Latino teenager exhaled, his shoulders slumped. How long? Asked the bearded monster. A few months, Marco replied. It must be really awkward as a third wheel because we've seen you hanging out with them most of the time, Buff Frog said. Sometimes it does. The Latino teen sighed as the couple's kiss grew more heated. Guys, you're in public. Keep it PG. Star, take your hand out of your shirt now. There's the wand. Ludo pointed at the object sticking out of Star's pocket. I can totally grab that. Be patient, Toffee said with a frown. See, can we fight now? The giraffe monster pleaded, shielding his eyes from the pair. All right, let's fight right there. Marco pointed to the clearing in the back. But one of you has to stay back and make sure their make-out session doesn't get out of hand. They're just kissing. How can he get out of? Buff Frog said before Star tried to take Naruto's shirt off. For this shit. Two-headed monster, stay and watch them. No, I don't want to. The right head of the two-headed red monster screamed, but the group moved away towards the clearing. I want to, buck our lives. The left head groaned before looking back at the pair. Hey, dude, don't put your hand in her blouse. Take it out. The right head stares at the fight sadly, and it went on for a while. Star, Naruto, stop that and help me. Marco yelled after a few minutes, punching the giant chicken and kicking a random monster. The kissing couple raises their index fingers at him as if telling him to wait. Come on. You can do it later when we get home. Well, he does have a point there. Naruto broke the kiss. We can tell the... Star stuck her tongue back in. Now, love is always the answer. Star moaned into his mouth. I have to ask how you came up with this answer. Marco shouted back, narrowly evading a savage punch from one of the monsters. I expect you to give every monster a hug, not make out with your boyfriend. Out of curiosity, how long does it usually last? The left head pleaded. Please tell me it'll be over soon so we can, fight? He shuddered. This, and I want to burn it out of my head. An hour or two. The Latino teen shouted before all the monsters stopped in a frozen pose. Yeah, really. They kiss for hours, and I don't know how they can last that long, considering how much oxygen they suck from each other. Out of my way! Ludo pushed his way through the monsters toward the wand in Star's pocket, but no one was paying attention to him. Mine! Mine! Yes! Yes! Yes, that's it! The right head yelled, waving its arm. Stop! Stop, you two! The crying two-headed monster separated the pair. Look! The fortune cookies aren't real. It was all a setup so Ludo could steal your wand. What? Star blinked, her hands absent-mindedly stroking Naruto's abs. Please stop rubbing his six-pack. The left head pleaded as his boss stammered. We'll swap your fortune cookie for another one. It's all fake and manipulated. So, he held up the piece of paper in his hand. You put it in the cookie? Yes. Both heads screamed before the monster returned to the dumpster with Ludo. You know what this means, don't you? Marco gasped on his knees. Oh yeah? Star raised her wand. Love is never the answer until it's to kiss Naruto. Mega Mushroom Destruction Blast. What no, so I don't make out with. The Latino teen raised his hands before the alley violently exploded into a mushroom cloud, and then the trio walked out with a fresh box of stale cookies. I can't believe you, he said flatly, his arms limping, a few mushrooms scattered across his clothes. I think my lips are numb. Naruto felt his lips swollen. Some parts of my body are numb. Marco shot him a glare while the blonde boy just smirked at him. Is that because I tricked Star into thinking that cookies can actually predict the future? The smirking blonde shrugged with his hands. Seriously, buck off. You brought this on yourself. The blonde boy laughed. They're not real fortunes, but they're still real cookies. Star laughed with him before giving Marco a cookie. Here, a great evil has been unleashed. Marco read it aloud before letting out a snort. Oh, hee, let's go home and watch some movies. The princess laughed again and Naruto looked back at the fallen monsters, laughing when he saw Ludo doing his best to push Baracorn through the portal before he noticed something in the top left corner of his eyes. He saw a silhouette of a lizard man in a suit, and the sight made his eyes widen slightly before they narrowed in anger. Hey Naruto, hurry up! Marco called out, causing the blonde boy to drop his gaze as he turned to them. Next! Naruto rushed over to the duo before glancing over his shoulder at the empty place. What the hell is he doing here? He has no idea why this person is here, but one thing he does know is that sooner or later it might get a little complicated. Chapter 5. There's something about Naruto. Yeah, I'm on my way. Naruto spoke into his phone, sandwiching it between his cheek and shoulder as he put on his jacket. I think it'll take me about 20 minutes, give or take. I have to go, bye. He left his room, and in the blink of an eye Star hugged him. Hey Naruto! The smiling magical girl hugged him. Do you know what it is today? Ponyhead's birthday. The blonde boy hugged him back with a light laugh. I know. You told me for a few days, right? Star laughed happily. Sorry, I'm just really excited to see her again, via interdimensional mirror. He chuckled again as they separated. You said it's hard to hire someone in St. Olga. St. Olga! St. Olga! The magical girl suddenly ran around him in a circle, waving her arms as she chanted his name terrifyingly, and he waited until she calmed down. Without permission. He finished his sentence. Yeah, stupid channels, stupid rules. Star snorted before smiling again. Do you think he'll love the cupcakes we baked together? She will, because she's her best friends. Naruto gave her a light kiss on the nose with a chuckle. Tell her I said hello and happy birthday, that'll do. She kissed him on the cheek. Have fun with Justin and the guys. Score a goal for me, will you? I will, and it's a touchdown. The blonde boy gave him a hug before heading down the stairs. See you later, same. Star greeted before running to her room, not wanting to miss her FaceTime with her best friend because the school is very strict about time. Naruto, you're finally here! Justin greeted Naruto in a park field. Hey Justin! Naruto waved back as he approached the group of teenagers. Hey guys. Sorry if I'm a little late. That's cool, man. One of the guys said. If I live with my girlfriend, I'll make out with her every day or have some fun. You know what I mean? Get a girlfriend first before you can say that. Another teen snorted and a few boys laughed at the blushing boy. We don't kiss every day. Naruto rolled his eyes with a slight blush. Only once in a while. He coughed. But we're not going to gossip about our romance. Are we going to play touch football or not? Okay. Justin laughed. Let's split into teams first. I'm the captain of the blue team, Jack the captain of the red team. Dibs on Naruto on my team, say Jack, a burly black teenager, said before raising his hands. Ah, damn it. Billy, come here. The captains choose their players and then the teams are grouped together as soon as the teams are completed. Alright, I'm running Naruto as a running back and wide receiver. Justin said. Matt, you're the second wide receiver. The rest of you are linemen. Here's the game plan. They've been playing for a few hours and the game was nearing the end, the score in favor of the blue team. Go, Naruto! Justin directed the said boy to the opening spot as he backtracked away from the charging players and tossed the ball in the air towards the running blonde. Naruto caught the ball, running towards the end zone, and would have made it if Jack wasn't there to tackle him. They fall and Naruto feels something hard brush against his palm. Oh shit! Jack quickly sat up. Sorry, Naruto. I forgot it's a touch game. It's okay, you forget in the heat of the game. Naruto dismissed him. It happens to everyone. Sorry again. The black teen noticed something red before looking at him. Dude, you're bleeding. The blonde follows Jack's line of sight to his right palm. He has a cut from the base of his index finger to his wrist. That's 2BL. Jack's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Who, Jacob? The blonde shook the fainted teen's shoulder a few times. Oh Jesus! Justin ran up to them with the other boys. Dude, you need to go to the hospital. No, I'm fine. Naruto stood up with a gesture. It's just a scratch. It'll heal in a few minutes. Hey, that's not a scratch. The boy with shaved sides grimaced at Naruto's wound. That's a deep wound. I think you need some stitches to heal it. I don't need stitches, man. The blonde walked over to the stack of water bottles, picked up the bottle that opened, and poured it into his hand to wash away the blood. No way in hell am I having needles sticking in me. As a needle hater, I feel the same, but seriously, you have to go too. Justin said. See? Naruto shows them his injured palm barring injury. The boys stare with wide eyes at his small, slowly fading cut. No need for a hospital. Did your girlfriend cast any healing spells on you before you came here? The tall teen asked. No, I have high regeneration. The mustachioed blonde replied indifferently. Something I got from my deadbeat father. They stared at him blankly. Oh, didn't I tell you? My father's from another dimension, so I'm half human. Oh, that makes sense. Justin shrugged, and most of the teens murmured in agreement. They'd grown accustomed to the craziness since Star arrived at their school on the first day. So, do we wake Jack up and finish the game? Let's go. Naruto chuckled. The sun has set when Naruto returns to the Diaz house and approaches Star's room, opening it with a knock. Hey Star, I'm back. Naruto said. How was your face? He slowly trailed off as he looked at the sight in front of him. His girlfriend standing next to Marco the said boy was wearing a pink princess dress with a long ponytail and makeup. Time. Welcome back, Naruto! Star jumped on her boyfriend with a squeal. Oh, you won't believe the day we had, Naruto, that's not what it looks like. Marco waved his hands frantically. Don't worry, Marco, I understand. Naruto raised his hand towards him. Why you do? The Latino teen sighed in relief. Yes, and I want you to know that I support you no matter what. The blonde boy nodded sagely. If you choose to identify as a woman or as a drag queen, I'm 100% fine with that. He led his giggling girlfriend down the stairs. Come on, Star, you can tell me about your day and how Marco came to make this big decision of his life. Naruto, that's not what you're thinking. Marco chased after them with a red face as he took off his dress. Estrella made me dress like this so we can get into St. Olga's Tio rescue Ponyhead and the princesses from being brainwashed. A week later, Star was preparing for her favorite vacation while her guests chatted with Marco and Naruto in the living room. And that's why it was called the Banagic incident. Naruto finished his story of Star's first solo outing, which took place a month ago, much to Jana's amusement. Wow, that's way better than that interdimensional field trip the other day. Now I understand why you kept teasing her about the banana wand. Jana snickered. I actually thought that was about your D. Okay, everyone be quiet, call. Star cleared her throat loudly on the couch with the sword. Silence. I assume you all brought your swords. She looked at her group of friends, which included Sensei Brantley, Starfan 13, Marco, Alfonso, Ferguson, Jana, Justin, Naruto and Francis, and a troll teacher, Miss Skolnick. What the? Marco raised an eyebrow at her. It says so in the invitation? Star dropped her sword with a thud. You're supposed to bring a sword. I was a little confused by your invitation. Alfonso held up his card before Skolnick snatched it away. I'm not confused. This is clearly a drawing of meat. I came for the meat. Skolnick pushed the card towards the princess, throwing it a little while to make his point clear. I think you're all wondering why you're here. Marco looked at his guests. Is it the 37th of Gravnok? Star groaned. Independence Day? Most of the guests look at her confusedly, and that makes her feel a little stressed when she went to get something. It's a Muni holiday, Naruto said as Star threw some items over her shoulders, trying to find something under a pile of armor and weapons. Something like an American version of Independence Day. Oh. Most of the guests expressed some understanding before Star appeared with her explanatory book. Long ago, the first settlers of Muni arrived. Star opened it to reveal a pop-up story and then flicked the tab of a small boat as it made motorboat noises to the confusion of some guests. Modest people with noble goals. Life, liberty, and corn. She turned the page to show them the monsters. But the evil monsters rose up and attacked the innocent Mumans to steal Muni for themselves again. She turned another page to show the first queen and the peasants. Then the queen used her magic to turn the simple peasants into a fearsome army. She flipped a piece of paper over the peasants to show them in armor. And there was fighting. She turned many pages until the last page. And the Mumans won. Ta-da! But wait, Marco raised his hand in the air. You just overlooked all the important stuff. When do we eat? The troll teacher pushed the Latino boy. We're having a feast after recreating the Great Monster Massacre. Star smiled. Now split into two teams, Monster and Mumans. That doesn't sound. Naruto was about to say something but was interrupted by his teacher. Can I be a Muman? Skolnick asked. You're already a monster, the magical girl said. That's why they invited you. The complaining professor walked over to the monster team and several people chose their teams. Marco, you can be my general. She stopped Naruto and Marco from choosing teams. Naruto, you are the king, thank you. Marco smiled. What does the king do? Naruto asked curiously. Just stand next to me and you'll look pretty. Star smiled. Is it okay? The blonde boy muttered, not knowing how to feel about it. On the bright side, it's good practice for you because one day, you're going to mess up. Marco joked before getting hit in the head by Naruto. What? You really need this since, looks pretty good. The princess commented on the equipment. Now we can start making costumes and after that the blood battle can begin. Marco raised his hand again. Yes, Marco, what's that? The Latino teen pointed to a floating eye. Oh, that's the all-seeing eye, it follows you around all day. Star explained. He's looking at me. Marco said, disconcerted, his eyes focused on him intensely. Don't worry, it's just to remind the monsters that the royal family is always watching. She dismissed him with a laugh. Not really watching you. That would be weird. By any chance, is he from your family? Naruto asked slowly. Yes. Star smiled. Looks like you need to keep your hands off her for a while. The Latino teen nudged his blonde friend with a chuckle, earning him another blow to the head. It took 2 hours to finish their costumes, and the teams were standing in the backyard, staring at some unique Muni trees Star had summoned with her wand. There, that'll keep your entrails from becoming your exit paths. Star shoved a large pillow onto Ferguson's buff frog costume with her sword. The magical girl was dressing up in a queen outfit with a fluffy hairstyle. My pillow, Ferguson said sadly as the sword accidentally tore a hole in his pillow. Why did he decide to bring his own pillow today? Hey, Star! Marco hobbled toward the girl with little stumbling, due to his giant armor. I've been checking your weight. He held up his vizard. I've been looking through your book and something seems off. I agreed with him. Naruto approached them with a book in his hands, wearing a stiff king's outfit with a white wig and powder all over his face. He looks so bad, way bad. The Latino teenager said. What do you mean? Let me see. Star took the book from Naruto and then opened it to a certain page where the knights are killing some small monsters. Okay, wow. You're right, guys. I can't believe I didn't notice it before. Yeah, it's like what the Yanks did to Nadi. Naruto said before Star cast a magic spell on Newman's team, giving them bigger and more dangerous weapons. Sharper, sharper. Star attacked her weapons with a wide grin. Stabbier, and you need to be on a unicorn. She summoned the unicorn under Francis. And now for the monsters. She turned to the team of monsters and made their weapons vanish into thin air. Hey, what do we get? The chubby teenager asked. Hello? Star raises her hands with an arched eyebrow. You're monsters. Use your claws. Look, I get it. It's all in the past and we can't change that, but that's so. Naruto said. Wrong and unfair. Unfair? The magical girl looked at him with her head tilted, and suddenly, a giant mace fell on Ferguson. I'm so sorry, Ferguson! Starfan gasped as the chubby kid screamed under the mace. Do something, he's writhing in pain! Alfonso tried to push his best friend's heavy giant mace away before the screaming stopped. Oh, never mind. He stopped. Marco calmly limped back inside the house to go find his mother for some first aid. After a checkup and a healthy Ferguson, the pseudo-battle was about to begin until Starfan's mace nearly crushed the poor chubby boy again. I'm so sorry, Ferguson. Starfan apologized. Go! Ferguson kicked the mace furiously, only to hop on one foot while holding the other. On the balcony, Star chews on her wand as she looks through the equipment, and Naruto approaches her. A penny for thinking? He asked. Star continued nibbling. What do you think about the fairness of this match? You already know my answer. Naruto said. Hey Star, everything's ready. Marco shouted from the balcony, unwittingly interrupting Naruto. We'll start when you give us the signal. Or not, and we can go eat. No, the magical girl looked around worriedly. It's okay, it'll be fun, okay. The Latino boy put his visor back on. Here we go, Knights of Muni! Star cleared her throat loudly. Take off your weapons and expel the evil monsters. She fired a purple skull-shaped signal spell and the teams rush each other, which becomes very predictable when you pit a defenseless team against a team with weapons. No one notices Ferguson run deep into the forest, nor does the real buff frog unknowingly take his place after exiting the portal. He watched the one-sided battle with a worried and concerned expression. I don't feel very comfortable watching this. Naruto grimaced. Part of dark history. Per monsters. Make me wonder about their side of this vacation. His side? Star grimaced as the unicorn kicked Alfonso into the air. I don't know, but all the monsters in the past must be evil, right? I don't think so. Naruto said. There may be some innocent monsters who lost their lives in this horrible massacre. Oh, the princess doesn't want to think about it. Naruto, tell me why do you support the monsters when it comes to something like this? Because the mustachioed boy hesitated. You're what? Star looked at him before noticing Buff Frog approaching her. Ferguson? Suddenly, the unicorn attacks Buff Frog and throws him into the air as the princess watches in horror. Ferguson! She flew off the balcony towards the frog monster on her pink cloud. I'm so sorry! Naruto was right, this is unfair and so wrong. Ferguson, are you okay? I'm fine. The princess's head turned to see the real Ferguson hiding behind a tree. I'm just invisible. What? The magical girl realized her mistake when Buff Frog pushed her aside and then ran away, and the princess was about to shoot him. But at the last minute, she decided to let Buff Frog escape. Alright, let's go eat some corn, Marco said as soon as the battle was over and the healthy Newman team entered with the complaining injured monster team, leaving a perplexed little girl behind. Star slowly looked at Naruto as he walked back inside and then back at her wand. So confusing, Star muttered to herself before joining the guests for the banquet. Are you sure this is correct? Marco asked, holding the opening book. You know what? The princess takes the book away. I think it's time we put the book away. Oh, okay. The Latina teen shrugged, and within a few hours, the princess noticed Buff Frog sitting outside and silently placed some tripe on the plate outside for the frog monster as her way of apologizing. A few weeks later, Marco was waiting by his locker while rubbing his beard and saw the blonde couple walking towards the lockers floating in Star's case. The girl was sitting on a living cloud. Star! Naruto! Marco yelled to get their attention. Hurry up, I'm coming! Star gasped as heart-shaped creatures floated around her, and the Latino teen wanted to wonder why she was panting like that when she was sitting on a cloud, but he decided to keep his mouth shut for now. Hey, Cloudy, can you let me? Sure, Star. Cloudy extends a rainbow that slides out of her body, and the magical girl slides down with a giggle. Thanks, guys. Star turned to her creatures happily. You're the best. We love you, Star. The cloud said along with the heart creatures. I love you too. She shot the screaming creatures into her wand with a smile, an action that really unnerved Marco. He turned to his locker with a glowing wand, preparing to use one of his spells. Can you do anything without magic? The Latino teen rolled his eyes and the magical girl simply summoned a minotaur into her locker with a slap and then gave her a high five. She turned her head to Naruto while ignoring Star's childish teasing. Naruto, say something. She waited for her to say something, but Naruto simply put his textbook back into his locker before Marco placed his hand on the blonde boy's shoulder. Naruto, what the? Naruto turned his head towards him with a few blinks. What's wrong, Marco? Are you okay? Marco asked. You seem to be feeling a little under the weather lately. He's right. Star agreed. Is something bothering you? Naruto was about to say something, but someone walked past him. Hey, Marco. Jackie greeted. Hey, guys. Marco waved at her as he picked up the board at his locker before noticing a random teenager with a thick beard. Hey, Blake. Sweet beard. Thanks, Jackie. Blake said without interest. I grew it last night. One night? Marco looked dejected. I've been working on mine for weeks. Well, do you know the fastest way to grow a beard? Star sidled up to Marco. Is it? The Latino teenager said. It's magic. The magical girl interrupted him with a hyperactive squeal. I'll keep my peach fuzz, thanks. Marco rolled his eyes and held up his hands. This may not be much, but it's mine. Marco, I have a wand. Star raised her wand. I might as well use it. Use it on your boyfriend. The Latino teenager had said teenager. No, thank you. Naruto waved his right hand. Yeah, no thanks. She shook her head. He doesn't look hexy with a beard, or does he? She turned her head towards him with a thoughtful hum. You know, if I grow a beard, it'll cover my birthmarks. The blonde boy gestured to his whisker-like markings. Oh no, no beard, I love your whiskers. Star laughed. The way you purr when I don't purr. Naruto blushed embarrassingly and his girlfriend laughed again. Anyway, sometimes there's a sense of satisfaction in doing things yourself. Marco shook his head with a chuckle, walking away from them. Let me give you a beard. Star gives a chase. Zap 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 zap. No, don't touch it. The Latino teenager ran away. And that's my girlfriend and our close friend. Naruto shook his head at her childish prank. The next day, Naruto walked down the stairs before seeing his host's father grabbing a few things, from his car keys to his bags. Hey guys. Naruto waved at them. Where are you going? Another trip? Ha, I wish. Raphael laughed. Let's go shopping. Would you like to come? Angie asked. We'd like help with the shopping. Sure. The blonde nodded as he followed them to the car. I was thinking of picking up some snacks today. Do you think we should bring Marco and Star with us? The burly Diaz rubbed his chin with a hum. No, I think one person is enough to carry the groceries. His wife said as they got into the car. And besides, it'll take about an hour. What's the worst that can happen when we leave? Oh, nothing. Raphael nodded with a shrug as he started the car before backing out onto the road and driving away. By the time they return, Diaz's father and Naruto look out the car windows to see Ludo and the monsters piled up outside the house. The injured monsters get up with a grunt as Ludo opens a portal near the car and they walk past it. At this moment, Angie calmly presses the car's lock button to lock the doors and they see the monsters leave the area before Naruto unbuckles his seat. Do you want me to call the guys to help us or? No need, just bring the supplies. Angie smiled back as if she hadn't witnessed the monsters being kicked out of her house. I bet I can carry more bags than you. Raphael ran around the car laughing. Come on, old man, don't push yourself. Naruto sneered as he walked to the back. I don't want to see you throwing your back. Oh ho ho, zap! The burly Diaz laughed. The group carried all the bags inside, placed them in the kitchen, and Naruto headed upstairs. Marco, Star, are you up there? Naruto called to his friends. I saw the monsters outside. How did they get in here? Star's voice called from behind the bathroom, and the blonde boy walked in to see his girlfriend shaving Marco's thick beard. Thanks, Marco, for teaching me such a valuable lesson. Let me guess you hit him with beard magic while he was sleeping? The mustachioed blonde guessed. Yes. Star nodded. And it got out of control? He said. Oh yeah? Marco rubbed the soft skin with a groan. It grows so fast it fills the whole house. It's a good thing Mom, Dad, and you weren't around when it happened. And the monsters? Naruto said. Oh, they got in because Marco's beard forces the front door open. Star said. Not enough to break it, lucky me. Oh. The blonde boy blinked. Huh, crazy. Yeah, but not crazy when Ludo almost got the wand until he had a weird meltdown. The magical girl said as the Latino boy nodded. Something about the tickle monster. She looked at Marco. Right, Marco said. Oh, and I think Ludo has a new monster henchman. Star snapped her fingers. Really? The Latino teen blinked rapidly. Oh? Naruto tilted his head curiously. What's it like? I don't know. The magical girl shrugged. I only saw him for a short time, and we don't have a chance to fight. He's a Septarian. A what? Marco raised an eyebrow as Naruto froze. Septarian, a humanoid lizard monster. Star said. Oh, a lizard man, huh? The Latino teen muttered. It's also quite fashionable. The magical girl rubbed her chin. I mean, you don't see many monsters wearing a black suit with a red tie. He has gray scales, yellow eyes, and slicked back hair, black, I think. What? Naruto jumped at the information with a sharp hiss as both teens jumped at his loud voice. Star, are you sure about that? I'm sure. Star responded in a puzzled manner. And he was here? The blonde boy hissed angrily. Really? Yes. The magical girl said worriedly. What's wrong? Marco said. It's not like you to get nothing. Naruto interrupted with a low growl, his pupils seeming to shrink slightly. It's not me, Naruto? His head snapped towards Star as she looked at him in concern, clasping her hands together, and Naruto hesitated at that for a moment. What? She moved towards him, but Naruto stepped away from her and walked outside. I want to be alone. He slammed the door into his room. Wait, nah. Star was about to head to her room, but Marco put his hand on her shoulder. Star, I think you should give him some space for now like he asked. Marco said worriedly as she looked at him. I know you're worried too, but just leave it be for now. I bet he'll be fine tomorrow, and tell us what happens, if you say so. The magical girl bites her lower lip. But I've never seen him like this so angry. It's not like this time with lobster claws. I know. The Latino teen agreed and they looked at Naruto's door with concern. Naruto slumped over his desk with several ink bottles and papers around him. It's been 2 days and he's still in a foul mood. Not even Star, the Diaz family, and the rune sealers can stop thinking about this information, and he's been holed up in his room all weekend. Ugh, screw it. Naruto moved some scrolls aside and heard arguing behind his door, followed by a slam. Maybe I should blow up some streams by breaking some trees with my Rasengan gloves and some tags. He grabbed said tools and stuffed them in his pockets as he stood up. He took a few steps before something grabbed his ankle from under the bed. He immediately dragged the screaming boy out and passed out when something hit his head. Naruto! Blue eyes quickly opened as the owner heard someone shout his name over and over again before Naruto raised his head with a groan and looked to his right side. Marco? He uttered as said boy punched an invisible wall, the Latino teen trapped in a large glass cube with a chair. What? Naruto groaned again as he shook his head. What happened? I don't know, Marco said. I got into a fight with Star about dying and making a sandwich, then I went to my room. Next thing I know I'm here. Die and sandwich? Naruto couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What did you do before? Don't ask. The Latino teenager snorted. The important thing to ask is why you're here and not here with me. What? The blonde boy finally took a good look around, finding himself tied to a chair in front of a long dining table inside a large chamber. What the hell? Why am I sitting here? Where are we? I think it's Ludo's place, Marco said. I saw some monsters coming and going, But I haven't seen Ludo, so I see. Naruto struggled to get out of the ropes for a while before stopping to rest a bit. So would you mind telling me about the sandwich? I said don't ask. The Latino teen sighed. Come on, man. The blonde nodded at their situation. We're stuck here for a while. Star took me to a dangerous dimension where you can get some living sandwiches that come in a lot of favors because she wants to hunt down favorite ramen sandwiches to cheer you up from whatever makes you grumpy. Marco said. It's really dangerous because there were a lot of man-eating monsters and traps that can kill you in a few seconds. I got us out of there before it got really bad and she was so mad because she almost caught one of these sandwiches. Wait. Naruto blinked owlishly. You cost him his favorite ramen sandwich? How could you? Really, you too? The Latino teen said expressionlessly before pinching the bridge of his nose. No, I should have known. Besides your girlfriend, the ramen comes to you first and foremost. And don't forget. The blonde nodded with a frown before looking around. Anyway, have you tried getting out of this box? Did you try throwing this chair through it? Many times. Marco replied as he made his way through the walls. This cage must have some weakness and I need to find it. Before he can go any further, they hear the door opening and several footsteps and look towards the source to see Toffee walking in, peeled off by several monsters. You! Naruto growled and several monsters jumped at his shout, but Toffee barely blinked at that as the lizard man sat calmly at the other end of the table. What do you want with us? The Latino teenager demanded. What? Toffee raised an eyebrow at Marco. Tell them what you're going to do to him. Fly Monster laughed as he sat on top of Toffee's throne. Wait until you hear this. Do you mind? The Septarian shook his chair to remove the fly before the fly monster flew off with a snarl and peeled off his business jacket. Look, if you're looking for the wand, it's harder to get than you think, Marco said. A lot of people have tried. Eat something, Toffee said to Marco as Baracorn left a sandwich in the cage. It could be your last meal. If you hurt my friend, I'll... Naruto growled angrily. A bowl of ramen for you. The lizard man snapped his finger as Beard Deer placed a steaming bowl of ramen down. Miso soup, your favorite. The blonde glared at him. God, this guy really runs a background check on us. Marco frowned. He even got the lawyer to look down on tea. He dressed like that idiot over there, always ready for a good time. For some reason, Beard Deer punches the glass wall before yelling in pain as his wrist tightens. I feel your pain. You can't find good help these days. Toffee sighed boredly before looking at Naruto. Remember that, you little vortex. Don't call me that, you damn idiot. Naruto hissed. You lose this just when. By the way, which one of you tied him up? The lizard man interrupted, looking at his fellow monsters. I did. Lobster Claws raised his claw. Why did you do that? Toffee said. I never order you to do that. The lobster monster looked between himself and the tied-up boy. Untie him, the Septarian ordered. But boss, he'll attack, Lobster Claws said nervously. Not if you want to keep your friend alive. Toffee snapped his fingers and the glass cube shrank slightly to prove his point. Why you? Naruto growled angrily as the lobster monster freed him from his restraint. Okay, I have to ask. Marco spoke, so lost and confused. The monsters were also confusing. What's with the special treatment you're giving Naruto here? She doesn't tell you. The Septarian's eyebrow arched as he looked at Naruto. Which means your girlfriend doesn't know either? Naruto, what are you talking about? The Latino teen looked at him. Naruto looked at his hands. Since when were you so embarrassed about? Toffee said before seeing the fly monster putting pillows on his throne. What did I say about pillows? The fly monster tried to defend itself. I don't need pillows on my chair. Toffee removes the pillow from his chair and then throws it across the room. I'm an adult. Okay, the fly monster flew away. Where was he? The lizard man turned to the teens. Oh, yeah? His heritage? Wait, is she implying what I think she is? Marco gasped in realization and Naruto was about to say something, but several laser beams hit a few monsters before Star jumped onto the table with a glowing wand. You did it! Toffee smiled darkly before the magical girl ripped his arm off with such force that the lizard man fell over. Naruto! Marco! Star jumped off the table as she tried to blast the glass wall several times to free Marco. But the cage reflects her beams and Beard Deer tries to attack her. But, it's useless, Star! Naruto quickly smashes his Rasengan into the bearded monster's stomach, throwing it at some screaming monsters. We have to find a way to get it out without magic. How? The magical girl spoke hurriedly and a random monster charged towards them with a battle cry, only to get away from Buff Frog. The frog monster quickly blocked some monsters from getting close to the teens with a few well-placed hits, and the teens looked at each other in a confused manner. He's on our side for some reason. The monsters jumped at them again, and Naruto was about to defend himself while Star poured all her magic into a single attack while Marco tried to get out of the crystal cube. They almost acted on it until something happened. Stop! A calm voice stopped the fight, and almost everyone looked at Toffee as he stood up with his regenerating arm. That's no way to treat his arm fully regenerated. Honored guest. Not to mention my long-awaited reunion with Naruto. Meeting? Star looked between them confusedly. What? You know Naruto. Toffee flexed his new arm as he loosened his tie. Imagine my surprise when I found you in Echo Creek, striking up a relationship with. He glared at the magical girl. Butterfly girl. She spat out butterfly like venom. When you should still be in England, studying for Oxford University. Since when do you care? Naruto growled. You basically abandoned me after Mom died in this car accident. I didn't abandon you. The lizard man replied. I'm still sending you a large sum of pounds in your account. Wait. The magical girl remembered a few things as she stared at Naruto in shock with wide eyes. Naruto, I was going to tell you. The blonde boy whispered softly. I tried a couple of times, but things get complicated and I'm afraid to tell you that. He turned to look her in the eyes. I'm half monster. Star and several other monsters gasped. To be more exact, I'm part Septarian. Septarian, the girl's eyes widened. That's right, and I'm his father. Toffee said calmly, and all the monsters gasped again. Aren't you my little maelstrom? You're not my father anymore, Toffee! Naruto growled with thirsty eyes as his nails turned into claws. Now, son! The lizard man raised his hand towards him. You're angry and I understand that, but you'll get over it once you learn the truth. The fly monster approached him with a pillow. No, I don't want a pillow. Go away! Well, the fly monster retreated. Where was I? Toffee turned to the group. Oh, yeah? He pulled out a remote clicker and then pressed the button, causing the glass cage to shrink. The truth behind my disappearance. That's all for us, Marco! Both blondes yelled before Star tried to shoot the cage multiple times with her wand while Naruto repeated smashing her spinning orbs at many angles while the magical girl screamed. No! Stop! 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 That's not going to work, Toffee said. That crystal is strong enough to hold back a full power blast if you pour all your magic into one spell. The fly monster once again tries to pass him the pillow. One more time. He raised his index claw at the monster. One more time and I'll throw you in this cage or feed you to a giant toad. Okay, sheesh. Flying monster floats away. Don't worry, guys. Marco tried to lift the roof. I think I got it. I don't think you have it. Naruto tried to get it out with some rune sealing papers, but it ended in failure. Fine. Star turned to the lizard man with a furious glare as she offered him her wand. Take it. Now let Marco go. Ludo suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tried to steal it, but the chicken monster suddenly gulped it down. Do you think I'm like Ludo? Toffee sneered. I don't want your wand. Destroy it. What? The teenagers uttered. Surprise! The lizard man gave them a creepy smile for a second. I can't, Star whispered. I don't even know how. Yes, you can, Toffee replied. It's the first spell your mother taught you, the whispering spell. The magical girl gasped. Exactly. Toffee leaned forward but knew his son would attack him at the first opportunity. Marco is waiting. Star? Marco grunted as the ceiling closed in, pushing him down to the ground. Star, don't give him what he wants. Naruto hissed. There has to be a way. I have to, Star said reluctantly. I'm sorry. She whispered something into her wand and it turned gray as the light went out. It died away as the mini unicorn ghost floated away and then whispered something into Star's ear. Naruto managed to hear something as he saw her wide eyes and she gasped softly with tears. Now let Marco go. The lizard man button and the cage door opens as he returns to his full size. Star! Before the magical girl knew it, Naruto suddenly kissed her with all the passion he had before breaking the kiss. I love you and I'm sorry. What? Star said before Naruto suddenly shoved her into the cage and the door slammed shut. No, son? Toffee's eyes widened. Hey you! The blonde boy shouted to Buff Frog. Run! Oh, my babies! Buff Frog decided to listen to him as he snatched the bag of tadpoles from who knows where and ran off. No, no! Star slammed the glass. What's going on? Marco shouted in confusion. Naruto TR. The whispering spell! She screamed. He told me he was going to blow everything to bits. What? The Latino teen gasped in horror. That means... He looked at Naruto as he raised the gray wand. No. What are you doing, Naruto? Toffee yelled at him. Drop this wand and get out of here. No, I don't know why you want this thing destroyed, but I'm not going to let you get away with this. Naruto glared at him as the wand vibrated violently in his hand, paying no attention to the fleeing monsters. Even if it costs me my life. He immediately knocked his father down, pinning him with the wand between their torsos. No! Toffee tried to push him away. No! No! That's not what he planned. His son was supposed to get into this cage with the damn butterfly and the boy. Kushina will never forgive me if I let that happen to our son. Not even I will forgive myself. I might have enough magic to cast a barrier over him and seal myself with this wand. His hands glowed green. Son, one day you'll understand. Toffee roared in his son's face. I'm doing this for us, Naruto! Both teens shouted at the same time from Toffee's roar before everything exploded in white light, and there was a deafening roar as the blast annihilated everything in its range. It was extinguished in the blink of an eye, and the only thing that remains unharmed is the glass cage before it shattered into pieces, freeing Star and Marco unharmed. Naruto! Star quickly ran over to the rubble where Naruto and Toffee once lay, then started digging, and Marco immediately joined her in digging. They ignored the fact that there was an egg even when Ludo hatched with a scream. No, no, no! They tore at it until a yellow mop appeared before their eyes, and the panting teens dug faster until they saw Naruto's body. They pull it out and Marco quickly puts his ear to his chest, immediately hearing the healthy beat of his heart. Oh, he's alive! Marco sighed. But how? The magical girl muttered before jumping at the sound of a crash behind them, and the teens looked back to see the empty body of the magic wand. They share a sad look after seeing that and stare at Naruto for a moment until they hear a mysterious voice. Forgive me. They looked back to see a new mini-unicorn. When I was a baby horse, Mom told me that the day would come when I would be called to fulfill a responsibility bigger than me, bigger than this dimension. For me, that day is today. It galloped over the wand and then sank inside as the crystal cocoon around it before breaking apart to reveal a new wand, said object flying into Star's hand. Whoa, Star uttered in amazement at the new shape of her wand. Was that supposed to happen? Marco asked strangely, not expecting that. Wait, the important thing is we need to get Naruto some help. As soon as he finished his sentence, the army of armored knights arrived at the edge of the crater, and 2 knights rushed towards them. Oh, Marco, I'm so happy to see you! The knight laughed with pure joy. Do I know you? The Latino teen asked. Marco! The knight removed his helmet to reveal Raphael. It's me, I'm your dad. Oh, my turn! The second knight removed his helmet to reveal Angie. Just come here and hug your mother. This is so awkward, Mom. Marco looked at the army. It's not awkward, Angie said. Don't make it awkward. She looked at Naruto and the teen's hug. Is Naruto okay? Yeah, I think so. The Latino teen looked at his friend. But I'm not sure. We need to get him checked out. Wait, how did you get here? Star asked. The magical girl looked past Father Diaz to see her father. Your mirror, oh, he uttered. The group stands in Butterfly's royal palace as Star tells the story to her parents, leaving out some details. Basically, just to recap, King Butterfly said, you're not going to do that, are you? The queen interrupted him. My love! The king looked at his wife. You know that when you talk and every time you get to an S word, you get that little hissing sound in your front teeth? Queen Butterfly said flatly as her husband looked away sheepishly. I love you, sweetheart. I can't deal with it today. She turned to her daughter. Star, you've overused your magic, scared Mr. and Mrs. Diaz, and destroyed your wand. Did I leave something out? Well, there's a lot of other stuff you don't know about. Star commented as Marco tried to shut her up. No, I think that's it. But look. She held up her wand. The wand's fine. They look at the half-star gem piece. Sort of. It's a. The queen took her wand. I'll take it and clean it for you. Please don't be angry. Star looked at her mother's calm face. It looks like an angry face. Her mother suddenly hugged her. So you're not angry? Oh, I'm always angry. Queen Butterfly let go of her. But I'm happy you're safe. Oh, okay. The magical girl shifted her weight. Since you're going to clean my wand, I'll go check on it, Naruto. Go ahead. The queen nodded. Let's go. Marco told Star as they left the royal palace so his parents could talk, and they walked through the hallways and up some floors. Aren't you going to tell them about Naruto's heritage? No. Star whispered softly. So, are you upset that Naruto isn't saying anything about it? He asked a little nervously. Aren't you going to do something bad to him? I mean, you're Preju. Even if I know, I don't care. She said as Marco turned his head to her. I mean, if it was me I'd be so angry and disgusted that I'm dating a monster because they're evil, but I find out that there are good monsters and not everything you learn or heard is true. Naruto may be half monster, but he's a good guy. He stood up to bullies, he helped people, he likes to play pranks and knows how to have a good time, make fun of someone in good, he always speaks his mind about something, someone that I really love. I really love him. Oh, phew. Marco exhaled in relief. I was actually worried you'd leave him because he's a half monster, and I'd hate that if it happened. I'm not going to throw away a good catch. Star said. You have any idea how hard it is to find a good kisser, right? TMI. The Latino teen muttered as they reached the med bay, entered, and looked at the sleeping blonde boy on the med bed. Still out. He sighed before looking at Star. I'll get some water, do you want it? Yes, please. The magical girl sits on the right side of the bed. You should find about 4 doors at the end of the hallway on your right. Get it. Marco goes to get the water and Star turns to look at her boyfriend's face. Stupid, I'm going to scold you so much once you get up. The magical girl took his hand. Giving me a heart attack with this idiotic move. You should have died. She took a deep breath to calm herself, and waited for her friend to return with the water until she heard a soft moan. She looked up abruptly with a gasp as the blonde boy woke up from his sleep, his blue eyes opening with a few movements. What the? Naruto sat up slowly with a groan. Naruto! Star suddenly hugged him around his neck as the blonde boy yelled. You're awake! Oh, you're finally awake! She quickly planted a deep kiss on his lip that lasted for a few minutes before breaking it. I'm glad you're okay. She kissed his face a few times. Oh, wow! The blushing boy patted him on the back awkwardly. I'm sorry, but who are you? What? The princess stopped showering him with affection as she stared at him for a moment before laughing. Naruto, wow, that's a really bad joke. Naruto scratched his head. Is that my name? Okay, Naruto, that's not funny. Star looked worried and scared. Seriously. Please stop that. The blonde boy bit his lower lip. I'm so sorry, but I have no idea what's going on. The magical girl gasped in shock. Naruto, it's me, Star. Your girlfriend. She looked into his eyes, but there was no sign of recognition in his eyes. No, I've got the waters. Marco walked in before seeing Naruto. Hey! His eyes lit up. You're finally. Marco, he has amnesia! Star screamed. He doesn't remember me. What? The Latino teen gasped, and Naruto looked between them in bewilderment.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.